Hey, Keldor, what's up, man? Yeah, we just started, so we'll be getting going here pretty soon. Just getting some final things. I'm about to post a video. Ooh, excuse me. So once the video's done, then we'll get started here. Yeah, hopefully your Nexus night goes well. That'll be awesome. Yeah, it looks like I just now am able to post it, and then we'll get going. It's gonna be interesting. All right, let's see. Alrighty, guys, welcome and good to have you all here. We are waiting for the next round to start, but we got a lot of really fun stuff coming your guys' way with all of that. Yeah, we got a lot of co-casting streams that are going on right now. Now, of course, we do have the ability to take a look at what is gonna be happening through all of this. We've had some interesting matchups. I've been watching it a little bit on the side of things, but no, it's been doing really well. It's been fun. We did get to see a Teemo in round 3, so that was interesting because it's like almost there. But when you're going against something as dominant as Ezreal, it's like, well, what can you even really end up doing about any of that? So good to have you guys all here. We are going to be co-casting this for the remainder of the day, however long that is going to be. And so we'll see how that all goes about, but should be a lot of fun and good to have you guys all here. We probably are going to be having some other people hop in with us, and we'll see. I just came back from a Nexus night. Dude, that's awesome. Hopefully it went well for you. I am skipping a skirmish for this. My skirmish starts in 7 minutes. I had a hard debate on whether or not I wanted to commentate or think really hard for, 5-6 hours, and decided this was the better route to go. And so, yeah, a lot of fun there, but looks like we are going to be starting soon. It's been a little bit since they have ended the gameplay. Unfortunately, they're not doing the back and forth stream that we're used to seeing. Instead, they're doing a lot of waiting games, so that's okay. But that does make a pretty big difference. So again, we've already seen a Draven mirror match. That's definitely something that's expected here. I am a little bit surprised that they did decide to cast that more than anything. But that's just how it is. Okay, not bad at all. 301, yeah. I'll take that. So, no, that's got to be a good feeling right there. I need to take a break from skirmishes because I keep finishing in second. No, Keldor, come on. Dude, that was the same thing that I was in. I, on a regular basis, because I was trying to get the round 1 bye for Vegas, and I did second, third, 5th, and 7th. At my skirmishes, and oh my gosh, double second. I ended up losing to a Master Yi Kaisa mirror match where it literally came down to if I top decked anything that could be accelerated, I would win the match. And I think I had 4 cards out of the remainder on what I could draw there, and I drew a Poro. Next level gameplay right there, you know. So ended up losing that one, unfortunately, but dang it, so close. It was a fun game though. But we're going to see what ends up happening. There's a lot of speculation and things going around in the meta right now. So we got a potential ban list that is going to be coming out here within the next couple of weeks, and we'll see if that's going to be anything. That's already done a lot of stirs. We also have some really awesome reveals coming on Monday. Unfortunately, we did not get a card reveal. The guy that posts daily for Riftbound did not get a card reveal, but that's okay. It's kind of interesting how all of that ends up working on even getting picked to be able to reveal a card. If they reveal Ash in set 3 and I was not chosen for that, I'll be a little bit sad, but all the same, that's what I'll be playing as a legend as soon as that comes out. And they better not be doing Ash dirty on like a subpar legend ability. So we'll see. But again, one of the bigger issues here is what you're seeing right now with Aurora. Now, of course, this is not going to be the set 2 Aurora that we already know, but instead, you know, what we see with Aurora decks in general, that's the hard part. We're in the meta right now where either you play Draven, somewhat Aurelia. You could argue Aurelia's able to hold up, but it's purple. Or you're able to go with Aurora. And it seems like you're going for the Aurora mainly due to be able to keep up with the powerhouse that is Draven. That's the hardest part. And the only way to necessarily answer how powerful Draven is to be playing such a broken deck like what you see with Aurora. You know, getting out those big units and then potentially being able to play out a regular unit too. It's tough, it is, but we'll see what ends up happening, and we got some really interesting reveals. I'm also really surprised that they did the Baron Nashor as literally the first reveal. It's like, what were you guys thinking? We already have people, you know, kind of mad at us, and then we go with a Baron Nashor here to be able to tell us, hey, by the way, this is a lot stronger and crazy. Now, it does create a new battlefield. That's kind of cool. So maybe some of the jungling adding some additional battlefields, additional units to said battlefields. We'll see how that plays out. That sounds like actually a really fun idea. But the Baron Nashor being there, that is pretty powerful, to say the least. So we'll see what ends up happening. But it does say that as you play me, add the Baron Pit Battlefield token to the board. So it is a token. Keep that in mind. Not a gear, it's a token. So a little different there to the board if it's not already. If you do, I enter there. It has units can move here from anywhere. So good to know there. And I can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities, and other friendly units have +2. So just absolutely crazy there. But that's how it is sometimes. So we'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, guys, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of co-castings and stuff going on here for you guys today. Going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully, you guys, if you are going to skirmishes or things like that, you do a top deck well, you draw and play the deck how it needs to be played and get some strong wins there. Can't wait to see what ends up happening for you guys on that. But we have a big tournament. I think there are just over 300 competitors that ended up signing into this Pittsburgh tournament. It is a $25,000 prize pool, if I saw correctly, and so there's a lot there. We got a lot of co-streams and stuff going on as well, so a lot of things to look forward to with all of that. So, but yeah, we'll see how this ends up going and what we are able to do. So, with that being said, guys, let me actually grab something really quick, and then Almost found something. Sorry, Morning Nexus, haha. Watching from Spain. Nice, man. That's awesome. I need to go to Spain sometime. That'd be fun. So, we'll see. If I could go to a place in Europe, that would be where I go. Anyway, guys, I will be right back, and then we will bring you guys some of the casting gameplay, and hopefully we are able to go into this next round momentarily. We'll see. Sometimes there are some long waits in between games. That's just how it is, but we'll do our best. So stay tuned. Woohoo. Good you have, guys, here. We're going to be getting set up here in a minute. Just eating a quick lunch in this break, and then we'll get going. At least have a discussion while we wait in between these games. So, oh wait, here we go. Nice.
We are getting set for the 4th round. For this $25,000 cash tournament. A lot on the line here. I'm Josh Snyder. I'm joined by Ursa Day. Ursi, so good to be here with you. We've seen a couple
We'll be going there
matchups.
soon, guys. One
what
second.
Are your thoughts
just going to
as we
eat some
get
lunch
to
real
the
quick.
mid stages of these Swiss rounds.
Yeah, there have been so many great games today already. I watched, I guess it was round 2, but it was round 1 for stream and round 3, round 2 for stream. Really cool to see the Ezreal versus Teemo. I love seeing some of these, I wouldn't say not meta decks because Teemo has purple in it, but maybe a deck that has a little bit of different of a game plan. So really, really interesting to see. And I don't know, I think the players seem to be having a lot of fun, which is the main thing.
Absolutely. I think the players are definitely having a good time. And of course, a lot to play for, but a lot of fun to be had as well. Something that I don't know if we've mentioned yet, of course, there's a couple bounty players in the field. You've got Jim Davis here, as well as Dizzy or Devin Giddens. So we've got a couple bounty players, and it's just a really cool extra feature. If you get paired up into one of the bounty players and you win that matchup, hey, you get a couple packs of Spirit Forge. So really cool extra way to spice things up during the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, and I think they chose the bounty players so well for this tournament. I mean, Jim Davis, who did, I think, top cut a tournament the weekend before Las Vegas and also did cast Las Vegas. Yeah. And then Dizzy is a well-known player. He has been a part of the competitive scene. He top cut a couple different larger tournaments, especially the 10K in Atlanta CCS at the beginning of set 1. And really, really excited to see both of them today.
Absolutely. And speaking of Dizzy, he was actually in the top cut of the big 10K Riftbound tournament at Pro Play Summit Orlando last December. So he's got the experience here with these cash tournaments. He's been there into the top cut. So he is going to be looking to repeat his success at the Riftbound main event for another Pro Play event. So yeah, great stuff so far for Dizzy in these types of events.
Yeah, hopefully the bounty is not too big that his opponents, shoot down that dream of a repeat at PPG. But I'm excited to see what he plays. I believe he was playing Annie during set 1 largely. But I'm excited to see what he decided to do, if he's still going to be going that red-purple route with Draven, or if he maybe is going to mix it up a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some Draven already. We saw the new hotness, if you will, the new variant of the Draven Miracle builds with the Detonate paired up with things like Treasure Trove. In the Scrap Heap just gets so many cards. We talked about it, Max and I. It was crazy when we watched that round 2 feature match. You had Dawn, literally her stack, her hand was as big as her deck at one point in the match. So this new Detonate version, quite the interesting build.
Yeah, I think all these decks are really centered around, I mean, Draven's already said it himself, he wants to draw, but they are just really around drawing, finding the cards that they want. And I think it's kind of interesting, right, seeing how big their hands can get. Though I would be interested to see if we'll see any invert timelines this weekend as well, where you have to discard, I believe it is, your entire hand, which can be dangerous when you have, I mean, a deck in your hand, basically.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned the invert timelines because we actually saw just that. Dominic's out, he was behind, and he played the invert timelines, and sure enough, Dawn had to just dump the entire hand, but she found the rebuke that she needed to get Vi off of the battlefield and take the victory. So yeah, we have seen it at least once, but definitely an interesting line against these miracle decks or the
Almost ready, guys.
versions of Draven that are just completely
couple more bites
full
and then
of cards in their
I'll
hand.
be ready to cast with you
Yeah,
guys.
I mean, that's so cool. I love seeing those like twists. Like you put in the one invert timeline in the hope that it'll happen, but it doesn't always. So good to see it actually be. Does look like we're going into our round 4. Oh my gosh, math.
Yeah, round 4 moving right along here. 9 total rounds of Swiss is what we will feature today before cutting to the top 16 players. Those players will battle out in the top 16 tomorrow morning. We started this field with 296 players, all looking for their share of the $25,000. It's going to be Dizzy, again, one of our bounty players, versus Andrew Duval on the right, one of the great players from the Pro Play Games team. He has had some great results in this game as well. It's going to be Draven versus Ezreal as Andrew starts things off in game 1. We've got the early stack deck.
Yeah, really nice early stack deck. Also that Reaver's Row and Void.
All right, guys, and here we go. We are back. I am fully fed and ready to go. So, hi, it's me. I'm here, and we are gonna hopefully be having some really good gameplay here. So one of the biggest things that I really do like about Ezreal that gives a good advantage into the Draven matchup is going to be the fact that it is able to get going. The more that it is going to be in the end game, the more that you're going to be finding yourself in trouble against Draven, because you're going to be having so many different options, so many different outs in this case. Now, Dizzy, just what like they were saying, does have a bounty on him, so that's going to be interesting to see how that's going to be playing out. But again, what I want to say is I feel like the longer Ezreal plays, the better. But at the same time, Dizzy is going to be just a very formidable foe. And I believe that this is a matchup that he's definitely prepared for, and one that he is going to be very familiar with. And so this is something that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, because it feels like this could be something that is going to be a very difficult matchup for Andrew here. Now, at the same time, one thing that's interesting is that Dizzy doesn't have any red runes out whatsoever. The Fury is not there. And so one thing that's going to be maybe a little bit difficult here is going to be now the trying, I mean, because sometimes you can go in, move in a, the treasure hunter, be able to create that gold, and then being able to then play out like an accelerated Kai'Sa. That can be a really solid gameplay for you to be able to do into the Reaver's Row. But if you're not able to do that, it can be something that maybe puts you in a little bit of trouble here. So instead, going in with the Draven, that is going to be one of the better gameplay openings to still have. But you got to imagine that just not having that Fury rune might be setting him back a tiny bit. But still, a lot of gameplay left to be had. And especially on being able to go first, very helpful. But at the same time, we do still see the 2 seals on the flip side. And so... And so that's going to be tough to see. Ooh. But yeah, with a lot of that, this is going to be all depending on what cards is Draven going to be having access to as we draw. And I got to say, starting off with a Treasure Hunter early game is probably one of the better starts that you are able to get. One thing that you do worry about is the recycling of your runes, but if you're able to get Treasure Hunter to be moving back and forth, that's why also placing it in something like Reaver's Row can be so incredibly powerful, because if you're able to then have your opponent attack in and you move back out, then you are able to utilize a lot of ability here on getting things going. And yep, there's the Kai'Sa. So my guess is that he did have that potentially in the starting hand and just was unable to play it with the unfortunate gameplay there. But there goes the Falling Star coming in, taking out the Vex, a very powerful play right there, because that can absolutely devastate. I love the gameplay that we've been able to see, where it was Draven, right? No, it was going in against, it was Vex going in against the Aurora, and Vex being able to even play a Rebuke for 1 and a power is just such a insane kind of play to be able to play, as long as Vex is in the in battle. So really like that, taking out the Vex, and we're seeing actually that a Falling Star is being played a lot more in this meta, and it's because it does have such strong answers. But again, the crazy card draw of Ezreal can be so very difficult to try to match at this point. Holy crap. Can I stop sneezing for 5 seconds? Woo! Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, that's going to be the big thing here, is if Ezreal is going to be able to maintain the card draw, fill up the hand, and get the job done, it can be a very difficult matchup. For Draven. Plain and simple. But you got to be worried about the aggression that Draven is able to get. Not only do you have to worry about the Darius, and those kinds of answers, but on top of that, you got to be very worried about what could be coming, and attacking in with an Ezreal, maybe a little bold. But Reaver's Row is just such a powerful ability here to be able to utilize. But looks like that the Frigid Touch is going to be coming in. Then potentially we are going to be seeing the Bellows. Yep. And the Bellows Breath, that is going to be just such a powerful board wipe, taking out a lot of units right there to be able to get some strong advantage and hopefully another point. But again, we got to be worried about the aggression that Draven can still answer with. So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here. It looks like another treasure hunter is going to be coming in. Might still be able to have the Draven come in and try to get things going. There's not going to be a whole lot of removal that you have to be worried about. And if you attack into the Reaver's Row, then you would be able to draw a card. And that's something that seems like needs to start getting some answers to right now, is going to be drawing those answers, but it looks like that is going to be a pass with 5 up. And so the Ezreal was able to get control of this game early. Great job there on being able to do that. And it'll be interesting to see then how Ezreal can go in and try to take advantage of developing this board. Now, the hard part is Ezreal doesn't necessarily have the acceleration outside of maybe what you would see with a Thousand Tail Watcher. We don't necessarily see a whole lot of ways to accelerate them out, unless of course you are going for the Reaver, or unless you're going for the Thousand Tail Watcher or Ride the Wind. And so it looks like right there again another Vex is going to be coming out. That's going to be a pass. Completely tapped out though Ezreal here. So we'll see what is able to be done. But even still, this is going to be a difficult climb for Dizzy to come back from. But still, at the fact of being up by 2 points, could be a safety barrier for him here. And yeah, it looks like he is going to be creating another gold token. Has a lot of runes to be able to utilize here too. But again, you got to be worried about that Vex and coming in and trying to, you know, take over some battlefields and really commanding a presence at this board state. This is not going to be an easy game one for either competitor, but right now, Andrew has done such a good job on being able to find those answers needed. And so with that, a pass with everything up. You got to imagine that he is going to be trying to deal with that board state there. You have to be worried, though, a little bit about the hard bargain. If Ezreal does have a hard bargain, yes, that will be sacrificing a lot of his runes, but at the same time, that could be some very powerful options here. So we'll see what... I mean, this is going to be a big turn, but looks like already starting out with a Fizz. And that's going to immediately allow for a called shot to be repeated. Sometimes that feels like maybe a little bit of a desperation move, but even still, it's going to be a good option on going through your deck all the more and being able to fill up your hand with more options, especially for potentially the battle that is to come. But I still got to say, this is so interesting to see Dizzy coming in. And the last 2 turns, the only card that he has ended up playing is the Treasure Hunter. That is it. Now, he does still have a lot of responses in hand. That's something that you got to be very mindful of. But, you know, trying to debate on what you need to do to be able to go against this and deal with the board state can be a very difficult situation for you to find yourself in. But it looks like the Vex is going to be moving in. And, of course, now if there is a Rebuke, it is going to be costing 3 and 3 power. Now, luckily, you do at least have the gold to be able to mitigate that. But the biggest decision, first and foremost, is going to be deciding, does the Treasure Hunter stay in Reaver's row? And that alone can be a very difficult decision to make, especially when you still see that your opponent has, what, 7 runes up still? A lot of options there. And especially after Andrew drawing off of the called shot. That can be very difficult there. But it looks like he is going to stay? I don't know. And so it looks like he is going to fight or flight, paying the additional cost to push back the Vex. That is going to be a much-needed victory, but at the same time, it looks like now we are going to be having a Wages of Pain coming in. Oh, but that's going to be a difficult choice. Does have the ability to keep it alive still. But if there is any Stupefy or anything in Andrew's hand, then you are going to be spending that to... Basically, you're going to be spending 2 for them to be able to spend 1 to have a Stupefy. They're still going to be getting the gold token off of that. The 3 damage is still going to be on the Treasure Hunter. But you got to be... Yep, there's the Stupefy right there. So immediately going to be coming in. Is there going to be maybe another response? Nope. So that Spinning Axe is going to be going the way of the earth. But still, that was a lot of utilization needed. But Andrew has had a really big turn here, and now it is going to be up to Dizzy to be able to come back in and have a turn of his own. You're lucky here in the aspect of that Andrew is completely tapped out. So there's a lot less that you necessarily have to worry about here, but even still, with all of this, it's like, what are you going to be able to do against this? So here we go with a stacked deck coming in right now, being able to draw a couple of cards, or drawing a card after looking at the 3. Hopefully getting some answers there. Because right now, the battle state is just completely different here. Now there we go with the Darius coming in. Gonna still need another card at this point to try to take care of the board state. Now, one thing that I really do like here is that they did that this Ezreal deck is playing Temporal Portal. This basically allows you to add the repeat action and additional time. Now, yes, you still do have to pay that, but when you have so many runes, if you are able to do, like, say, a Frigid Touch 3 times or a stacked deck 3 times, that can be something to really make a difference. Drawing 3 cards out of 6 it is just so insane to try to get done here. And so, again, right now the Darius is going in. The Temporal Portal is going to be a big difference maker here. And I gotta say, I really like that Ezreal is trying out this new card. It's something that's definitely a little bit different than what, you know, Allen's has been running, and we'll see if that's able to make an impact in this game. But I'm getting worried, because even though Dizzy is able to score these points turn after turn, he's still finding himself maybe in a little bit of a difficult place, because the board state that Andrew has been able to develop so far, the cards that he's been able to draw, is something that is going to be very difficult to try to continue to get answers with. So time will tell, but we'll definitely see what is able to be done here. So yeah, with that, we got to be worried about what the Vex is able to bring to the game. Now, of course, we can still... Nope, we can't play Fight or Flight. Looks like is going to be recycling for... So, a Stupefy. So, that's going to be double on the Darius. Okay, so an interesting choice right there. And being able to draw, too. I'm liking this. And that's an automatic double, too. So, I mean... I gotta be saying, Temporal Portal might be the play. I'm liking what it's able to bring. And so now with the Vex coming in, of course, spells are going to be a little bit more expensive. We're going to be seeing a Bellows Breath being reacted to at that. And a Frigid Touch. And so, I mean, you're able to see exactly why Andrew has been able to go 3-0 in this matchup. Just very powerfully done here, and very masterfully done, too. The fact that the Frigid Touch is able to make such an impact. I mean, like what we've said, Dizzy does have the bounty on him. A very skilled player at that. And Andrew has been able to not only build up his board state incredibly well, but with the combo pieces that he's been able to put onto the game, it's been such a difficult kind of matchup for Dizzy. Now, of course, he has been in a little bit between a rock and a hard place, not having any red runes in the beginning and things like that, which might have slowed him down a little bit. But this is going to be the turn that needs to get things done. Luckily, does have a lot of cards in hand. All the runes are out on the table here, too. And it looks like that might very well be a scoop and going into game number 2, and rightfully so. I totally think that's going to be the right choice there. A very difficult situation for you to find yourself in, but, I mean, Temporal Portal, really well done there. Now, of course, it only can double up a repeat or repeatable ability once per turn. So if you do have multiple of the Temporal Portals, of course, then you could do that, say, with a Stupefy and then with a Bellows Breath, if you will, you know, kind of thing. But even still, that's going to be something to definitely be keeping an eye on and to see what else is able to be done. So very well done there from Andrew to be able to take that game 1 there. Now, of course, the competitors are going to be side decking. We'll see what they are able to do for the rest of this match. There is a lot of game left to be had. And at the same time, it's going to be a really good time to see what then Dizzy is going to be able to do to bring the game back to his opponent. Ezreal was able to get a lot of really, really powerful draw right there. You were able to see, even just using the Fizz, to be able to get a called shot repeated out again what kind of impact that alone was able to make. And so we'll see what is then able to be done with this kind of situation here. What is then able to be done with this mid-range Draven deck? Can it come back against a unique Ezreal? So we'll see. There's a lot of gameplay left, and I can't wait to see what they are going to be able to do to get into this game and hopefully take it to game number 3. So let's see what they're saying right now.
Other decks can't. So.
That's absolutely right. I mean, we saw it, right? Because early in that game, Dizzy had the momentum. He had the point tempo. He was able to push early, but it's so good. And Ezreal's one of those decks that can answer, especially this Draven mid-range pretty well, because you don't have to force yourself.
I don't know. I kind of disagree a little bit with the had the momentum. Let me be his shoulder caster real quick. I don't know about the momentum here in that regard, because yes, he was able to get the early points. That's just expected, though, with going against Ezreal, that they do have a little bit slower of a start. Now, the difficult part here, though, is going to be that even though he was able to go up to 3 points, Dizzy did not have any Fury runes in the beginning of the game. And that alone, I think, is going to be a very big difference maker. The fact that not only were you not able to move in with, say, a treasure hunter, and then being able to move in with an accelerated Kai'Sa, that can be something to really slow you down, because there's a lot of points that were missed out on just because he didn't have that Fury rune. And so we'll see what's able to be done, though. Again, both very, very, very powerful competitors. And then looks like Aspirant's Climb coming in for game number 2. So we are going to be playing up to 9 points. That also can be something very easy to forget about, too, because it's so easy for people to push in, especially as competitors, to push in and say, all right, I'm at 8 points. Cool, let's go game 3. And you're like, oh, wait, Aspirant's Climb, my dude, you got one more point. And then more often than not, the person who has Aspirant's Climb has the ability to take care of both battlefields more often than not, and is able to then deal with the board state and ultimately win the game. So Aspirant's Climb can be a very sneaky play here, and going to be curious to see what ends up happening. Now, again, like what we said, that Ezreal is not able to necessarily get as quick of a start as what is normally expected, because they, especially I think in this deck in particular, they very well might not be playing any 2-drops, which alone can make a big impact here, where you almost want to be going second every time, because your 2-drops are your Ezreals, are your units like that. And so, again, though, we did hold back a little bit on the Ezreal play, because we also know that Dizzy is going to be running the Falling Star, something that we got to be very mindful of. If we end up losing our Ezreal a little bit early, it can end up costing us in the long run. So we got to be so very careful about how we time these things, because if not, we can be very punished here. And so even being able to get out a Kai'Sa is going to be a lot of help here. You have 2 runes at the ready, so if something does end up attacking in, you either could be rebuking it at that point, or potentially even going into a fight or flight manually being casted, which could be a very solid choice here. But even still, Card Sharp is going to be a good 3-might unit to even maybe contest here. So we're going to be starting with a stacked deck. Again, that's going to be 3 cards off the top, 1 card into the hand. It's also a card that a lot of people are considering for a ban, and I don't necessarily think that's justified in this case. Yes, it is a one card to be able to draw off the top. That definitely makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, it's not necessarily anything that's game-breaking, especially nearly as game-breaking as, like, say, a called shot. And so I don't think it is going to be something that will be hit when the ban lists come around, if there is even a list that is made, so we'll see. But again, double stack deck is going to be a step in the right direction. That's going to be looking at 6 cards and being able to add 2 to hand. So, I mean, that already is going to be a lot of the deck to be able to go through, over 1/10 of the deck to be able to look through here. And so we'll see what else Andrew is able to do. Now looking like going for the Ezreal at this point. Discarding a Rebuke and being able to draw 2. Now, of course, Fizz are able to utilize that rather well. But we got to be a little bit careful about how we go about these kinds of board states. Right now, we see that Andrew is going to be tapped out at this point. And maybe even did a little premature there on the grabbing, because if there was a hard bargain potentially, that would have been, potentially a judge call at that point and a warning issued too. Now, of course, it can be easy. You don't necessarily suspect that would be something getting in the way here, but you got to be mindful about that. But right now, Dizzy does have the momentum here. He has built up the board state. He can potentially go up to now 3 points again. And with the Kai'Sa coming in and being able to have this could be something very helpful to getting things done. Now, of course, we do see the Rebuke in hand, so we got to be a little bit careful about, potentially, we know that Andrew has a Fizz. Dizzy doesn't, but we know that Andrew has a Fizz. So we got to be careful about how we can then go about dealing with these kinds of board states. Now, the Falling Star is going to be an absolutely boss of a play right there, being able to clear out some very much needed units off the board. This could be huge right now. Andrew's going to be going up to 6 runes at this point, so essentially is going to be only spending maybe this turn to rebuild his board state. And that's the type of play that Dizzy needed right now to be able to stay in this game. Now, you got to be careful, because Andrew very well, instead of also developing the board, might just try to decimate Andrews as well. So you got to be a little bit careful about how you go about that, because, it is just a Tide Turner and a Kai'Sa. So, I mean, we could see a Frigid Touch, Bellows Breath type combo, and it would clear out the battlefield. And he has more than enough runes. I think, he barely will have enough runes to be able to do so on that. But then again, he will not be able to build up his board state. He cannot Bellows Breath repeat, actually, anymore, because he only has 1 blue rune out. So we'll see what is able to be done. But thank you guys so much for being here. Been a lot of fun. And we'll see what is able to be done as we go deeper into this game number 2 of round 4. Now, of course, again, these are going to be 9 rounds in total. So definitely something to keep in mind with this. So it looks like the Kai'Sa is going to be backing out. But right now, Dizzy's going to be going up to 5 points, making a big gap here. 5-point differential here. And with only 1 unit on the board. Now, at the same time, Dizzy is still really struggling with Fury runes, which is kind of surprising to see here. In both games, he's been rather low, and I'm wondering if he's running only he's doing like a 5 to 7 split. I know that's something that's pretty common here, in especially Miracle Draven normally does run like a 7-5 split of the runes. So he's going to be checking the discard just in case, even counting it just to see how close they are to the Rasas potentially coming out. That's something that you do have to keep in mind. You know that Andrew is running them. And so that could be a big difference maker there. So it looks like a Forerunner is going to be coming in. Very, very solid choice here, especially if you are able to get that removal going. Because then it's like, all right, well, I do take out a Forerunner. Oh, they multiplied. Gosh, freaking getting in and destroying a Ferris Forerunner and then being able to see 2 more 3-might units coming out just does not feel good. But that's the game that you play in this case, and rightfully so. And so this is looking very good for Dizzy. Andrew is falling behind, and quickly so. Even with the rune count, even if they did go with like a Thousand Tail Watcher potentially to try to get both battlefields at this point, you're still looking at being at a rather difficult situation, because even if you do happen to have a Thousand Tail Watcher, it can be something so difficult to try to get things moving and going again. We got to be seeing not only the removal but now still being able to maintain a board state. And Vex is a step in the right direction. But again, you got to match the momentum that Draven is able to do. And if you're not able to do so, then this is going to be a very difficult matchup for Ezreal. So it looks like the Vex is going to be moving in. Now, of course, spells are going to be costing 1 and 1 power more for Dizzy. And it looks like a Frigid Touch is going to be coming in. Now, of course, that is going to be costing 1 less. And it looks like double on Kai'Sa to go down to 0. Potentially, right? Now, the cool part about that, too, is Ezreal actually takes down the repeat cost, too. So, essentially, for 2, you're able to automatically repeat a Frigid Touch with Vex. And then, same thing, you're essentially only having to sacrifice a rune to be able to do so. So, still, though, if he does have, like, if he does have a hard bargain, though, that is still a part of the battlefield showdown, and so he would need to pay 1 and 1 power more to be able to do so. So very difficult choice right there. And doesn't have the rune count to be able to do so. So he's basically at the mercy here. And this is why I absolutely love these Vex plays. Such a good... just, you're able to get so much utility off of your runes that once Vex is able to attack in, you're like, all right, cool, now I start actually playing my cards out. And so really love what that was able to bring. Andrew is on the board. He has 4 runes left at the ready. But with that pass, we gotta hope that Vex has a way to be able to survive. I mean, heck, even if there is a Falling Star, a Rebuke, something along those lines, it can be a very difficult situation for Andrew to find himself in. Because, again, there is not a whole lot of ways to accelerate out your units. But again, at the same time, getting a Forerunner rebuked also really sucks. And again, we're taking a look, and Dizzy only has 1 Fury rune out again. That has to be hurting. I mean, yes, yeah, he had the Falling Star early on in the game. He's had the Kai'Sa accelerated, but he's only ever really had 2 runes out on his rune count once. And so, yeah, looks like here we go with the Mind Splitter coming in. Now, that's going to be very powerful. Able to see Andrew's hand and see potentially what answers he could have. Now, the scary part about that is if there is only, like, 1 Rebuke in hand, then the Vex is essentially gone. Oh, gosh. No, there's a lot of answers. There's a lot of answers. Holy. So at that point, it's like, well, I'm going over to Aspirin's Climb. Yeah, at that point, it's like, let's go and take the Rebuke, go over to Aspirin's Climb with the Forerunner, and then next turn, it's probably going to die. But still, at the same time, it's good to know. It's definitely good to know. Now, also, even having that big unit right there, that's going to be an 8-cost unit. I forget what it's specifically called, but what its ability is that it has the ability to be able to bounce one of your units back to bounce back a unit on the other side. At this point, though, I don't think that's necessarily going to be a great card, but one that's absolutely picked here. So the Rebuke is still going to be in hand. So if the Forerunner does decide to move into Aspirin's Climb, it might very well just get bounced right back to hand. So something to keep in mind there. And it looks like it is just going to be a pass. So, I mean, again, very difficult board state. And we'll see what Andrew then will be able to respond. I mean, this is going to be a long game 2, probably the hardest game 2 here, mainly due to the fact of Aspirin's Climb. Now, of course, there we go. With the Stupefy, that's going to be -1. And then double, ooh, so that's going to be -5. So yeah, with the -5 now out and about. We're going to have to see what then can be done. Looks like the Bellows Breath is going to be responding. Auto-repeated to deal the 2 damage. There's still going to be 4 left on the Ferris Forerunner. Vex will be retreating. And a called shot coming in? Or a Rasa at this point. Rasa or a called shot. We haven't seen any called shots in this game, too. Which is rather surprising. Definitely not something that you want to be missing out on, because that can be something that just really slows down your opponent here. So you got to be so careful about how you go about that here. But even still, Ezreal has had a hard time trying to maintain the board state. And this is Dizzy's game to win. Now, he still has to be able to hold on to the momentum here. If he falls a bit too far behind, then immediately Ezreal will be able to capitalize on that, and Andrew will 2-0 Dizzy here. And so you got to be very calculated about how you go about this, because any small misplay, and Draven will be done here and will be 2-0'd. Now you know the Rebuke is in hand. And even with the 3 runes up, that still is something that you got to be very mindful of. Now, of course, you don't have to worry about the Frigid Touch. And, of course, Andrew, if he can help it, will always be trying to stop Draven from card draw and things like that. So we got to be a little bit calculated about how this goes. But it looks like the point is going to be scored here. And that'll be 2 readied runes at the end of the turn. And so it looks like there is a hard bargain in hand. So did have the answer for the Rebuke at this point. So well done for Andrew on waiting out on that. But again, it doesn't necessarily make the situation any easier. Now it looks like Draven is going to be coming in, entering the battlefield here. But again, you're going to be able to have 2 runes at the ready. And this is going to be tough, because it's like Ezreal luckily has been struggling on the card draw. You don't want to go and be 2-0'd in any matchups whatsoever, you know, kind of thing. So to be able to now go in and have a chance to be able to move in, but here comes all the moves that could be utilized here. And would Andrew willingly want to then play a Rebuke, or Dizzy play the Rebuke if he has it? So a very difficult situation for Andrew to find himself in. And this is also where I think the Ezreal can find himself falling a little short. And that is mainly due to the fact that it can be a slower moving deck. But it looks like the Rebuke is going to be coming in for 1 and a power, that being taken care of by the Seal of Discord. Just such a powerful play right there. And then on top of that, Dizzy's going to need to be able to clap back at this. Going to be able to try to take down the Vex. But again, Andrew now has the ability to go through and build up his board however he sees fit, knowing that there is potentially maybe a couple of accelerated units that might be able to come into the battlefield. But with the cards in hand, you might be able to find those types of responses to be able to deal with that board state. So we'll see what's able to be done here. But again, this is going to be a very big turn for Andrew. Has a Vex in hand, too. And Thousand Tail. He has a lot of really powerful answers. And the Thousand Tail, at this point in the game, on the following turn, of course. You would never want to accelerate it out or utilize it this turn. But it looks like a double Vex is going to be going down at this point. Now, of course, that is going to still be mitigating the cost, but it still has to a minimum of 1. And so, spells can only cost 1 at this point, but that still is something very helpful. But looks like be going all in here on this kind of answer, and still having now 6 runes at the ready. That is something that is going to be difficult to answer here. Now, at the same time, the other battlefield, it's wide open. Why wouldn't you go into the other battlefield? And that's the hard part. It's like, all right, well, Andrew has committed to this battlefield. He's committed to Targon's Peak. Why? Why is he committing to Targon's Peak when it's 3 to 5? Why is he committing to Targon's Peak so heavily? What could he potentially be trying to do on the following turns, knowing that Dizzy very well could be going up to 6 points and starting to make a big push here? And so that's something that you got to be watching out for, something that you got to be anticipating here as we go into this kind of board state. Now, of course, the hard bargain is still in hand for Dizzy, so the point is going to be going through. And you got to be wondering, does Andrew potentially even run like maybe a Swiftfoot boots? I know there's a couple of lists that do end up running Swiftfoot boots. And it's a good option. It really is. I really like what that brings to the table, but even still, you got to be really mindful about what could be answer to and response. And so it looks like, yeah, the Tide Turner is going to be coming in, immediately doing a nice little switcheroo there. That's expendable at this point. You're happy to sacrifice a Tide Turner. So we'll see then. Dizzy's at 7. Still 2 points away. That's something to keep in mind. You're still 2 points away. But we'll see what else is able to be done here. Gonna have to get Batsu in here. Let me get Batsu in here. That'd be fun. And so we'll see what's able to be done here. And then now it looks like the Thousand Tail Watcher is going to be coming in. That's going to be a big -3 getting in. And now you're starting to see all the developments here. There is still only one, though, so it won't be able to take care of anything necessarily. With only especially one rune left at the ready, unfortunately will not be able to repeat Bellows Breath. Actually, you could. You could sacrifice 2 runes, Ezreal taking the main, but it looks like Andrew doesn't have that in hand. So this is going to be a big turn for Dizzy if he can potentially take both, or even take one and then hold it down. Now, if there's a Stupefy in hand, the Draven will need to, of course, go up to 6. That's going to be the big worry here. Otherwise, it's a trade. And so you got to be careful about how you go about all of this. If you are able to then take a battlefield, can you then hold it through all the answers that potentially are going to be there? Because Andrew's just slowly climbing. That's the hard part, though. Andrew has been so much slower at this point in trying to build up his board state. Now that he's finally able to, he's had to fully commit to 1, which is still really slowing him down here. And so I mean, it's just stuck between a rock and a hard place here sometimes when you see what Ezreal is able to do. But still, Andrew has done an absolutely masterful job of piloting this deck. It is not an easy one to try to pilot, but it looks like the Darius is going to be coming in. I mean, could we double Darius? That'd be 14 coming in. That would be interesting, actually. A double Darius. Nope. But it is still going to be 10 might. That is pretty good. Still potentially could get a Rebuke or Falling Star off too. But also, you might want to save the Rebuke for the following turn. Now, the hard part here is, I wish I knew how many cards Andrew had in hand. I mean, it's easy. Dizzy's definitely going to know at that point. But still, it's like, all right, well, it looks like he's fully committed here. And that's going to be 10. So a very well done sacrifice right there. No response. Going to immediately equip over to the Draven. The Draven's going to be moving in. Going to be sacrificing to go up to 6. That's going to be 9 to 7. So even a Stupefy is not going to be enough to do so there. And then the Ezreal could very well be trading into at this point. And again, that Draven Gold is going to be very important. That is such a good play right there, as Dizzy is able to take down both battlefields, going up to 9, and winning game number 2. And guys, that's the hype that I absolutely love to see with this game. We are going into a game 3 and a very much deserved win right there for Dizzy. Well done. Now, I've been following him on X a little bit. He did end up going into round number 2, going against Detonate Draven and being able to take that with mid-range. It can be a great option, even though Detonate Draven can go off with the insanity of said card draw. So you got to be a little bit careful sometimes on how you go about that kind of battlefield, but even still, it is a very fun answer to be able to see. Now, he did say that in his match, his opponent bricked on his runes twice. That really sucks, and so Dizzy ended up actually giving a bounty pack to him all the same. And so still, though, being now 3-0 and potentially going into 4-0 is something absolutely crazy. So we'll be watching that and following that at this time and seeing what is able to be done. But guys, it is going to be an absolutely thrilling game number 3 as we get to see who's going to win it. Let me know down in the chat below. Do you think Ezreal is going to be taking it, or is mid-range Draven? I mean, this is the tough match. Both competitors very powerful here, and this is something that I do also really like to talk about too, because a lot of people, especially in our early meta review, was saying that Ezreal was like B or C tier, that he just wasn't necessarily getting there. And when we take a look at what the battlefield situation, or what the deck list situation was for Ezreal over in China, yeah, it makes sense. When you saw that, over in China, they had Rat Zeal as the main Ezreal. And it's like, no. That's actually one of the worst versions of Ezreal for you to be able to utilize here. And then when we saw what Alan was able to create and pilot, that was a game changer right there. And something that I absolutely loved to see, because it is a very difficult deck to pilot, probably one of the hardest decks to pilot. And absolutely loved that it's now looking like that Ezreal could be that A-tier deck list. So really love to see that. Now, the hardest part about Draven is that this is going to be a double obelisk. So you could very well just be going in with an accelerated Kai'Sa potentially. That's always tempting. Or you could even go with like a Draven to stack deck. And so it looks like in this case, just going to immediately be going into the acceleration there, moving in, drawing a card, and not hiding a card. And so there could be no fight or flights there. Technically, there could be, you know, something. If you're able to take care of the Kaisa, that sucks. But I mean, still to be able to get a point on the board and a card draw is huge. That could be putting Dizzy so much further ahead here, especially as now he goes up 1-0. Those 5 runes, I mean, I gotta say, on a double obelisk of power, that can be making a huge difference here. And so it looks like we are going to be doing a Frigid Touch, an easy win right there. Then the Ezreal will be coming in, of course, or maybe not. Going to be going with the Seal first, then with the Ezreal. Okay, yeah, definitely. Then moving in and discarding and drawing 2, seeing a Wages of Pain being discarded, then utilizing the repeated and an easy choice right there for Andrew. That's one thing I wish that competitors did a little bit more, was at least show their cards to the camera a little bit. That would be very helpful at that point. But even still, Andrew does have a bunch of cards in hand. We didn't see a called shot in Game 2 very much. And I think that alone made a very big impact and gave Dizzy the momentum that he needed, especially when seeing stuff like Aspirant's Climb. Adding an additional point needed to be able to win the game is something that is so difficult to try to answer. But now here we go with the Mind Splitter coming in. And what do you want to get rid of? I mean, at this point, I gotta say, probably the Vex. He doesn't have necessarily a whole ton of answers. He doesn't have card draw either. And so, yeah, 100% get rid of that unit. Now, of course, we still have to worry about the Rasa here. I'm actually kind of curious why... Oh, did he top deck a called shot? Of course he did. You can't help but laugh at that. That's just going to be the way that it goes. But even still, kind of curious why the Card Sharp went back to hand from Battlefield here. Also, they still don't have the point for Dizzy there. So it should be 1-1 currently. Now, it looks like a Stupefy on the Mind Splitter, going down to 6. Going to be doing it again, drawing 2 more cards. I mean, he's instantly had a completely different hand with the Mind Splitter here, which is just insane to think about. Like, you saw 4 cards in hand as Dizzy, and then all of a sudden now he has, what is it, probably 7 or 8 cards in hand, probably 8 cards in hand now. And so is going to then immediately be taking out the Mind Splitter at this point, dealing 6 damage. And so, I'm not sure if, did he recycle enough there? He kind of fumbled around it with his runes a tiny bit. I thought for sure it needed to be 2 for Bellows Breath and the cart. I might have missed it. There was a lot of rune movement right there. I know for sure I saw one, but, you know, not too worried about it. But still. So Dizzy does have a bit of an uphill climb to have to make now. Now, luckily, Andrew doesn't necessarily want to sacrifice his Ezreals at this point. A sneaky deckhand in mid-range. Now, that's a choice right there. Double sneaky, double sneaky, double sneaky. Come on, man. I mean, could you imagine a double sneaky deckhand taking both battlefields, going up to 3, and then saying, all right, pass? Definitely some interesting plays there, to be sure. Love that the sneaky deckhand has been utilized here. And we'll see what's able to be done. At this point, this is going to be a big turn for the Ezreal. He's got to be able to deal with the board state, which, you know, might be easy enough to do. Another called shot, though. and then being able to continue to bombard here. Now, the hard part is really right now, yes, you have the rune count on Dizzy's side, but you don't necessarily have the units out on board. And that can be a very difficult situation here. So right now it's looking like we're going down 3-2. We'll see if priority's passed here at this point. Still, all the runes at the ready. So it looks like a fight or flight is going to be manually casted. You're still worried about potentially a hard bargain, but it looks like no hard bargain in hand for Andrew. So maybe a little bit of a sigh of relief there for Dizzy there. That's going to be also a 1 combat, so another card drawn at that point. At least, unless the showdown doesn't finish. There's still a chance that he blows it up, but looks like that's not going to be the case here. So again, that's probably no Wages of Pain in hand, so something to definitely keep in mind there. And then there we go with the Fizz. The Fizz is going to be coming in. That's going to allow for a Wages of Pain to be utilized there, dealing 3 damage. And that will be enough at that point to take care of the Hunter there. Now, the nice part is, though, is that he was still able to win a combat. And so now we'll see Card Sharp coming in. There's going to be a guaranteed gold. The odds are Andrew is... Oh, it looks like he is going to be taking the gold. So right there, Andrew is going to be getting 2 gold there at that point. Then, of course, spending 3 and a rune to be able to get an Ezreal out again. Discarding and drawing 2. Looks like a... Wow. A smoke screen. And then we still haven't seen any of the Rosses coming out yet. And I think Andrew still at least has 1 in hand. But he very well might be saving that until the next turn. I mean, you're looking at these point counts, and you don't necessarily have to worry about overextending, because if he does have 2 or 3 Rosses in hand at this point, that's fine. You can now play the 3 Rosses out with the gold alone. And so that's going to be something to definitely keep in mind here. You don't need to have to play out the 18 might while sacrificing your rune count at this point. Especially when Dizzy doesn't have the board state built. He has no units on board. He has 1 gold out. He has to do a full rebuild here in order to be able to get things moving. And so very interesting to be able to see what is able to be done here. And Dizzy's going to have to start getting some responses here. And if he doesn't, then we're going to be finding ourselves in a little bit more difficult of a situation here, especially as we get ever closer to time. There is 3 minutes left of this round, and then we are going to be going to turns. So it looks like we are going to be opting into going in with another sneaky deckhand and a Ferris Forerunner. Now, that could be actually a really good option here. Again, we still have to be worried about the rebukes in this situation, because nothing feels worse than a rebuked Ferris Forerunner. That is just something that slows you down so much. And so we'll see what is able to be done here. And if we can expect any other responses at this point from the Ezreal, because now the Rosses are coming down. Then we're also seeing, wow, I mean, just what that is able to mean here, being able to bounce back a unit at that point. This is going to be a difficult situation for Dizzy to try to come back from. I mean, that is a wall that Andrew has built up in a single turn. Because, I mean, you're looking at 12 might on one side and 11 might on the other battlefield. If Dizzy's able to take one, that in and of itself could be a big deal. So he's going to be digging a little bit. There's a falling star. We'll see if he actually ends up taking that. But I don't know if this is going to be a situation that he wants to necessarily find himself in. And this is probably going to be one of Dizzy's and Andrew's hardest matchups of the day. Both of these competitors are so incredibly skilled. man, this has to be a hard choice. It's like Darius double spinning would be, with Ride the Wind, would be probably your best case scenario. But even then, you could at least, and you could take the Falling Star and be able to take out either both of the Ezreals or really take down a battlefield to where there's only 6 might left. But even with only 2 left, that's going to be the dangerous part here, is you're still very much worried about the Rebuke. And so it looks like Dizzy's going to be taking a little bit of a risk here. He's going to be trying to build up his battlefield instead of really sacrificing a unit or trying to go in. I do think that this is the right move, but this is a huge chance for Andrew to just absolutely develop his board at this point and then be able to just say, all right, what can you even do with this kind of board state? And the hard part is, too, what card did Andrew pick, or what card did Dizzy take up with the... So again, this is going to be a very big turn. Now we are on turn number 0. And it's coming down to this. I mean, gosh, you see the Vex also in hand. The Vex could just complicate things so much more. And so, I mean, Andrew right now has all the momentum that he needs to be able to get things moving. He is doing just a solid job at making just a wall be developed here. And so we'll see what else is able to be done, but I just don't necessarily know what Dizzy could potentially do to get out of this situation. As we see another temporal portal coming in, we are able to see what kind of impact that was even able to have. And so, again, though, then with also even the Fizz coming out. And the Fizz isn't even going into a battlefield. He's staying in the backfield at this point. And so I'm not sure. This is just such... Man, this is a difficult situation. And so, yeah, it looks like just like that, the Stupefy and Bellows Breath is going to be taking out the Draven at this point, and then pulling everything back. Yeah, I definitely can agree with that there. And then Last Rites coming in. Looks like it isn't going to be equipped, and that is going to be a pass. And so, I mean, Andrew's just been able to do an absolutely banger of a job on setting up his board state. He has so much might in the backfield. Even if Dizzy is able to necessarily set up a battlefield and even manage to hold against all of this might, it still is going to be such a difficult situation on trying to come back from this. We're already at turns. And so it looks like right now, going in with the... Interesting. So, yeah, looks like the looks like the Ezreals are going to be taken care of. Then we are going to be going in with the Ferris Forerunner. That's going to be going up to 4. Again, we are already at turns. And so we are on a clock. And if I remember correctly, Dizzy is turn 1. And so we'll see what is able to be done here, but again, this is going to be a difficult situation here to be able to try to pilot around even what Andrew potentially has in hand. On top of that, not only do you have to worry about what's on board, but there is so much in hand. And heck, even if you have the last rights, you could go with the last rights attached to a Fizz, then move into a battlefield, play back out an Ezreal or a Rasa or something along those lines. This is such a difficult situation, but the nice part is, at least with being at turns, there is no clock anymore, so you don't have to worry about trying to fast play or things like that. So you just have to worry about what you can do with your board state. But it looks like opting into an overzealous fan being played. He's still debating on whether or not he wants to put it in the battlefield or keeping it back. And it looks like a card's going to be hidden and a pass. So we have an overzealous fan that is in the backfield. And a couple of runes that are still left up for Dizzy. So this is going to be a very telling turn. Again, this is going to be turn number 2. And then it is all going to be on Dizzy to be able to... This very well could end in a tie. Interesting. This very well could end in a tie. But still, again, like what I said, Andrew does have the momentum here. He has all the runes out on the board. 12 runes to be able to work with. That is going to be very difficult to try to get some responses to. And so we'll see, but this is gonna be tough. I'm gonna be very curious to see what Dizzy's gonna be able to do with any response. Now, luckily there is no Vex. But, man, this is going to be tough. And Andrew has to be very careful here, too, because any mistake and it's over. Now, one thing that's really interesting, too, I'm surprised that the last rights didn't just get equipped here. But the Thousand Tail Watcher is going to be coming in. That's going to be played out to a battlefield. Great response right there. So, I mean, -3 to the Forerunner. So it's only down to 3 now. So what are we going to be able to do about that kind of board state? There is still a unit there, which means that there can be a lot of defense needed. And it looks like everything is going to be coming in. We'll see if there is any priority that is going to be activated with Andrew first. Now, of course, still not having any whatchamacallit. But yeah, it looks like a Tide Turner is going to be switching with the Overzealous. Overzealous is going to be activated at that point to be able to push back the Rasa. And it looks like, yeah, that is going to be activated at that point. Now, still, you're going to have to somehow get around the 5 might. You are down to 3. Now, of course, we do see the blade in hand. But if there are any frigid touches or anything like that, then we are just in trouble. So it looks like the Fizz is going to be pushed back at that point. Still 3-3. Or 3-6, sorry. 3-6. Someone knocked the cable loose on Dizzy's camera. That's my guess. I'm guessing someone just accidentally unplugged it a tiny bit. But still a Stupefy able to come in, and it looks like that very well is going to make it very difficult. Andrew's going to have to take both battlefields now. Is there anything that Andrew could potentially do? Or, oh, is he going to hard bargain here? So it looks like he very well might be doing that for 4. Now, of course, that would still go through here, and instead the Rebuke is going to be coming in. And so, again, that's the troubling part with answers. Now here goes the Rosses. What can you do but give a handshake at that point? And that is going to be game as Andrew is able to take down mid-range Draven. So just an absolutely great job on being able to get that done. Now, luckily, we shouldn't actually really have that much of a break. But, guys, you got to watch out for that. That's the thing. Ezreal has a slow start. But the longer that Ezreal plays, the more that it is able to cook and then be able to just have that explosiveness that you've come to expect. The big MVP here, I got to say, I love the fact that they added Temporal Portal. I think that was one of the best additions that they could have had there. Being able to then go in and just say, hey, by the way, Stupefy is repeatable now, by the way. Just throwing that out there. Hey, Frigid Touch, I can do that 3 times now. Oh, Bellows Breath, whatever it might be, It's just such a cool dynamic, and I really want to see Andrew's deck list to be able to see, does he run 1, does he run 2, or what's going on with all of that? And so we'll see what ends up happening, but really loved that matchup and what Ezreal was able to do. Now, you got to see what kind of impact Called Shot was able to make on this type of game. Dizzy was able to take the game, especially when Ezreal just was not able to see the Called Shot. Now, well, we'll see what ends up happening. We'll see if, with Called Shot being gone, what Ezreal's able to adjust to, what like Sivir is able to do. That's going to be one of the biggest things, because I do think that Called Shot is gone at this point. I think that it's too early in the game. And if anything, Called Shot should not have been repeatable, in my opinion. I think it's a much more balanced card if it was like 1 in a power or something like that, and not repeatable. So we'll see what ends up happening with all of that, but you get to see just how big of a difference maker that can make. I mean, you saw that we had the Mind Splitter that was able to be played out, and Ezreal revealed 4 cards. You picked one, and then he topped decked the Called Shot, and that cascaded everything to where he was able to then just absolutely devastate the board state. So really well done there. Love the gameplay that we were able to get, and we'll see what ends up happening. Now, I am excited to see bans, to be honest, from Laszlo. Hey, welcome, Laszlo. I played against 3 Miracles in 1 tournament yesterday. I went 3 rounds, or 3-1, but super annoying. And yep, definitely understand the frustration there with that. That's the thing, though. It's like Miracle, it has such a high cap. But that's the hard part, is that it has such a high cap. It's like you're hoping that things are hit. And if they're not, then you just kind of shoot yourself in the foot a little bit. And that's why I also really like what Prismaticism has been able to pilot with said deck, because it is a very difficult deck to pilot. And it's not necessarily what can you do with a good hand. But I really think that the biggest difference maker of a Miracle Draven player is what can you do with a bad hand. So anyway, guys, we are going to be taking a quick 5-minute break, give or take. I got to fill up my water for the next round and things like that. It really shouldn't be too long of a wait with any of this. So I will be right back, and we are going to be going into round number 5. Stay tuned. Yeah, and a really quick break. I just got to fill up the water bottle more than anything, and then we'll talk and have a discussion about things. Alrighty, here we go, here we go. Looks like we are getting started into round number 5. Mambo number 5. Good to have you guys here. And again, it is going to be a long day for sure. And it looks like half of the graphics just aren't working anymore. Uh-oh. But it looks like we're headed into an Aurelia versus Ezreal here. And man, when they have a little bit of camera issues, they really have a little bit of camera issues. So we'll see how that ends up going. But man, that last round was absolutely thrilling to be able to watch. And it looks like they still also need to update the scoreboard here more than anything. But even starting now with a Stella Corn Herder having the Guardian Angel attached to it, that's going to be a step in the right direction. A lot of card draw that could potentially be grabbed here. So we'll see what is able to be done with all of that. And if Oliver is going to be able to move in here. So again, we're seeing just that Ezreal is not going anywhere here. That's something that I do really like to see. That it is able to make some really big impacts. I mean, right now we have Dylan that is 4-0 here. Now, I still don't necessarily know enough about the Aurelia to Ezreal matchup, but I can imagine that, one, the deflect cost is not going to necessarily be something that really Dylan's going to be worried about here as the Ezreal player. That he's going to be able to get the answers going, and Aurelia is going to need to have to play around the bombardment of spells and abilities that is able to be dished out. Now, luckily, of course, we don't have to worry about the spell or the gear destruction necessarily. There's a lot of gear here that is able to be, created and whatnot, but none of them are necessarily one cost like what you would see. So the not Card Sharp, the other one, the Scout, that destroys a 1 cost. You don't necessarily have to be worried about here. Instead, though, Dylan just has to be very careful about if he does do like a Frigid Touch and then do Wages of Pain or things like that. That can start to be very costly here, and which can make Aurelia just be a very powerhouse of a deck. Now, one thing that's really nice, though, is right now Aurelia is not defended here. So there is a risk that is being taken here. And if Aurelia is able to potentially even be like a Bellowed Breath and Frigid Touch or whatever, then that could be a huge setback, especially with a complete tap out here. So here we go with the Called Shot being able to add some units into the hand, or some cards into the hand. And we'll see what Dylan decides to add here. Now, Ezreal, of course, is automatically going to be repeating that. Just absolutely insane to consider there. And we got more of a kind of board state and camera going on right here. A lot of technical difficulties. And so, yep, looks like in that case, the Zhonya's Hourglass is going to be going into the grave here. Hopefully they get that fixed. This is a big technical difficulty right here. Not something that you generally want to see, but yep, it is what it is. So with that, it is going to be passed over to Aurelia. We don't know what the opponent has. All we know is that Aurelia is playing against it. So immediately going to be moving in on the move, going to be drawing here. We don't know if Dylan's tapped out, but that is going to be a 1 victory there. There we go. With a Vex out. Now that could be a little bit difficult to have to deal with too, while Oliver moves up to 2. The Stellacorn Herder is going to be one of the biggest helpers of this deck, being able to go in with the Zhonyas or sorry, being able to go in with the Stellarcorn Herder can draw so many cards. No, so what Zhonya's Hourglass specifically, man, they are having so many technical difficulties. They're getting there. No, because what Zhonya's Hourglass specifically says is that this is not a move. It says you recall it back to base, and then specifically says this is not a move. So even with Stellarcorn Herder being saved with the Zhonya's Hourglass, it is still not a card that is going to be drawing off of the movement. But good question. Very good question. So here we go. I mean, already a ton of cards in hand. And like what we saw, I mean, Ezreal did get a little bit of a slow start early on. So you got to be a little bit careful about how you go about this. Now, the nice part is before any showdown, Aurelia is able to capitalize on things. So, for example, if Aurelia wants to use the signature spell to be able to swing for 5, essentially, then you are able to add 3 might to Aurelia, -2 from Vex. Vex is at 3, you're at 7. And then you attack it, and it's like, all right, cool, what do you have for me? Or whatever else it might be. And so there's a lot of really cool combos that Aurelia can utilize that makes this matchup such a nightmare for Ezreal. So we'll see what ends up happening. Hey, Epizanis Master. Dude, been a long time. Good to see you. Good to see you. Man, awesome. Dang. Anyway, good to have you here. Glad to see you here. I saw the comment. I didn't see who said it. Welcome. Yeah, don't worry about it. It is kind of an obscure card, but a lot of them, Guardian Angel even says recall and things like that, which does not count as a move. So, but yeah, that's a big reason, you know, definitely always read the cards just in case in matches, even if you might not be completely familiar with them. You know, because especially one thing that I've learned is don't take your opponent's word for it. That even if they have decent enough intentions, that they're not trying to cheat or anything like that, that they still might be playing cards wrong. And if they do move like Stellarcorn Herder back with the Zhonya's Hourglass and draw, definitely read the cards just in case. It can only help. So that's my 2 cents of free advice today for you guys there. But anyway, this is going to be a very difficult board state. So already you're in a bit of a trouble here trying to deal with what Aurelia is able to dish out. And again, this Stellarcorn Herder is making it such a difficult game for Ezreal here because you're outdrawing essentially. Yes, you got the called shots and the stack decks and things like that. But then, even still with the Stellarcorn Herder, the card draw that Aurelia is able to find, I feel is so much more valuable than what we're seeing here. Now, here we go with the Stellarcorn Herder getting attached with the Boots of Swiftness. Now it has ganking +2, so now it's at, what is it, 6 now in total. And moving over to the other battlefield, that is going to be another vital move and card draw there. And right now, Oliver is taking the game to his opponent and showing, hey, Ezreal, what do you got for me here? Because I'm just scoring. And on top of that, even if everything is destroyed off of the Stellarcorn Herder, well, then you still got Aurelia in the backfield to pick up the slack. And so this is been a very fun matchup to be able to see. And I'm going to be ever more curious to be more in a difficult situation here. But, I mean, the Stellarcorn is putting in the work right now. Yeah, I've been having a bad mental health, so trying to sort it out. Nah, man, I totally get it. And definitely hope that it goes well for you. I am kind of in the same boat. We were in the process of moving into a new apartment and things like that. And after getting super sick from Vegas, I go back to work and our company is like, oh, by the way, we're going under and you're laid off. And so I don't have a job right now. You know, when it rains, it pours. Speaking of raining and pouring, there's Singularity coming in with the deflect. We'll see if there's any kind of response right there, but a hard bargain is going to be coming in with a not so fast. And already that is going to be dealing a lot of damage right there with the Singularity. And then, of course, drawing the card for targeting units twice with a spell. So, nah, don't worry. Like, I definitely get it, Master. You'll get there, you know, and definitely take the time that you need. Sometimes, yeah, like I said, when it rains, it pours. And sometimes you can't just help but laugh at that and then just keep rolling with the punches. So... But even still, right now, the Stellacorn Herder is still alive. But that was a lot of card that was able... I mean, that was 3 recycled from all of that. 1 for the Deflect on Aurelia and 2 for the Singularity there. Completely tapped out Ezreal. And again, the hard part here is Aurelia hopefully is going to have another unit to be able to get out onto the board. Because if Aurelia doesn't, then we're going to be having ourselves a little bit of an issue, because now Stellacorn Herder might be the solo unit out there trying to get the job done. Now, of course, we still have a really good differential in point values here. Dylan is definitely a little bit behind here, but with the Vex coming in, this is still looking pretty good here. And Dreaming Tree, of course, is still going to be adding so much value here to what Aurelia can draw card-wise. Oh, gosh, yeah, having to sort things out with the government is always a great time, let me tell you, yeah. Yeah, so, dude, I definitely wish you the best, and I hope everything goes as smoothly as possible for you. But, yeah, hang in there, definitely. And definitely hope it gets better for you. So, but this is going to be a big turn for Aurelia. Needs to be able to take care of this board state, even getting over into the Void Seeker. Ezreal is completely tapped out, so I mean, this is going to be an easy ability on trying to get over at this point. And if even Stellacorn Herder can move 2 times... So it looks like 2 going to be a Discipline? That'd be my guess. Yep, there's a Discipline. So that's going to be a draw, too. And then, of course, you're going to be sacrificing the Rune with the power cost to be able to go over. Man, Dylan, I don't know. He seems kind of like... I don't know if he's just a little bit stressed. He sometimes looks a little bit tired there. I mean, I get it. It's already been kind of a long day. That's one of the hardest parts, too. I got to say... I feel somewhat, you know, sorry for like people who are traveling around. You know, you're going over to like Vegas, for example, for the regionals and stuff like that, and it's tough. We had people coming over from Europe, and then they're playing in a completely different time zone on a completely different sleep schedule, and it's like, well, here we go. We got to play for 8-9 rounds out of the day, and of course we're in round 5. We still have 4 rounds after all of this. And just even having that kind of mental stamina can sometimes be so difficult to try to have here. So we'll see what ends up happening with all of this. But this is going to be a big turn here for Ezreal. Again, the hardest part is Aurelia doesn't have a lot of units. So if there are ways for you to be able to get rid of the Aurelia's units there, which, I mean, can be very difficult to do. You're seeing the Guardian Angels, the Zhonya's Hourglass. If you're able to take care of all of that, then you find yourself at a very difficult situation here. So we'll see what ends up happening, but it is not going to be easy. Now, of course, even if Ezreal has something like a Rebuke, you got to be mindful of like the not so fasts or things like that. And so Ezreal can easily have a lot of the answers, but to be able to dish that out, I mean, you saw what Andrew was able to do this last round to be able to defeat a mid-range Draven, and it was a very difficult matchup all the same. Even with all the answers that Draven was able to have, it still had to be a very calculated situation here. Now, on the plus side, we have already seen one of the not-so-fasts used on Aurelia's side, which is a good sign because that means the odds of you seeing a not-so-fast is a lot more rare. Odds are there also is no Wind Wall because that's normally a side-decked card, not a main-decked card. So there's a lot of help right there on trying to get things going. But again, the Vex is just such a powerhouse of a card here. And we'll see what 6 Runes is able to do for Aurelia here. But again, that Vex is going to be such a difference maker. And we saw what even Andrew was able to do this last round with all of that. So it looks like a Rebuke on the Vex. There is no hard bargain from the looks of it. Yep, no hard bargain. So the Vex is gone. And that can also be one of the biggest downfalls of going against Ezreal, is that outside of Thousand Tail Watcher and the Ride the Winds, even if they run it, oh, that was maybe a little bit risky. Ooh, that was a little bit risky. But it looks like a Rebuke is going to be coming in right here. Not so fast is going to be the quick answer. And so the point is going to be scored going over to 6. Potentially might be able to recycle a rune and go over to 7. But again, if you're only going to have 2 to 4 runes up on the next couple of turns... Yeah, I mean, come on. I don't look like an Oliver, do you? Oh, but there goes a signature spell coming in now. Of course, that does get removed from the game, but it's going to be Defied coming in and saying, nope, that is it. And so Oliver, I think, might be at 6 points now. I could be wrong. Oh, and it looks like we are going to be sending it in, trying to get everything here to get up to points. Oh, this might actually be game. 1 second. And it looks like that is going to be game. Okay, so they were a little bit slow on the count there. And that is going to be game number 1 going over to Aurelia. Very well done there on being able to get that done. That's tough. And you got to see, that's the hard part. Like what I've said, Aurelia moves so fast. It can be a very aggressive deck where, yeah, sure, round 1, you play out a Guardian Angel. Okay, cool. Then you go turn number 2, you play out the Stellacorn Herder or something along those lines. You immediately attach, and then you're able to get going. You know, and you got to see that the Stellacorn Herder put in a ton of work, especially when the not-so-fasts needed to be found. The Rebukes were able to be stopped. The Defy on the signature spell was an absolutely huge play right there. And that's the big thing. Ezreal has a slow start. That when you get to the mid to late game, that's really when Ezreal starts to shine. But until you can get to that point, it's like, all right, let's capitalize on this. Let's keep moving. Let's keep attacking. Let's keep getting these points. And Ezreal a lot of the time is going to be like, I got nothing here. I'm still trying to develop my board state. So very well done there. Great options there. Also got to say, rebuking can really slow down Ezreal. We saw what that was able to do when Aurelia rebuked the Vex. Well, that changed absolutely everything at that point. And there was just nothing that could be done. And that was the final 2 points needed to be able to get those wins. So very well done there. Right now, Oliver is doing incredibly well, is up a game. And are we going to see a 2-0 Vet, or sorry, a 2-0 Ezreal, or sorry, 2-0 Aurelia? I'm going to say it right one of these times. You know, third time's the charm. Are we going to see a 2-0 Aurelia? And that's the thing. It's so surprising. But not a lot of people are talking about Aurelia. It has so many good finishes, but But I think the biggest reason why so many people aren't necessarily talking about Aurelia is because it hasn't necessarily won any of those big tournaments just yet. It's gotten third. Like what? It got third in EU and the EU regionals. It didn't do very well in Vegas and you know, things like that. But, you know, it's had some really high finishes. But I think not a lot of people are talking about Aurelia just because it just hasn't had that big finish yet. So we'll see. It's going to be really interesting. So we'll see what ends up happening. So we'll see what ends up happening with all of that. But guys, this is going to be a lot of fun to see what Game 2 is going to bring. And not only that, if Dylan is able to bring it back here with some Ezreal. Now, the hard part is with going first with Ezreal is that they don't necessarily run any 2-drops. That's going to be the hardest part here. So you're going to be seeing the Ezreal combo piece coming in here, of course. Being able to then discard a card, draw 2. Now, the hard part is that with it not being necessarily a miracle build necessarily, that you're not going to be able to see like a scrap heap or something along those lines. It's very close because it has a lot of components of miracle, especially Ezreal being a guaranteed drop for you. That alone is very powerful. But even outside of that. So we'll see what Oliver is able to do. But both competitors being 4-0 right now. And again, I think there's only, 300 competitors that have entered into this 25K. So this could be a very difficult matchup, all things considered here. And trying to get, I'm not sure if they're doing top 32 on day 2 or top 64. It wouldn't surprise me if they did like a top 64. That would be good to see, but looks like the Stellacorn Herder has already been found at this point. I might have to go to a Nexus night tonight. I'm feeling the urge to play. That's for sure. But no, it's been so great to have you guys here, to be able to watch these games with me. We'll see what continues to keep going here with all of this. But as of right now, it's been a very, very much so a struggle here for Dylan here going into game number 2. And we'll see what's able to be done. But again, we're going to be drawing a card off the Stellacorn Herder's move. Then we're immediately going to be able to go in and select, looks like a Ride the Wind. So that's going to immediately allow for 2 more cards to get drawn. This is one of the best combo pieces that you're able to get, because now Stellacorn Herder's readied after the move, which is already crazy in and of itself. Then you're able to automatically move it right back to base. It's insane. I love that kind of play. Very well done. So immediately able to get 2 points. It gets Zhonya's Hourglass out, and you're very much going to be expecting potentially the Aurelia coming out this next turn. So definitely something to be keeping in mind right here. But again, you're looking at the aggression that Oliver is able to bring to the table. Not only able to get 2 points in a turn, but able to draw 3 cards. Very much something that is so difficult to try to come back from here. And so right now, Dylan is going to need to find some kind of response. And again, Vex is now going to be moving in. Ooh, but the 2 that was tapped right there, that's interesting. Might be a little telling, saying, hey, there very well could be a Rebuke potentially in hand. But at the showdown, of course, is it showdown or battle? Let me actually double check that. I normally have a Vex in front of me. Not my collection. Let's see. Because I think when Vex is in a battle, not necessarily in a showdown. So let's see. So Vex specifically says, while I'm in combat. So yep, conquering an empty battlefield, you still can rebuke. You do not have to pay the extra cost there. So definitely a big answer there. So it would only cost 2 and 2 power to be able to rebuke a Vex in an empty battlefield there. So it looks like that is going to be something that will be utilized here. The Vex is going to be going back to hand. Looks like no hard bargain again. And this is exactly what we're talking about on how much this can slow down Ezreal when they're finally starting to get into these battlefields, starting to get in and trying to get ahead here, and they're not able to. So right now we have the Stellacorn being able to draw another card, goes into the battlefield again, and now could potentially get another 2 points and be ready to defend for the following turn. I mean, come on, if you're going in with like a frigid, I mean, there's so much that you have to do. Like if you do a frigid touch and then attack in with a Ravenbloom student, it just goes right back to base, and it's still going to be 4 coming at you on the following turn. So still a very difficult situation for Dylan to be finding himself in, and answers that need to be found. Otherwise, we are going to be seeing ourselves in a very quick 2-0 against Ezreal. And so with that, though, looks like 4 is still going to be up. So Oliver's going to be willingly, you know, staying here. Didn't want to sacrifice too many runes to be able to go over to the other battlefield. So right now, it looks like that the Ravenbloom student is going to be going in, going to be attempting a Stupefy. That is going to be adding 1, minusing 1. So it is currently 3-3 right now. So again, we'll see though, but it looks like, oh, a factory recall. Now, Not So Fast can still come in and stop that from happening, or a Defy for that matter. But it looks like a Defy is going to be coming in to stop the factory recall. That is still going to be counting as 2 targets, it looks like, yeah. So it will be still counting as 2 targets because you still get the target off before the Defy comes in. But you still, again, got to keep answering what is dished out here. So there goes now a smoke screen. Now if you use a Not So Fast, you're going to be down to 3 runes on the following turn. Not something that feels great there. But a Fight or Flight is going to be moving the Stellacorn back. We'll see if there's maybe a reaction here. If there's something like a hard bargain or something. But still, a very well-timed Fight or Flight there to be able to stop. Because, I mean, at the same time, even if you do add the minus to the Stellacorn, then you still have potentially the Ezreal that you'd be pushing in at that point. So it looks like that is going to be drawing a card again, and then being able to keep the Stellacorn Herder safe, even with the -4 attached to it. So there goes the Vex being played out, and a tapped out Ezreal as we are able to go up to 5 runes. And I mean, guys, if you ever want to get used to playing with not a lot of runes in your rune pile, play either Sivir or Aurelia, and that will quickly get you very comfortable with not having a lot of runes out. Absolutely love playing Miracle Sivir, one of the best, one of my favorite decks of this set. Terra was the one that actually got me onto that. And it's just an absolute blast of a deck. Now, of course, he has switched over to Miracle Draven. Can't believe it. But it is what it is. So, but it looks like there we go with an Ungard coming into the gameplay now. And that's going to be a big deciding factor there on trying to get the Stellarcorn Herder +2. Now, of course, it still needs to be able to move to the other battlefield here. And that's going to be probably the hardest part here. Now, okay, that successfully goes through again. A tapped out Dylan. Very difficult situation to be in here. But it looks like we are going to be doing a charm to be able to move the Vex in. And again, this is going to be huge because there are no runes left for the Ezreal. That is an absolute blow right there to what Dylan now has to deal with here. And it's like a double charm taking out the Ezreal. Very well done there from Aurelia, and that is devastating. You still have to worry about maybe like a Thousand Tail Watcher or things like that, but even still, even with the Guardian Angel, you're going to be seeing yourself at a very difficult situation on trying to come back from this. So looks like at the same time we are going to be playing a Mind Splitter here that is going to be able to see a lot in hand at that point. So even a Vex of his own, and then looks like a Not So Fast could very well be coming in at this point. But that double charm was a game changer right there. That, I think, is going to be potentially even sealing up this game here. And you look at how many cards there are in hand. Again, Stellarcorn is putting in a ton of work here. And I absolutely love what it has been bringing to the game. And so Stellarcorn Herder is back up and ready to fight. We haven't even seen an Aurelia coming into this game just yet. And so here we go, moving in again, another tapped out Ezreal. So going to be able to go up to 6. You do have to have a couple of ways to be able to deal with the Mind Splitter and Ezreal. But even still, after all of that, even being at 6 points, with Azonia's Hourglass and a Guardian Angel, you still could be finding yourself in a very good final turn, especially if you don't have to necessarily sacrifice any runes here. But still, very, very difficult situation to be finding yourselves in. Let's see. Part of me wants to make Aurelia. Part of me thinks I won't enjoy playing her, and I want to see if Vex Legend has in-combat cost reduction. So, if so, I want to spam possessions. Oh, that would be so fun. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Now, that would be a lot of fun. That would be an absolute blast. And so, Stellarcorn Herder is going to be moving in, drawing another card, being able to go up to 5 at this point. Again, Dylan completely tapped out. We'll have to see what's able to be done here. But even still, going to be going in with the Boots of Swiftness. And I'm going to be curious to see what then can be done. Again, this is the hardest part, is Aurelia is really starting to kind of struggle with the rune count here. So it looks like that combat is going to be successful. The Zonia Hourglass is going to be spent at that point. And then the Ezreal and the Mind Splitter, kind of maybe a little bit of a sacrifice here potentially. But at the same time, you need to start getting these points, and if you have ways to be able to defend from this, it might be a great answer in the right direction, but still, you got to be worried about those cards in hand. But at the same time, Ezreal's kind of been struggling a little bit with having those cards in hand. So a stacked deck is going to be very much helping out here on trying to get some more answers into your hand, trying to get things going. Again, that is a really big Aurelia right there. I too love just blasting a giant paste of Aurelia. I mean, really, if you're looking to drive views up, that's how you do it. They've had some big technical difficulties so far this go around, so how you doing? All right. So anyway, maybe I bring Aurelia tonight. Maybe I bring Aurelia. I suck so much with Aurelia. I do. But it looks like they are going to be switching scenes and trying to go back to normal. Oh, there's the Aurelia on top of me now. Okay, or under me now. Check DMs, he says. Ugh, I don't want to. Kind of hoping there is effect something of in combat tap Vex to reduce the cost of a spell by 1 and a rune would be good, but I don't think she would have the conquer pay 1 to ready ability. Yeah, definitely, definitely. And so here we go. Let's see what Tara is able to say. I'll join you for a bit if you want to pick me up. Okay, 1 second. All right, so here we go. What's up? Let me actually get you your audio. There we go. Now I can hear you.
Buenos dias.
Welcome, welcome. Good to have you. And wow, I go downstairs for a second and the whole board state changes.
Yeah, no, I was freaking out, dude. You were missing it.
Dang, okay, well, that's what ends up happening. But it's Double Rasa there with a Mind Splitter and Ezreal, and here we go. We have a game just like that. Holy crap, though. They have had some technical difficulties going on.
Yeah, I see. Where are you watching this, by the way? Where are you watching?
On Twitch.
Okay. Are you subbed to them? Or have you not hit an ad yet?
I don't think they're running ads on their broadcast.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure they're not. But yeah, guys, this is... Oh, he got scared and ran, Tara? All right.
Yeah? Who put that? Ban him. Who put that?
Yeah, that's an auto ban right there. So, nah, good to have you here, and glad I don't have to talk to myself for the whole day either, so...
I know that's how we prefer to hear you talk, but I guess we'll, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely get it. So...
Yeah, I was watching your first part of this, and man, it intrigued me so much I had to jump in. This is actually a crazy matchup. I love watching Ezreal Aurelia because it feels like there's so much happening at once, like the whole game.
Yeah, well, and that's the crazy part. And now we're seeing the Rosses come in and things like that. And it's interesting, too, because there's been a lot of kind of deck tech where people are debating on even just how many Rosses to even run. And a lot of times it's like, you know, even what Alan, I think, only runs one in his list.
Really?
I think so. I think in his list. Let me pull it up. I think he only ran one. So we'll see. Israel.
Oh, I was like, why are we looking at Dylan's armpit right now? What's going on with the camera?
Okay, no. Looks like that Alan opted in for 2 Rasas, 1 Thousand Tail, 1 Mind Splitter, and 3 Vex. So, kind of interesting. That was his Bologna list that he had.
Oh, this is looking very vacant to last game. The positioning we're in.
Yeah, no.
Nah.
Go for it.
The triple seals, though, has got to feel good on Ezreal. He had those out so early that just like looking at the state, he's able to play 20 cards a turn. And Aurelia's, you know, doing her thing.
Well, and that's kind of the hard part here sometimes, though, is if you're able to find the seals, that's great. But if it's at the cost of you're not also finding your draw spells, it really sucks. And that can set you back so far. But luckily, he has been able to find the called shots and those kinds of answers. And so luckily...
Hello, Rebuke.
So we'll see, but... someone turned off the lights in the facility. Looks like Dylan is
What
black
the
now.
heck? Every 5 minutes, the lights turn off. You have 30 seconds to play in the darkness, and if anyone makes a mistake, you get to call them out for cheating.
Yeah, exactly. If you can catch them, it's like, wait, how many cards did you have in hand, my dude?
Yeah, not 20.
Yeah.
I can tell you that right now.
So, I mean,
Where'd that deck come from?
This is still going to be a big exchange, though. On the move, though, being able to get a discipline going down, that's going to be adding. So it's 7-7, but a rebuke is going to be coming in saying, nah, I'm good. And that's going to be a scoop.
That's tough.
Well, and that's something that, like, that I've been talking about on stream a little bit, too, is that the longer the game goes, the better Ezreal gets. And that's really the power that Ezreal is able to bring to the meta.
There's also like this teeter-totter where if you play versus slower decks and you get Stellacorn out turn 1, you don't have to ever play anything else. You just draw and you score and you win. But towards Ezreal, that deflect on Aurelia is so important that things like this rebuke, him having 3 seals, able to have as many runes to deflect by this point of the game because he's never deflected the entire match. Like all of these things just kind of like eat together to kind of give Ezreal a chance in the end game. If early game you maybe just say, screw the Stelly, you play off of the Aurelia and make them deflect, you maybe have a better chance late game, but it's tough.
Yeah, no, I can definitely agree with you there on that. And so, and that's got to be one of the biggest plays, too, that gave Aurelia such an advantage was that you were rebuking the Vexes before having to go in. And you thought that you had the safety net, and then just like that, boom, all of a sudden it's gone, you know, kind of thing. And so that's going to be interesting to see how game 3 ends up going, because we were able to see what Aurelia is able to do with a Stellacorn Herder that is able to run rampant, and then an Ezreal that's been able to get to the late game. And so now in game 3, we'll see what ends up happening.
The good news is it is Aurelia going first, and that's like a miles difference for her, especially if she's using Stellacorn very, very early. She's going to have the 3... What do you know if Obelisk came out yet? I wasn't paying attention.
I don't think Obelisk has come out yet.
For Aurelia?
I don't think so. I'm not sure if I saw that game 1. I know a lot of people do like to play that game 1.
Yeah, it's a good opener, and you would think she would play it on her go second if she didn't run it on her opening. But if she doesn't have it here, it could be something just like GA Stelly, and then we play forward.
Yep.
But if we do have that extra rune, we could consider some very interesting, maybe boots into a Stelly GA, or maybe GA into Aurelia.
Yeah, but I mean that's going to be the hard part, because even if you do have a lot of these advantages going, it's still going to depend on who can get the card draw better, and that's the hard part is Ezreal, when he finds those called shots, those stack decks, it can be just such a big advantage where it's like, does it even matter what Aurelia has to be able to respond with? So we'll see as we get into game number 3. Looks like that they are finally done sighting, and we'll see what is able to be done now.
We're off to the races, boys.
Oh, and you're right. Double obelisk.
Yep. Holy moly! Now we're looking at GA into Aurelia, and it's going to be tough for Ezreal, in my opinion.
I think so, because I mean, even if you don't necessarily have the ability to start with even like a Stellacorn herder or things like that, or actually no, that's not double. Is that? Yeah, that is double obelisk. Okay,
yep,
they were switching.
Double obelisk.
Yeah, because it was confusing.
I thought it was
when they
sigil
said
too.
Yeah. Oh, but going in with the Vex to start. So.
Oh wow.
Maybe a little bit of a momentum shift there. I mean, Aurelia could also be a very vital or a very pivotal choice there too.
It's another one of those things. It's like if you use your Aurelia now, then the opponent's focusing more on how to get rid of her and get around deflect. And Vex can be a great finisher for when he has a handful of spells and untapped runes. Right now, he's still drawing. So he's not going to play as many spells as he would normally play. And if he does, it's not going to be in combat because he has time to play around it. Whereas if we're Aurelia here, even not Excel, just putting the GA on her, next turn is immediately a concern. He can't stack points. He can't score. He's got to pay deflect, no Call of the Week access. So I just think Vex is probably better mid to late, and maybe you drop your Aurelia early if you have GA.
Okay, no, that's a good point. It looks like is going to be equipping over to the Vex, so hopefully it has a little bit of a longer life here than what you can expect with Ezreal. But this is, again, like what you said, probably going to just be a rebuild turn. We're seeing another Ezreal coming in, discarding the Morbid to be able to draw 2. But even still, it's looking like, yeah, he is preparing for battle. But the hard part is, it's like, you got to be very careful about how you go about doing that.
Yeah, it's real easy to lose tempo from this stage of the game, especially if you let her have a point lead and you're not able to contest because she's just bigger than you are.
So it looks like the Vex is going to be sliding into those DMs of Obelisk of Power, trying to get a point on the board. Then again, we were able to see how big the Charms were able to do here, and opting to pick a Ravenbloom student. Why do you think that is?
I think it's just because Ravenblooms can get to maybe 6, 7, 8, 9 with Ezreal deck, and he's what are we at, 6 runes now? So it's very likely that Ravenbloom can get to a number that beats Vex, whereas Ezreal's are relying on something like maybe a repeated Frigid Touch before going in, things like that. He's just got to play more cards to get the combo moving. Plus, if you get one Ezreal, I mean, he still has the other. He's still going to be able to discount his repeats.
Yep, that's true. And then, I mean, on top of that, now we got the Mind Splitter coming in. Probably one of the better answers to be able to have at this point in the game, being able to see what's in Aurelia's hand, but maybe, I don't know, what could you even have for 2 to, maybe getting rid of a spell? No, there's really, oh, we finally get to see
that in the game.
We get to see that Oliver has blonde hair, something that we haven't seen this entire match.
Yeah.
So we'll see what ends up happening there. But it looks like, yeah, the Discipline is going to be going in. Good reaction there to the ability of Mind Splitter, and then is going to be revealing the hand after this. Interesting board state, and kind of liking that we have, you know, some temporary going on in the hand. I mean, at this point, Tara, what would you be picking?
I mean, we're kind of not liking this hand. Our hand's very slow. We're not showing any well interaction past this point. So we might take Flash just to kind of make it to where we can start clearing up some of these minions he has in hand. We don't care too much about fading. If he rips a Mind Splitter out with a fading memory, sure, we'll probably have scored and killed a unit off of it first, since it has to be at a battlefield. So yeah, it'll probably be Flash just so he can't save these minions over and over.
Yep. So I mean, we'll see, but that's going to be a lot of hand knowledge there too. So.
Did you just get a peek at Ezreal's hand?
I did not.
I think I saw Stupefy, Rebuke, and 2 minions, so instantly able to cantrip into the rest of his deck and still have more units. No. Just based off of these hands, it's looking very Ezreal pilled to me.
Yep. Well, and that's going to be the hardest part too. It's like when Aurelia gets a bad hand, essentially, it can sometimes be very difficult to try to get back into this game and try to fix your hand. Whereas, if you get a bad hand with Ezreal, okay, cool. As soon as I see a stacked deck or a called shot, I fix my hand almost immediately.
Here's the problem, too, with 2 Vexes out, and we're still not using the Aurelia. I mean, if he plays a Stellacorn, it's immediately at risk to Singularities. He's able to draw his entire deck. He hasn't spent any runes, so he can look for these seals. Arcane Shifts are coming up. He's actually throwing that one to the back. Interesting. Did I see him choose a Raven Bloom over Arcane Shift, or was that tripping? Rebuke, Wages. What was that card he just chose over? Oh, I think it was Rocket Barrage.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense too, especially
that makes
taking out
sense.
a Guardian Angel.
Yeah, now we could Rocket Barrage. We know no other gears in hand. We set up for a Singularity play the following turn, take both Vexes out, and then what do you do as Aurelia?
Yeah, there's not much, especially knowing what's already in hand. You don't have a lot of spell selection to be able to utilize, even with the Stellacorn Herder. We know that there's one in hand, but there's not much that you're able to do if you don't have any spells to be able to ready it and select it. So tough situation here, but looks like the Ezreal is going to be committing with a Ravenbloom student. And again, this is looking really good for Dylan.
Yeah, with 2 Vexes, you pretty much expect to not be able to play anything in combat next turn, unless, I mean, he's gonna hold that 6 runes up and say, well, I'll pay the extra. I have nothing else to do.
Yep, and he's only seen 1 seal so far, but still the rune count has been incredibly high. This is also maybe one thing that I've been testing in my Aurelia too, is running even just 1 seal. Because sometimes even just that 1 seal can make such a difference in the longevity of your rune count.
Yeah, and with the, I mean, we don't know if this is going to change following bans, but with the high popularity of Miracle decks, I find 1-ofs are like almost acceptable because there's so many Swan Warrens going around.
Yep.
You can almost always pitch and change it. And then, like you said, I mean, it's never bad to have 1 seal.
So, especially in how power hungry both of these decks are, you know, it's like, all right, if I can mitigate that to where I'm not setting myself back an entire turn of rune count wise, that I'm still able to utilize that, it makes such a big difference. And so still has an Aurelia in the backfield too, but I mean, you're looking at just the card draw difference here. But still, at the same time, I mean, we still were able to see what the Vex was able to do, taking both battlefields, going up to 4. And it's like, if you have answers, ways to be able to deal with the Mind Splitter and things like that, it can be a very difficult situation for Dylan, even with the cards in hand, to try to come back into this game.
want to say he just grabbed a Fizz.
Yeah, such a powerful card.
We're looking at 2 Rebukes in hand, too, so it's not like we're lacking of options. And we're definitely not lacking of runes, because this will be the 2nd game in a row I've seen that Aurelia sit in Champ Zone the whole time.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, the Aurelia in and of itself is just so powerful, not only with the deflect, but the fact that it also doesn't have a power cost. That alone, to me, is such a big difference maker, just the fact that it has no power.
Has Aurelia picked up any charms or, I mean, not charms, defies? Nope. No defy. That feels bad.
That hurts, especially now that there is no ganking any longer. So even if you do end up losing.
Did we take the boots there? Is that the right choice?
I think that is,
I mean,
because you can still run into the Vex, and especially knowing the hand. Even if it was a hand from 2 turns ago.
Okay, yeah, we do. That's pretty big.
Now, is there going to be hard bargain? Nope, looks like it is going to go through. Still a chance for a review.
3,
and there's
3 purple.
Not so fast. No!
Wait.
There is no not so fast.
Wait, he just used, he only paid 2 purples. He only bought him 2 purples just then. He needed to bottom 3.
Oh, shoot. I think, are they correcting? No.
No, I don't think anybody, he did it so fast nobody caught it, but I watched him put 2 out and bottom it.
Gotcha. Dang. Yep, that's it. That's an easy mistake to make.
All right, chat, free Buke. Everybody start putting it. Free Buke.
Yep, definitely. And unfortunately, that Defiant Dance, however powerful that it is, it's like, sorry, by the way, it just was essentially wasted here. And so, or did he tap the seal for the 3rd one?
Did he?
I'm not sure. I thought it was already tapped, but there was a comment.
Yeah, I thought it was tapped. It could be. I could be wrong. Maybe. Hold on. I can rewind the VOD.
Okay. Rewind. You see.
No, I can't rewind the VOD. I'm watching on Twitch, and I'm not their sub. All right, we'll do it later.
Yep.
We'll figure it out.
Yep.
Save the free Bukes, everybody.
Hold back.
Give them the benefit of the doubt. Hold back.
So.
Well, calm down, everybody.
But here we go again, still with the Guardian Angel being again able to be utilized here, moving into the Raven Bloom. Yeah, it's multiple are saying it looks like they used Seal for the 3rd power there. So another Rebuke, though, coming in, and that is going to be bringing it back. Already, though, Dylan very well could be going up to 6 now, if that's the case. But the Stellacorn Herder's immediately going to be moving in. This might be a bit of a desperation move because you just got to be able to take that battlefield.
Right, so now we're looking like it's an Aurelia game.
I mean, gotta say, though, that still having to encounter both of those rebukes is something that can really set back Aurelia. So even still, having the rune count, if anything, to be able to continue to answer back with those Vexes, with those units, that Guardian Angel, very much a big difference maker there. And now you've taken care of the Mind Splitter. You've faced 2 rebukes and still lived to tell the tale. This is looking good.
Not looking too shabby.
Okay.
Ezreal kind of deramped himself all in one turn with the Vexes.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and he did.
We still see another rebuke.
Oh, a 3rd rebuke! Holy crap!
This is from Fizz, and that should be recycled.
Yeah.
You put that hoe right in the grave. All right.
There we go. There we go.
It's okay. I do it too.
Yeah, we all do it. I have to tell Tara all the time. I'm like, dude, you're breaking the rules, and he's like,
not true.
I don't even care. I don't even care, Silent. You're a guaranteed win anyway. So.
Fake news. Fake news.
So. No, this is coming down to it, though. I mean, we're at 46 seconds left. This could end in a tie. That's the hardest part here. And a factory recall, another great way to be able to set back the Aurelia player a little bit. But you gotta be worried about going to turns here, because Aurelia could start to just get the points needed to be able to go to 7 and then 8 by the time it's turn 3 here. Ooh, a hidden card. So it looks like at this point, Oliver is going to be turn 0. Now, it depends on if they go off of the round timer, because I know sometimes when you're on cast, the actual starting of turn 1 is a little bit different than what you actually have based off the clock.
Right.
That's why I wish they had a die counter for it on screen or something to let us know when turn 0 officially starts. But this is going to be the hard part, because we got to just go in and try to stay ahead here. And so again, here we go, playing out the same exact cards, trying to activate for some movement here. The Aurelia is going to be utilized here to send into the obelisk. Is there going to be a response from Ezreal? He doesn't have the rune count to really have any response.
Yeah, I don't know what we could be looking for. Arcane Shift is interesting. It's not going to get us out of this predicament.
Mm-hmm.
We could perhaps replay Fizz and grab something from Grave, push our way up to 7, and then try to hold both points. He only has 6 runes next turn, so it's unless he has a 1 mana cost spell, he shouldn't be able to gank both. And without boots, he won't have that option anyway. But it does look like Ezreal might clear the Stellacorn out.
Yeah, so that's going to be a big play. And then if there's anything to try to do some damage in the backfield, I'm not sure that there actually is at this point. He would have to repeat Bellows, and it still has the -2 on it until the end of turn. So if he's able to Bellows, then it could be over at that point.
Going for Raza. So we're pretty much saying that we're going to hold our point. No more trickery.
Ooh.
We can play an Aurelia and then have 1 mana up, so that's not looking optimal, which means we have to kind of work with this Stellacorn we have on board. And without boots, again, it's going to be really hard for us to get over both and through this hidden card.
Yeah, because
I think an Arcane Shift, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean that's going to be the hardest part too. It's like if there is any, I mean what even would be the face down card? A fight or flight?
It could be the Wages of Pain as well that I think that we saw him in hand with. I don't know if he ever ended up using it, which means he's ready to Wages the Stellacorn and then Arcane Shift Ezreal to the other point and say, hey, you can't get over this with anything. Not with this mana.
No, and that's going to be the hard part, especially with what is lacking in hand. And it really comes down to either Ezreal wins or Aurelia wins, because he has to take both or Ezreal wins.
Yeah, we're not even worried about turns anymore. All we want to see is what's in that hand, Aurelia.
Just show it to the camera. You don't have to show it to Dylan. Just show it to us. We'll keep the secret. So
shake your head yes or no. Do you have this?
But it looks like he's going to be moving in. That's going to be 3-3, but on the move, going to at least maybe draw a card. Now could... Oh, Oliver wears glasses, guys. You've seen it. Okay.
Discipline?
Discipline. That's going to be a step in the right direction. Aurelia is then going to be activated to ready up, going to 5. And that's going to be another very vital card draw here.
Yo, Trezoni, thank you for the sub, my man. Silent Knight's doubled for sound. Hold on, let me...
Wow.
I thought you guys wanted to just hear him louder. Let me listen back.
So this is still going to be 3 damage. That's a lot there. There has to be a Defiant hand. Otherwise, this is pretty much over. It all comes down to this. And even if not, there's still 4 runes at the ready with 3 cards in hand. This has been such a grind and a thrilling match to be able to watch. Gosh, and he has so many cards in hand, but I don't think he has the answers. And sometimes I do wish that we could hear what they were saying to each other. That would be nice. But all the same, it's all coming down to this. You are at 5-3 right now, but it is a trade with the Wages of Pain.
All right, I guess I fixed the double sound thing. I don't know how that happened. I don't know what's going on. True enough, you sounded like a Egyptian god. You were like, "Ah." Appreciate that, Trezoni.
Surprised no one else said that on your stream first. They were just like, ah, well, you know, that's just how silence sounds, I guess.
Yeah, it's accurate.
So, but man, I mean, he's really thinking over on this turn. He does have like a ride the wind, so if he goes over to the other battlefield, but you don't want to be using that readied up. That's the hard part. Dang, this is a tough situation.
We're still in this game? What the hell?
He's really debating on, you missed nothing figuring out that double. So it looks like we are going to be moving back at that point. So the Wages of Pain will not be dealing that damage, but then he only has 2 runes left up. And so going to be drawing a card on the move. But he's going to have to move back in, try to take this battlefield. And he can't get both. I don't see how he can get both.
I mean, there's not a way possible. I mean, we could ride the wind from here, and it's still not enough.
And so going to be getting the
We're
fizz.
we're flickering fizz?
Yep.
Oh, wait, wages.
So that's 6 damage that's could potentially be coming in, and that's going to be the game. Man.
He did have ride.
What? Yeah, he did have ride and stuff. Very well done there. But unfortunately, just the rune count wasn't quite there. If he would have been able to, if the hidden card just wasn't there, Dylan probably would have lost that. Because you would have been able to get that exchange. But still, that's the power. Ezreal's able to build the hand that he wants, essentially, and then go out and dish out some answers.
Look, he's trying not to smile right now. He's trying not to smile. I see that smile going. He's trying not to smile.
I mean, that was a grind of a match. And again, it really could come back to the mentalness that is demanding of that game. When you're sitting there and it was a very dominant Aurelia game 1. And it's like, oh, gosh, all right, well, you know, this is pretty much over. Or at least that's what it can feel like sometimes, you know?
It's Blevins?
Blevins is casting.
Oh.
Yeah, they got 4 different casters this go around, so they've been rotating between them.
Sylveon says, I went to Nexus Night and got Detonate Draven 3 times. Hey, that's what I plan to do to my to my skirmish.
Your guys' Nexus Nights are brutal because it's like at my Nexus Night, I went against Rek'Sai round 1, Ari round 2, and mid-range Draven round 3. We actually have a pretty diverse meta. I think we have like 4 Azirs that come, 3 Kaisas, about 4 Aurelias. We have a pretty diverse meta. Not a lot of people playing Miracle even.
My locals hates me. I think I'm the only person. I was the only meta slave in set 1, and so by the end of set 1 and coming into set 2, I converted everybody in the store. Everybody was playing the deck they liked until I just walked in with Kaisa 8 times in a row. And then we had just Victors, Kaisas, and Annies for the rest of the set.
Dude, Victor is a lot of fun.
Ah,
It is.
all right, prison player. Wait, it's LND Megan.
Yeah.
It's the boy. This can't be going on right now.
No,
They're not.
They're showing the last one in Orlando.
I was about to say, yeah. That's the homie right there. We got to get to hang out with him a little bit in Vegas.
Yeah. What a nerd. No. He was awesome.
What a nerd.
I give everyone a hard time in our group. But
you had 5 people day 2 Vegas and one guy won best of. Congratulations to him. Which legend was it? You know, Silent Night was in our group and he won best of content creators.
Yeah, that's about the only thing I won.
So I mean, you know what I'm saying? Sit down, peasants.
Lesson learned: do not switch decks a week before a regional. That was, and don't see 4 Auroras in a day. Holy crap! I was I the only one in our group that went against an Aurora?
I had 1 Aurora Siver and I swapped her.
That was the only one I actually won. Was the Aurora? That was a Sivir Aurora, but man, I went against 1 Sivir. I went against the best of Volley Bear Aurora round 1.
Jeez.
And then I went against 2 MF Auroras.
You didn't play against Nick Danger on Volley Aurora, did you?
No. It was E3 TCG.
E3T. That's right. Dr. Rick Marshall played against Nick Danger on Volley Aurora too. I think another online competitive goer.
Yeah, there was a couple of people. I know Ed Chu. He's a big Lorcana competitor. He was at the Riftbound match. He was on stream, I think, round 3 with his Volley Bear Aurora. So really interesting. So many people picking Volley Bear.
Hey, but you know what I'm saying? I know y'all heard about that ex-Lorcana player, the Turkey Master. He may not have won anything in the main event, but hey, he was the winner of the ticket receiver for Atlanta. I'm just saying. And what team was he on? Oh, yeah, ours. Ours. Okay. All right.
Do you even have a team name, Tara? Do you?
Technically on 2 teams.
Oh.
One's a practice team, and it's the Bandle boys. So it's BBL, Bandle Blitz Lovers, and then I'm with sponsored wise, I'm with the M&M Misplay Mafia, the Portal team.
Ooh, sponsored. So they give you like a firm handshake every match you go to, or?
Yeah, they slap me on the ass after every match and say, good game. Somebody's got to do it.
Yep. You know, we got to celebrate those small victories, you know. That's just how it is. Nah, that's really cool. And so, and that's the biggest thing is I just posted a video on how to take your game to the next level because I asked that on X to see what people said. And it was really interesting. We had some really good responses. You know, Randy, No Veggies. We had some really big competitors, and a lot of them were saying a lot of it relies on your playtest group.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100,000%. Whoever you play with and surround yourself with kind of determines, like, what you learn, who you're playing your games against. Honestly, like, some people will sit and have just one partner, which could be great, but the people that are locked in with one don't really get the variety of practice and tend to lose matchups that they're just not familiar with. So having like a good medium-sized group with a spread out variety and all players who are like locked in trying to be just as competitive and just as successful, it just like fosters success.
Yeah.
Which I think is why I did before the game had even launched, all of the online players that had formed their own little groups, you know, LNB, the Bandle people, Rift Labs, everybody, you kind of just like could taste the formula from them. You'd see 6 or 7 people on different decks, literally pushing the stats out, having so much knowledge and information of what's going to be good in each scenario. You just can't get that by yourself. It's not like a thing that you can, I mean, you could, but your brain's going to be so fried and you're not even sure if it's going to work because you have nobody to be like, yeah, this worked for me too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and that I think is going to be probably one of the biggest things there is play testing is everything. And you know, sometimes it comes down to you pick a deck and you stick with it. Because even having those kinds of reps... Did the stream end?
I'm watching an ad right now.
How are you watching?
Even though you told me there were no ads.
Nah, there are no ads. Not
I've seen
for
two this
content
stream.
creators. Just so you know. So if you're
Huh. Did the stream end? Because I can't hit play.
It's a black screen right now for me. Are they making a
What the
new
hell?
one? Yeah.
GG, did stream die?
Yeah. Man, they've been having some technical difficulties on all this.
Power went out again. That's what happened.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I'm going to be curious. We have a lot of stuff that's going to be starting to be revealed on Monday for Unleashed. That's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see what's brought there. But yeah, I think that's going to have a huge impact on things. I mean, we've already seen the Baron Nashor be revealed. I mean, that's Tara's favorite card. He's already blown it up into a body pillow.
Oh yeah, I hope I get a legend too. I want to rock Baron the Legend.
That would be cool. That would be cool because we we didn't necessarily have that, but we had like the Elder Dragon and Runeterra, and that was a lot of fun. But that card was so broken they banned it, so you know, it is what it is.
Oh, Baron doesn't have the champion tag. Did somebody just pointed that out?
Oh, that's
damn, dude, you just broke my fucking heart, bro. I've been thinking about that this whole time. No, my dreams are crushed. Because, like, I was thinking, if we get a Baron, then we'll get a Dragon, and then the Dragon champion could make a Dragon deck, because everybody's like, oh, let's do Dragon Volley, but no, fuck that, do Dragon.
Well, and my guess is we are gonna, because there's 220 cards, 219 cards of this set. My guess is that we are getting every dragon, the Elder Dragon and all the other ones. And then we might even be getting some of like the jungle units, which could also be really interesting.
Somebody said power outage at venue. Is that real? I was joking.
Yeah, we were joking
real,
about that. That's hilarious. That's sad. Well, guys, that might be it.
What are we at someone's grandma's house, like filming this? Like, where is this shit taking place?
Apparently, it was at a venue, but we'll see. That's oops.
Interesting.
No,
well, I guess we can watch Silent Night. Watch Silent Night talk to myself.
Yeah.
Let me go to YouTube. Let me get your facial expressions in.
So yeah, that's gonna be. I mean, it'll be interesting. We're still gonna be refreshing to hopefully get back at this, but
dang.
Yeah, I think they're probably just going to be scrambling and trying to get things going, but let's see what Plus is doing.
Do we know how many rounds it is? Like, was there like is it 8 today or 5?
9 today.
What are they?
9 today.
9?
Which is crazy because, yeah, they have 300 competitors.
Huh? We had 1,700. We did 7 or 8 in one day.
We did 8 in one day, and then what? Up to round 13, day 2 before Top Cup, and that was into top 8.
We did 9 in Houston.
Yeah, but Houston had top 64, and so it was a little easier to get into that top 64. But
I think it was only top 32 in Houston.
Was it? No, because Gale Wins, I thought, lost in top 64.
Was it? I thought round 1 was 32, round 2 was 16, and then after 2 matches we were in top 8, and then it was the top 8 play.
Yeah.
Because was it 1 extra round? I could be wrong, but I think I remember when I was
actually
we were watching
there.
for Prismat. Yeah, we were watching for Prismat to make it through.
Hmm.
I think Gale made it to. He won his first game of day 2 and then lost the second game. And where did he place?
Because I thought he was like in the 40s.
Hmm.
Because he got the best of Yasuo.
We'll have to ask him.
Yeah. So we'll see. But right now, it doesn't look like that the stream is quite coming back yet. We're still refreshing and hoping. Let me check X to see if they've posted anything. At least it happened after a game. So that's good.
While we wait, let Silent tell you about this Quadcast S. I think I've had that same mic.
Yeah, the hard part is it's like I've got so many different mics, but the hard part is it's like I got the Rode here, and the hard part is on screen, especially with it being a stick mic, it takes up just so much space. This one's good, but it picks up every sound around, which really sucks. Because my laptop sounds like a plane taking off. It's like the middle of a pod race or something. You know? And so I was like, you know what? This is on sale. It was like $100 instead of near $200. I was like, you know, I like it. And it lights up.
I like this. Oh, Mary says Houston was top 64. My friend made it to day 2 and lost to Allen. In Houston, yeah. I was 6'3" for Houston. So, you know, I wouldn't know about that day 2 life.
Yeah.
You know. I hit so many Aurora. You want to talk about hitting Auroras? That was my Houston run. And that was when I was on Kaisa, and you did not want to see Aurora.
Nope. Let's see. PP.
You have the standings right here. Are they still playing in the dark?
I gotta see, because I'm looking at PPG Pittsburgh.
So 5 rounds have been played so far?
Yeah, and we're looking at 4 more to go.
Oh, we're back.
Oh, we're back. Yay. Nice. Okay.
Oh, my God. You might be right. What's up with their camera, bro?
Uh-oh. Let's take a look.
There's like one of them looks like it fell in water.
I mean, it probably did. Oh, yeah, that was the same issue that they had. And Andrew is now going to be going against player 1. So, I mean, feel bad. I don't know why his parents decided that was the name, but they did.
Yeah, it probably never even gave him the first controller either.
Yeah, and that neckbeard game is strong. Even with the
I can't even see it yet. I'm watching an ad about Uncrustables.
I don't know how I'm avoiding ads. Maybe I followed them before, and they're like, yeah. But kind of crazy. At least they have a screen a little bit. So, and we get to see some more gameplay. Now, we did see Andrew a little bit earlier, so I'm kind of surprised that he's already back on stream. I mean, this is going to be our third Ezreal in a row. Which is they're showing 4-0 here, like this is still the previous round. They're so slow to update sometimes.
Yeah, I don't even hear casters. I don't even think they got the sound back online yet. They just got the video.
Yep, so at least they got the video. That's a big thing.
It's very true. I mean, somewhat. We got like 1.5 video. 1.5.
I mean, better than sometimes the crotch shot of the play. That happened in Andrew's round, where the camera like shifted over, and you could only see half of the battlefields, and then the crotch of the player as he's just playing, you know. And it's like, all right, cool.
I wish that would happen. I wish that would happen to me.
Oh, viewership would plummet at that point.
Viewership would rise, buddy. Viewership would skyrocket. And my audience would turn 97% female. I hope.
It's like that's how you get new people into the game right there.
Sure, yeah, they're like, what is he playing? I want to join.
Whoa, did we just blip to a board state?
Huh? Hold on. They just played 8 cards? What happened here? Wait, are we still playing fucking Ezreal Aurelia? What's going on? Dude, we're traveling through time right now. I can actually see their browser, whoever is streaming this is browser over Wages of Pain. I can almost make out their IP address.
Holy, this is such a weird situation, but it is what it is. Here we are.
Is this real? It's a long hair. It must be mine.
Yeah.
Just get Twitch
This
Turbo,
is-
no ads on the whole platform.
Yeah, next level play right there. So this is going to be interesting, though, to see what Aurelia is able to do. I mean, we've already seen an Ezreal that's been able to do a lot. This time, of course, we are opting into an Aurelia earlier into the game, so we'll see.
Wait,
if-
we're playing the deck?
Yeah, so we'll see what ends up happening, but as of right now, Ezreal does have a board state already developed, but with 5 runes left up from Aurelia, that can sometimes be a little bit dangerous.
I just think that this Aurelia player knows what's up. You know what I'm saying? That deflect text, very, very important. And it almost looks like the Ezreal possessioned the Vex over, because no Vex on the side of Aurelia's board, but it's going to be mighty scary for Ezreal to have.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there. And then on top of that, we have the Obelisk game 1, so it looks like that Jaizen ended up going with the Obelisk there. And that's a pretty common play, because you already know that your opponent is going to be utilizing their Obelisk. It's such a common battlefield at this point. And so it's like, well, if you can capitalize on that twice in a match, that is such an advantage. It's like, hey, by the way, can I just play Called Shot for free?
A little bit of free Buke.
You got to be careful with that. A lot of these competitors have been going into starting to draw their cards before checking if there is a Defy or anything. And so I think there's been 2 times where that's happened. So, but even as of right now, it looks like it is 7-5. So we're going to be doing a Frigid Touch. That is going to be repeated. So that is going to be -4. That still is, though, a Deflect 2 there.
Like who? Oh.
And it's
See,
like,
this is what I'm talking about. Aurelia has way more runes than they had in the previous game, set up with Protect the President, double gear on board. We almost don't even care about them having a Vex, because, well, maybe we do. Did he just pay 2 for Discipline? It needs to be 3 and a green, buddy.
Yep, and I'm sure he's checking on that. Yep, 3 and a green. There we go. That is costly, but at least you get the card draw. And also adding +3. So...
See, here's the thing. With Aurelia's ability, getting the extra +1 from it almost makes it worth it.
Almost.
Draw a card +3
Oh,
for one, and
that is
there's nothing wrong with that.
that is way too late of a play to be tapping for Ezreal. It's like that Frigid Touch has been gone a whole 30 seconds. But it looks
I
like
wonder.
looks like trying to dig a little deeper. Another Called Shot coming in, trying to get any answers. I mean, heck, at this point, how do you not find one? And it looks like he easily has found one.
Trey Zoney says that you hit it on the nail on the head with not waiting for Called Shot stack deck. He got reprimanded, and now he has to wait for the go from the opponent.
Oh.
That happens, man.
You got to be so careful with that, especially because it's like, well, and we don't necessarily go against a lot of green, you know? So a lot of times it's like, oh, yeah, let's just go for it. And I'll even, like, tease my opponent a little, not, like, horribly, but, like, a little bit where it's like, hey, I might have hard bargain. He's like, oh, yeah, sorry. I'm like, I don't, but keep going, you know, kind of thing.
I never said that. Every time any play happens, I go, hold on. No, okay, you're good.
So, if I'm going against a friend, I'll always joke with him, and I'll just be like, hard bargain, and I'll just say it. And it's so funny how many times they just accept me saying hard bargain. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, it's good. And I'm like, dude, I haven't even played the... kind
Dude,
of
I'll
thing.
tap the runes and everything.
Nah, I don't tap the runes. I just see if they actually just take the word for it, like me just saying hard bargain.
Nah, my friends, if they're playing against me, I won't even be green, and I'll tap and say defy. They never do it, though.
Yep. Oh, but
That's why I never defy.
that's going to be a big loss right there.
Yeah, losing the GA is one thing. I do see second boots in Aurelia's hands, so she kind of would rather not have to lose the only thing keeping Aurelia alive. 4 runes left up, though. I don't think he's gonna have a cheap option to deal with her. I see a Defiant Dance. I mean, we're handful of buff, but we have nothing to protect the president. Oh, was that a second Aurelia I saw, though? So we don't care what happens to this one.
Yeah. It's expendable. We have 2 presidents.
That's what I like to see. You know, I was always telling the Aurelia players this before Vegas. There was a lot of people that was just wanting one copy, which I get if you're trying to play with like Purple Draven or Vex, and there's like these other guys you want to play, but having 2 or 3 Aurelias and your opponent like expending way too much to take care of one for you to just go, man, play the second one from my hand.
Yep.
So that could just win you whole games.
And then, well, here I go killing again. And just...
However, this is a mighty big board from Ezreal. Mighty big board. We're looking at 15 on one side. Aurelia's going to have to burn 3 buff spells to get over that. And then he still has Arcane Shift that... Ooh, imagine he Arcane Shifts Vex to the other battlefield and then makes him pay more for anything in the fight. Then you look at it and you go, oh, I hate life.
Yeah, that would be a play. That would be a play. That's even a line that I didn't even necessarily think about. This is why you have a playtest group with Terra, because he finds the lines you won't think of.
It'd be scary. But again, like Aurelia could just play around it here by pre-buffing. I mean, whatever you think you're going to have to play, you play beforehand. And you have to just consider that like Arcane Shift is either bringing Vex in or Ezreal or taking something out.
Yep.
And we still have no GA next turn.
Yep. And so again, though, we're gonna see what Andrew's able to do here. The nice part is again, if you can deal with the 1 or 2 Aurelias here, there's the Rebuke. Do you have a not so fast? But if you're able to deal with the very few units that are on board, then you are in such a great place. But those 2 units are always going to be very difficult to kill.
All right, we're tapping out. Are we perchance playing our second Aurelia, equipping boots and running it down? Or maybe just leaving her in the back line? We kind of lose from this position if we don't do something now. But again, Arcane Shift is still up for the Ezreal player. I don't think there is a way. He is readying it, though. He's going to try to get over her. He could just Arcane Shift Vex out. Next turn, attack over Aurelia, win the game. Like, I don't think there's very little. Oh, we just rebuke and win the game that way. Sure.
Oh, gosh, that is a setback. And I mean, you're more than happy to play those runes, really. That's not a huge loss, especially setting back an Aurelia like that. They are tapped out. You can now spend your turn, building your turn again, and then being able to continue to maintain just a very powerful board state here. And so very well done there. This is going to be a very much an uphill climb for the Aurelia player.
Yeah, Aurelia's going to have to double conquer to even threaten a win with Aspirant's Climb. So Ezreal has all the chances to really just pull back here, let him spin 5 runes plus to get Aurelia out, and then he'll only have about 3 runes to defend with. Oh, and he's not going to be able to defend from that much of a board. There's no way. I think this is Ezreal's game.
Yep. Well, and it looks like actually Andrew Duvall, he is an ex-world champion for Dragon Ball Super's Masters. So definitely a guy that knows the card game world and the strategy that it takes. And I mean, he's been able to play so incredibly well with his Ezreal deck, and you're able to see what it's able to do here. And it's like, all right, cool, you have an Aurelia. You're spending all of these runes to get things going, just so that you could potentially get 1 point and maybe have 3 runes to try to answer that board state. And watch, he's just going to go Fizz, Rebuke, win. Guaranteed, you know.
There's very little that can be done here. This is definitely an Ezreal match. The good news is since we're opening Aspirant's Climb, it kind of hurts the decks that want to stay under you. It kind of means, like, as a Raza deck, that we're going to have a little bit longer to develop. And Obelisk of Power pushes Ezreal a lot further towards getting 6 or 7 draws in a turn. Where for his Aurelia, she uses that mana advantage just to get a point lead on the opponent. Is it a beast below?
Yeah, he played it. We've seen him play it in round 3 versus Dizzy, sorry. And so, yeah, looks like that's going to be the scoop and the win. I mean, that is just such a powerful answer there from Andrew. Very well done. And, yeah, I mean, that double rebuke turn, that's insane.
Yeah, it's looking really good. It's one of those things. Ezreal has such a high skill ceiling that if you know your stuff and you know how to maneuver through the deck, you make it look like it's untouchable.
Yeah, and I mean, just gosh, that's, and again, I this is the thing that I think is a big difference maker is sometimes I feel like as competitors we are way too worried about the Aurelia deflect, and so we'll be like, we'll hold off. Yeah, we have like a fight or flight, a rebuke or something, but I don't want to have to sacrifice 3 runes for it, kind of thing. And it's like, well, that could really set them pretty far back, you know, and sometimes it's like, all right, you know, we need to be able to be more comfortable of playing into the Aurelia deflect, because that can make just such a big difference if you're able to find those answers.
Right. Is that Max from what's that podcast called? The one that Gale does?
Yeah.
That's not Max. That's Max?
I think, yeah, that's Max. I always say his name wrong. It's like Max Tempera,
Tempera, I think.
Tempera.
Yeah.
He's deep fried and loves
Surely that's wrong, but
well, that's the funny part,
Surely
because like when I first started making content for Riftbound, this was like 2 months before the game came out. I talked about one of his videos and was talking about the game, and he commented and he's like, "You said my name wrong." And I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Max." Like, I'm like, I'm just this new content creator. I don't know, man. I don't know. So, I mean, and he was nice about it and everything, and we've gotten together and ran games and stuff. It was funny though, because go for it.
No, I was gonna say I've seen him talk in the main Discord with the other content creators and stuff, but I haven't met him myself yet, I don't think.
Yeah, no, he's a really cool guy. He had a really good idea for gameplay videos where he would go against other content creators via webcam. But the reason why I don't do that kind of content is because I have to manually add in every single card, you know, so that people actually can read and know what's going on. And he didn't realize that it's about 3 hours per game of of editing cards, and if you don't have it automatically automated, like what Runes and Rift and Rift Labs does.
Yeah, that's why you haven't seen as much IRL content from me, like going to locals and stuff as well. As like the level that I would want it at is there's so much editing that would be involved. You guys wouldn't see that video till the next set.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing.
But you know.
Oh yeah, go for it.
No, I was gonna say, you know, Chai TCG.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chai. That's why. Recently I was watching some of Chai's videos, and I like the format that he does. Where he just has like the GoPro on his head. He's playing through the locals. He's not doing anything. He's not talking to the camera or anything during the match. He's playing it like the camera's not even there. And then he just goes back and then like adds text over certain parts. So that gives you like an idea of what he was thinking in that moment. And it eliminates the need, since it's a GoPro like format, it eliminates that kind of that kind of need. and you're looking at like you're looking at his perspective. You see his hand and stuff. It's almost got me convinced to buy a GoPro and do that.
Yeah. Oh, you would look so cool at locals wearing a GoPro on your hat. I mean,
they already think I'm a problem. If I show up with a GoPro, they're not even gonna want to talk to me anymore. They're gonna be like, oh, God, I think it's that guy. Fuck, and he's recording it. Oh my God. That's Chai TCG Trezoni. CHAI TCG. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, here's going to be a good start, though, going in with a sneaky deckhand to try to get into those DMs and get some early points going on. I mean, but you're already seeing the explosiveness that Andrew is able to get going here. Not only just getting a card sharp out, but also just the Ezreal play here.
Hey, what am I looking at right now on the Aurelia side? Like, what is that? Is that a Union Arena card? What's happening?
I'm not sure. Is that a...
It's not Aurelia, I can tell you that.
Not Aurelia.
That's not Aurelia, and I didn't know we could do that. And if we can sub cards...
Yeah, because we were talking with David when I was doing my Champions of the Rift tournament, and he said if you have different cards or like alt art cards and stuff like that, check with the head judge to see if they're cool with it. Because more often than not, they probably will be, and then you're able to use some alt arts.
That's not an alt art. I see 1,500 at the bottom left, and that we don't go that high in Riftbound. It did nothing.
Not yet. That's set.
But wait a minute. I think I see colors at the top left though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Am I tripping? What is this? Somebody please, like, can we get a blow up? Like, what is 1,500? I don't understand that, but I see colors.
Is this
Union
like
Anime
Arena?
Girl Aurelia?
Yeah. The quote down below just says "uwu."
He got rid of it.
I don't know.
What the fuck happened? And I noticed Aurelia on the other side of the mat. So that wasn't even like.
Oh yeah, Tara, what we need to do is getting those Ray-Bans, that come with the glasses, with the camera automatically built in. That's like some 4K stuff and
meta glasses.
Yeah, I wanted to get one just because like I do a lot of go-kart racing and stuff, and I used to be a sim racer before all of this, and it's like I wanted to start uploading like my go-kart races and start doing content like that, but I decided to do Riftbound, and it went okay. So, but,
you know what? I just had a beautiful idea. We get Silent Night to 10K subs on YouTube, and we'll do an IRL go-kart racing with some Riftbound content creators.
Ooh, that'd be kind of cool. Man, you wanted to ride the roller coaster with me, and then you're like, I'm too tired, man. I'm too tired.
That was not me. I did not. I was the whole weekend. I was like, we need to ride this. We need to go ride this roller coaster. We need to ride this roller coaster. And then, like, it's the only free time we have is after day 2 at like 10 o'clock at night.
Hey, Vegas
and nobody wants to go.
I wanted to go. Vegas is the city that never sleeps, and I was ready to ride that with you.
It was literally just me and you. It was just me and you. Everyone else in the B&B, it was me and Silent. There were like 8 of us there. And me and Silent were like, dude, let's go. Let's hit the city. We're trying to do some stuff. I wanted to hit the Omega Mart. I wanted to do some crazy stuff. Everyone in that B&B went, I'm tired. It's 10 o'clock. I think I'm going to go to sleep now. And then if you guys want to go, you can.
And then meanwhile, we have Brocane laughing his head off every 5 seconds if anyone just looks at him. I don't know what was going on with that.
You could not get him to stop laughing. Silent, I don't know what it was in that B&B, but Silent turned on some kind of how you guys see him over as a content creator. He turned into a feral form of that, and it was the funniest thing ever. So much so that I don't think Brocane could open his eyes for 4 hours straight. He's crying, it was a good time.
No, that was the funniest part is like, I do try to be professional and cordial and things like that, especially even when meeting people in person. But I don't know what it was, but when I met like you and Brocane in person, I went from like 0 to 100 on roasting, and it
He
just
became-
kept going and going. And you, but the hard part was you guys kept just setting yourself up with it, and so
Layup. No, it was like a comedy show. Honestly, I wish I did catch some of it on video. You guys will have to wait and see when the vlog drops from Vegas. But it was a good time. It was a good time.
it
I
was
think
a lot of fun.
some IRL collabs would be interesting.
That'd be really cool. Yeah, and so and let's see, after Atlanta, we have, what's the next one? Is it Hartford, Connecticut?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
for,
and then Canada.
Oh, do you think we could stay with Prismat?
Ooh. If so, I get to be Big Spoon.
It's crazy. Prismat's taller than both of us combined.
Yes, he is. But no, that'll be cool. I gotta get a job first. If I can get a job, then I'll definitely get going on that. That'd be
You hear
so
that,
cool.
Riot? You hear that, Riot?
So I'll have to go for some sponsorships or something in the meantime, but we'll go from there. But no, if I could get a job, I would 100% love to just go to all the regionals that I can and try to get things going with that, because it was just so much fun. Not even just like, being with the team and being able to see all you guys in person. That in and of itself was just absolutely amazing. But even just being able to meet everyone there too, and just playing the game that we love was just a whole different experience.
Yeah. Meeting everybody is like one of the best parts, but then seeing everybody that has been working so long online come together in person and like just put the fruits of our labors into existence. It's amazing. Also meeting you guys, meeting everybody that comes to our chats and stuff every day was probably one of the coolest experiences. One of our subs over here got best of Lucian, and even though we really wanted Matt to get it in our group, it was really cool seeing that someone that I'd interact with on a daily really be putting that work in.
Yeah. Well, and that was something that was really cool too, because there was also the guy that got best of Darius. He's on Batsu's streams a lot and things like that, and he knows that me and Batsu get together sometimes and do some gameplay and things like that, and so he found me and he's like, guys, I'm going into like the final round, and here we go. And it was just so cool to be able to like connect with him in that sense, because it's like we have seen each other and stuff, and it's definitely something unique that's really special.
But I'll tell you what's not unique and special is this gameplay that we're witnessing on stream. I'm seeing a lot of stuff leaning me towards Ezreal again, just because of how developed we are. Again, if Ezreal finds those seals early and we get to this point where we have going on 12 runes next turn, we could play half of our deck in one turn.
Well, and that's going to be the hard part.
Anything.
And we're seeing how much this beast is playing into this. I mean, look at that, being able to bounce back a fizz, so you're going to be automatically able to utilize the fizz's ability again, and then not only that, now you have an 8-mite unit out and you bounced back the Stellacorn.
True, but these are a lot more runes for Aurelia than we're used to seeing. Do we have another president in hand, or is it going to be Stellacorn and Search? That is the question.
Well, I think it is going to be
3 up for Ezreal.
Going to be an Aurelia.
Oh, we still have one in champ.
Yeah. And then going to be auto-equipping and then readying it up, and dude, it would be so crazy if Aurelia also had Weapon Master on it. That'd be hilarious, but so broken.
4, 5, 6, 7. She should be at 8, right? Or no?
Yeah. One
7.
for the.
She should be at 7.
Yeah, 1 for Guardian, 1 for being readied, and 1 for being chosen. So looks like the Vex is going to be still having to pay a lot here with Defy coming in. That's going to be a little extra. Going to be called shotting to continue to try to find those answers. I mean, this is just such an insane gameplay. Just the versatility that you're able to get out of this. and a Frigid
The only good
Touch.
news is, yeah,
And so that's going to be another +2 deflect.
we can still play the Defiant Dance and win this, but our rune count is not looking very good anymore.
No, especially
If we do that, we'll be
yeah,
trouble.
because I mean that's going to cost 2 and 2 power for a Defiant Dance, which is a big swing. Don't get me wrong, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's right. It only costs 2 for Frigid Touch. He played it once, so we still have 2 runes up for anything else.
Yeah, so
That could be so much.
that's the hard part. 2 is such a powerful number in this game. There is so many just overpowered spells that just cost 2. And so, we'll see.
Oh, taking the defeat on it. Oh, no!
Oh my
Not the
gosh.
factory recall. We're cooked. Yo, we're so cooked. Ezreal just won this. That's so big.
Love the factory recall in that deck. So even after all that, now it is very much forcing out just so much rune recycling here to be able to get things moving, to just stay alive. And even then, you've gone from, what was it, like 7 runes down to 3.
And so what is Aurelia at right now? Can we get an accurate representation, please?
I mean, I think that's what Andrew is saying right now. What are you even at?
I bet a Stupefy comes down and just ends the entire game here.
Gosh, could you imagine? I mean, because you already have the board state pretty much developed up. Aurelia is going to be struggling with runes for the rest of the game.
Oh, the bellows breath.
Ooh, but again, that's going to be a lot of deflect again.
Look at our runes on Ezreal and then look our runes on Aurelia.
Yeah.
I'll take a little deflecting.
Yeah, and again, that's what I said. Like, sometimes, you know, we do fear the deflect on Aurelia too much, but you got to be just a little bit more calculated with it. But yeah, if you're able to take full advantage of it, it is such a difference maker there. And so even after all that, this very well could be a trade. Yep, it's a trade. Holy.
We're on Aurelia's turn still, so the good news is, hello? We want to lose all of our minions? We're already at 4 points. Why are we doing that? Oh, no. Yeah, and our hand does not look like a good hand for next turn. So if we conk the 4 here, Aurelia is going to have no choice but to play a unit and pass next turn, giving Andrew the chance to go up to 6 and taking the lead on this game. I really don't see a way for it with Aurelia's hand. She comes back. Clanker is the only thing that we can play.
Well, and on top of that too, it's like there's the potential of even developing the Rasas and units like that, and so
Mind Splitter.
And so,
oh no!
I mean, there's a lot of cards in hand at this point too, so I'm not necessarily. But you at least get the hand knowledge of this is what they have, and that in and of itself can be a very big clue into what you need to do.
Yeah, it's looking pretty over. It's gonna go to Aurelia next turn. We're gonna be able to play Stellacorn, and that's it. If we want to keep her alive, which means we're giving this as real. Oh, and that's right. Yeah. All right, chat. This one's cooked. There's no way I couldn't. There's zero card combos that gets you out of this for Aurelia here.
Yep.
Nothing. The best we could do is maybe Excel. We don't even have a 1 mana cost spell to Excel Stellacorn, put her on point, and hide the FOF. There's zero. If we had Defiant Dance, we would have to burn it to get Stelly on point, hide the FOF, draw 3 or 4 from the targets and the moves, and pray that our next turn she's still alive. And we have like Boots double Defiant Dance to get over.
Well, and that's the hard part too. You see all those cards at hand. Doesn't matter if you don't have the runes to play it. And that's where Aurelia can be such a difficult deck. because it's like, all right, well, we gotta sacrifice a lot of runes and then just pray.
He can replay Vex here, or he could replay like something small and then go maybe Mind Splitter. Wonder what he's thinking. He could be Ezreal, but then he can't play Mind Splitter. He just plays a Vex. Or he could replay Vex and pass. Pull back the Beast Below will probably be the best option.
Yeah, I can agree with you there on that. I think that would be the play here. Looks like the Vex is going to be coming out. Again, don't have to pay the power cost. And even just leaving 3 up.
Arcane Shift again.
Yep.
Like,
oh, but looks like, yeah, going to be sacrificing 1 for the Rasa. Double checking that he has 10 cards. He does not.
That's why you play the Rasa before you do the last rites. I thought that might happen.
So now he has to add another card to the discard to be able to play out the Rasa.
Big Sag. This means no. Oh wait, Vex does mean we can still play Arcane Shift for 2.
Yep.
So we're actually, we're so fine with that. Yeah. Let's watch the Aurelia do nothing and concede the match, everybody. Congratulations, Andrew.
And I mean,
0 ways to get out of this.
Very well done by Andrew, and he was a very fun competitor to watch. I think it was, round 3 or round 4? I think it was round 4 that he went against Dizzy, and that was casted. Very well done from both competitors. That was versus a mid-range Draven, and it came down to it. But Andrew just had full control there, and just seems very comfortable with this deck.
Yeah, it's one of those hybrids between Miracle and Prison that, honestly, I can't believe that Gale Winds isn't playing, because that seems like his type of play style. But I do think Aurelia is one of the decks that has a better chance into Ezreal. I think Draven actually might take a little bit more of a beating if we're on good curve, just because of the constant clear. Mid-range, of course, not Miracle. Miracle just spew crap. But Aurelia is one of those decks that has a high skill ceiling, and you have little room for error because you are going to deramp a lot.
And that's the hardest part, because it's like not only just the card draw that you need to utilize, not only the balance of power cost with momentum, but you have to be able to maintain that and calculate correctly and do so much, essentially 100% correct, in order to even stand a chance. And I think that's why we haven't necessarily seen Aurelia be as dominant, especially in the day 2 of tournaments, in a long time.
Oh, okay. He did find an interesting line here. If you're worried about the Arcane Shift for 3, you have to FOF back the Vex. And we do have boots to be able to make it to the other side of the battlefield. But for 2, a Frigid Touch could come down and still pretty much ruin this. We have On Guard in hand. We have no Defiant Dance. So our only option here is pray.
Yeah, I think you're right there. But this is going to be big. Is there going to be any type of response? A Lonely Poro, one of the worst cards to draw off the top at the end game.
Yep, and being this tapped out just all but assures that Ezreal can walk over both battlefields next turn with very little and the Rebuke. That will end it. Yep.
So long.
Rebuke
that was a great
out.
match. But yeah, that is gonna be it right there. So, I mean, just a big win. Another very powerful, dominant win from Andrew. We've already, again, like I said, have seen him multiple times in this tournament. He's been casted. Also, 3 Ezreal matches in a row. Kind of interesting there. But, it is what it is, and a great job done for Andrew.
I want that Poro in the back of Urside's frame.
Mm-hmm. I mean, might need a little bit of books back there, too. That's just an empty shelf with a cute Poro. But, we take what we can.
That's all we need.
Yeah, exactly. And so, no, but very well done from competitors, or from both competitors there. Unfortunately, though, it just seems like Ezreal, especially Andrew, just understood the assignment there. He understood the matchup so incredibly well that he's just like, all right, this is what I'm presented with. These are the cards I've been dealt. here we go. And just was able to get answer after answer time and time again. And I really do think that it is the fact that he does have the called shots, that he does have these stacked decks, that he can just find the answers no matter what situation he's in.
Yeah, it's one of those decks that you kind of just gotta play a card and know what you're looking for. There's no limit to what you can do, but high skill ceiling means that if you don't know exactly what you're looking for at the right time, bye-bye.
Yep, and that's going to be the big thing too. Is I just think that Ezreal has such a high skill cap. When I was at my locals right after Allen won the EU regional, all of a sudden we had a huge uptick, of course, of Ezreal going to our locals, and it was so funny though because after like round 2. I was overhearing like 2 or 3 people saying like, "Yeah, I'm not playing this deck." It's like,
yeah, this deck sucks.
and like I went up to them, I'm like, "Dude, like you gotta understand, you need the reps. I mean, you gotta imagine how many reps Andrew, how many reps Allen's has been able to put in just to get at the level that they needed to be at to run Ezreal as efficiently and fluid that they could." And that's the thing. It's like, dude, you got to put in the work. You can't just sit down thinking this deck won the EU regionals and you're going to take every game because of that.
Yeah, and there's something that I figured out real fast playing Miracle, that even if you know your deck and you know your lines and you can play at a reasonable pace, you might end up facing a mirror. You might end up facing another Miracle, and your opponent may not be as fast. So if you're playing 2 decks that spell out, I'm going to play this entire game out, you're likely going to hit time. And there were a lot of times where even though on Miracle Sivir I knew my entire line and I went through it as fast as I could, if I didn't 2-0 that match, we would have went to time.
Yep.
We only had time to play 2 matches, and we were going fast. So it's just it's one of those things, and that's also why you see players like Randy and other players jumping off of the Miracle train that they were on, was because even if you're as fast as can be, your opponent isn't always, and you could take one tie that kicks you out of day 2 from that.
Yep. And that's the thing. Ties are so killer, especially in the new format that we now have for where we are just going into a top 8 after 13 rounds. You know, it's like if I even go into a top 32, okay, cool. Ties don't have nearly as big of an impact. But when you're going into that top 8, it's like, all right, cool. Well, if I get a loss and a tie, I'm out, period. Sorry. And do I want just the deck matchup to be the one taking me out of that?
It's harsh, and it's not just in play person either. A lot of the online tournaments do have some form of top cut when you get to like invitationals and such. One that we know a lot of is Runes and Rift, and they do top cut to 4. So tiebreakers are so imperative in that I almost know by round 1 or 2 if I'm going to make top cut. Just because if I've 2-0'd every game, there's so little room for error when it comes to that people just they don't understand that you playing on time could just knock you out of your entire tournament.
Yep.
Sometimes you want to sit and think, and you want to be in the tank, and you want to make the right decision, but you got to know when to look over at the clock and understand how your opponent's pace has been and go, we're not going to have time to finish this.
Yep. Well,
we're going to have to play.
And that's also the hard part too, especially because there also might be times that your opponent is okay with the tie. And that's scary because, I mean, we had it happen in Vegas to one of our teammates that he went against someone, and the person was even like watching the clock, and then as soon as it went to time, he's like, I'm turn 0, pass, kind of thing. And it was like, wait, what, dude? No. Like, you know, and unfortunately the guy was, you know, a little too nice at that moment, but yeah, ended up losing to a tie because of that.
Yeah, I was put in those positions a couple of times where I was looking at the clock, and we're in the start of game 2 with 20 minutes left, with 18 minutes left. And I can't tell you how many times in Vegas I was like, hey, man, I'm not trying to rush you or anything, but we're not going to finish this game. And players continued to sit in the tank after me saying that and going, still in game 2, just like thinking through stuff. And they're like, yeah, I know, man. And I'm like, I don't think you do, because if I'm 1-0, so if you're trying to play me for a tie here, this is not going to be good.
Yep. And luckily, you didn't tie out on anything.
No, I didn't tie. I didn't tie on anything, but I did lose to rounds, like the point progression, like on rounds, a couple, like twice.
Yeah.
Two of my losses, we were in round timer when it happened, and so it was like, I'm also not the type of guy that wants to shoot for a tie. Like, I don't want both of us to get kicked out of not being able to top cut, especially if we've already X'd one, and a tie would mean like certain defeat. But it just happens. Some people are just, hey, tough luck.
Yep. And that's the game. And sometimes you got to also be, maybe a little bit more strict on things too, because some people that's what they take full advantage of. That's the hard part. And they're also, and they very well might even be okay with the tie. That's the hard part too. And they're like, well, I don't want a loss, so I'll just take the tie. The hard part is too, though, is then also for the rest of the tournament, you're being matched up against everyone else who also tied, which can be a big game changer too.
Right. I mean, sometimes it can be for the better, sometimes it can be for the worse. I think in Houston, I lost my first game, and I realized what a different bracket it is, and morale-wise from that point forward. Whereas in Vegas, I had a round 1 bye. And so I was going against everybody that was like, oh, I'm already 1 game up. My mind state is at max capacity. I'm about to tear through everybody in this bracket. It just creates a different feel.
Yeah. Almost the same feel as riding a roller coaster in Vegas with your friends, but I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah, I wish somebody could tell me, because didn't have any friends that wanted to do that with me.
Prismaticism didn't even want to play. He had time. He got knocked out in the top 8 and stuff, still didn't want to go on the roller coaster with us.
It's crazy, man. See, I couldn't see Prismat on a roller coaster though. I don't even know if they have those in Canada.
Nah. Would he even scream is the big thing. I don't think he even would. I think
that man would
have
go,
the same
woo!
Stone Cold expression the whole time.
A slight smirk, and he'd be like, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, nah, he's awesome. He's great. But yeah, no, that's the funny part. Man, I wish we did though. That's sad. We could have done it for the blog. And instead we went to sleep. Just sad.
We'll get them next time.
Yeah.
When we get the Los Angeles. Yeah, Los Angeles. That's what I was thinking of. When we get the Los Angeles one, then we'll be cooking. All right.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about, we're gonna go surfing. We're gonna go to the Jersey Club.
We're gonna go surfing.
We're going surfing. We're going skydiving at some point. I don't know how. There's a couple of us that are deathly terrified of planes.
No, I'm not necessarily deathly terrified of planes or heights necessarily. But man, when I go on a roller coaster, during the drop of the roller coaster, my body tenses up and I cannot breathe. For the duration of the drop.
You're just holding your breath.
I am I'm so used to, and I have tried. My family, we go to Magic Mountain every year, and yeah, that's our family vacation, and we go on Columbus Day because there's no one there. And I rode Goliath 3 times in a row. And during that 275-foot drop, I was trying to force myself to breathe. And my diaphragm's just I got nothing, dude. You're falling.
Suffocate.
Yep.
Pleb.
I tried. I have fought through it the best of my ability and could not get it.
I'm like a kid in a candy store. You know that feeling when you go over a hill and it catches your stomach a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I get whenever I'm on a roller coaster, but just the whole time I'm screaming, my hands everywhere. I love it. There's a joint hanging out of my mouth.
Yeah, definitely. You're taking a hit on the whole drop.
Only in California, though. Only in Las Vegas.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I love seeing Megan during all the breaks. I'm glad that they were his poster child.
Yeah, it's also really weird that they're playing like the same 2 rounds. Like they're playing both games of round 8 from Orlando, and that is it. And what's also weird too is there's no audio. There's no music, there's no audio. It is silent. And so it's like, huh.
Silent?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, is that silent?
Bro King pops in. It's Silent Night!
Is that Silent Night? Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be able to make it through too much longer in the broadcast, as I have a summoner skirmish today, and we have to go get our bye for hopefully Atlanta, but we'll see. I haven't come off the wait list yet.
Oh, dang. Yeah, unfortunately, definitely not going to Atlanta. I'm glad I didn't try to go for a ticket, because I would not be able to afford it right now. But hopefully next regionals I'll be able to go. I don't have a passport either. I was about to get a passport.
That's what I need.
Yeah,
I need a passport.
Because it's like Canada, not Canada, Canada and stuff would be so fun to go to.
We need a passport for Canada?
Yeah, it's another country. What do you mean? Like,
well, I thought it was like Mexico. We could just walk up in there. You know what I'm saying?
I thought Mexico you needed a passport.
They may say you do, but I think on the way in, like going into Mexico, I've heard that like some people just don't even, it doesn't even matter. But coming back into the U.S. is where they'll be like, where's that passport? Let prove to me that you came from here. Going out, not so hard. Coming back in, jeez.
Get captured by the cartels, and they try to ransom you as an American back to the government, and they're just like, sorry, we just don't know if this guy's a citizen. He doesn't have his passport.
I mean, it sounds like a good vlog to me.
Yeah, it does.
Sounds like some good content. You know, me and Silent get trafficked.
Oh no.
I mean, dude, you know what I'm saying? If we lose at that, on the way back, I'm gonna be like, take me out. I'm not even useful anymore.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, yeah, Laszlo, exactly. Tara doesn't know what he's talking about. You need a passport.
Look here, Laszlo. I'm gonna need picture proof.
You know what, Tara? You buy that plane ticket. You ship that, and we'll let you know what happens.
Whoa. See, that's our we're already interpreting different. Who said anything about a plane?
Oh, okay. Well, you take your canoe.
I'm swimming.
Man, Tara, you can barely even float, let alone swim.
What you talk about? You're right. My oxygen levels are too low from all this, from years of strain on my.
Huffing and puffing 30 seconds into the swim.
I'd be like, anybody else drowning?
We'd have to get you the SpongeBob floaties just so you would stand a chance.
Nobody told me that there were currents. But yeah, it looks like I am gonna have to go ahead and jump off.
Okay.
Thank you for having me for those 2 rounds. It was a fun time.
Yeah, definitely. And good luck
We'll
on your
round up.
skirmish. Yeah, we round up. We'll round up for you.
I was here for 2 rounds. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck though. I'm gonna I'll let you
you.
know how we do. Hopefully we take them with Miracle Draven.
Yep, let's get it.
There, I'll catch you on the next one.
Well, that was just the weirdest slurp I've ever heard. But anyway, guys, I'm going to be taking a really quick break. We're going to keep casting and going and seeing what we have. We have rounds 7, 8, and 9 that we are still going to be going. I'm going to see if I have also a Nexus night that I can go to, because that would be a lot of fun. And we'll go from there. So anyway, guys, we're taking a quick break, and we will be right back. So stay tuned. Yeah, I'm just live on YouTube today. I've been having a little bit of bandwidth issues lately, so I'm trying to figure out all of that. But no, we should be fine. Alrighty, guys. Welcome back. Good to have you all here. Hopefully, it is a good day for you as we are in Saturday. Woo, it's a weekend. Yeah. Okay, anyway. But no, good to have you guys here, and hopefully it is a good weekend for you. We are watching the Pittsburgh live stream. So, a lot of fun to be had there. We'll see what all is going to be able to go there. I'm taking a look to see if there are any other Nexus nights and stuff going on so that we can go tonight. Looks like that there is one at whatchamacallit? Fun Collector. I'll go to that one. Okay, good. Yep, so looks like we'll join that event and go from there. Okay, cool. So we're going to a Nexus night tonight. I think I'm going to play mid-range Draven at this point. Just need to get a few more reps on the deck list tonight. And so let's see. And it looks like it's starting at 6:30. So, okay, not too bad at all. But anyway, guys, yeah, we've had a lot of really interesting gameplay that's been going on today. Been a lot of fun to be able to watch and get things going in that respect. A lot of Ezreal. Not because they've been picking different Ezreals, but we had Andrew going against Dizzy, which was mid-range Draven. Then we saw Ezreal versus Aurelia, which was a different one. And then Ezreal versus something else too. So it's like, oh boy, yep, that's a lot of fun. So we'll see how that ends up going, but really liked what this gameplay was able to see. You're able to watch how Aurelia just was able to devastate so much of the board state here, and able to do so much work against a very formidable foe. And you know, Ezreal, once he's able to develop up his board state, it can be something that is there we go. And that's something that you can now be able to watch for yourself. Andrew is a very skilled player. He is the ex-world champion for Dragon Ball Super Masters. So someone who definitely understands card games and knows how to put in the work there. So really cool that we were able to see two of his gameplays there. Definitely something that we are going to be keeping an eye on here in the future. And this is something that I really like, especially if you want to get better at the gameplay or your own gameplay for yourself. One thing that I highly recommend doing is, of course, going in and watching gameplay of the deck that you're wanting to play. If you're wanting to play Ezreal, for example, then I would highly recommend watching, what Allens is able to play, what Andrew has been playing at this tournament. Both have been very eye-opening to see what is able to be done there. So really cool. Love what was able to be there. And we, unfortunately, though, have a little bit of time before we go into the next round, mainly due to the fact that it is going to be, I think the match finished in about 30 minutes. Or, no, I think we had 20 minutes left on the timer. So it's going to be a minute, but that's okay. So good to have you guys here. There's been actually one deck list that I've been playing around with a little bit. Definitely want to try to get some gameplay in it. Now, of course, it's not going to be as good as the Draven deck in particular. But the main reason why I want to play it as much is mainly due to the fact that, did I save it? I thought I did. It's Misfortune mid-range. Oh wait, that's not mine. Or whoops, I'm not clicking on my decks. Of course, if I click on deck library, this is one that I've been working on a little bit. Been playing a couple of games. It's been a lot of fun, and it is taking a lot of like what Draven mid-range is able to do, substituting a couple of things to be able to get things going. Really like the idea of this deck. It's been a lot of fun. A lot of fun to be able to play. Invert Timelines is such a good card too. And then if you're able to start with something like a sneaky deckhand and things like that, it can add a lot of versatility here. It was very difficult to try to find the correct balance of things, though. That's probably the hardest part about this. But nah, it was just more fun to see. Does a mid-range deck style kind of work? And yeah, it does. It definitely isn't really all that overpowered necessarily, especially compared to the Draven in particular, just because the Draven card draw from winning combats is such a big difference maker that it is so difficult to try to compensate for that otherwise. That's going to be the hard part there. So we still have 9 rounds today, guys. A lot of game left. I think we're going into round 8 now, if I recall correctly. So we'll see what that is able to do. If you want to see what the brackets are looking like, here's what the brackets are looking like. And again, we just got to wait a little bit longer for these games to continue going. But good to have you guys here, and hopefully we are able to get some things moving. So let's see. Let's take a look. let's see, guys. Gosh, this is going to take a minute. If you want to run some games later, I'm super down. Okay. I definitely have a, whatchamacallit today. I'll be going to a skirmish. Not a skirmish. Just a Nexus night tonight. But then after, or before, I should be able to run a game or two. It depends. We're in the process of moving. That's the hard part. And so try to get things moving that way and just get set up. But if we're able to, I'll definitely keep you posted. If not, I'm going to be running a lot more games now. Going to be job hunting and live streaming. So we'll get that going. That'll be a lot of fun. Playing Draven, yeah, doing mid-range Draven. I just need to get more reps with it. Yeah, we're still waiting. Holy crap. Yeah, it definitely takes a while. And, of course, we just go back to the same two gameplays. So we'll see what ends up going on with the rest of this, but it's been a lot of fun. So let's see. I'm curious to see what is going to start getting revealed. We actually have, let's pull that up real quick. For reveal season for Unleashed. Oh, we might actually be back. Nice, we're back. All right, so we have just a couple more minutes. But yeah, we got some really good stuff, and it looks like actually a lot of content creators and YouTubers are going to be talking about stuff like that. So let's see. So over here, we have a dev drop video that is going to be coming out on the 16th, so 2 days from now on Monday. Unleashed overview article. Then we have Skara that got a reveal, and a couple of other people there too. Then on the 17th, we get more 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, or 23rd. Then 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, and then that is it. So, I mean, that's going to be a lot of fun. And we even got, like, Medic, Grappler. We got some really good people. Rift Lab, I'm really excited to see what they do for their video. Bullfrog even got one. He's a really good guy. Played a lot of games with him. And then we'll see what else. Really fun. IGN even got one. That's kind of surprising. Good networking there. And so we'll see. But yeah, a lot of fun stuff to be able to see. Blevins even got one. Yeah, that makes sense. Unfortunately, we did not get a card reveal. Wish we did, but that's okay. I'm sure we'll get one next set. It is just kind of a lot of networking here. We'll be the shoulder angel for Blevins, the shoulder caster. Anyway, so yeah, it's going to be really fun to see what is revealed for Unleashed. One thing that I am thinking is going to be included in all of that is going to be all of the different dragons from the jungle, and maybe even some jungle units that are going to be included. I mean, there's all those different ones that are able to be utilized too, and it wouldn't surprise me if they also had kind of like a death knell ability. That would be really cool to be able to see that when you kill a jungler unit in this case, or like, you know, one of the bugs, whatever they're called, you get what I mean, then you get like a certain benefit to it, and that could be really cool to try to utilize too, because we haven't necessarily seen any death knell decks yet, and so we have a couple of pieces that are able to be there, but even at the same time, it seems like there's still a little bit more that needs to be explored in this game. And we even got new mechanics and stuff that are going to be coming out. We've already seen new abilities in the sense of units that create a third battlefield when they come in. So going to be curious to see what all that includes. That should be a lot of fun there. So here we go into round number 7. Cody versus Caleb, and it looks like a mirror match, so this is going to be interesting too. It's also really interesting, these kinds of matchups that they do keep bringing us, because we've seen Draven, Aurelia, and Ezreal, and that's really it. And looks like going in with a double obelisk, and so starting out with a Stellacorn and then starting out with a and Aurelia, that's going to be an interesting start right there for both competitors, and we'll see how that's going to be able to impact the game state, because I think that's going to be a pretty big difference maker here, in this regard at least, so we'll see. But Caleb is automatically going to be able to start utilizing a little bit more card draw here, especially with things like even if they do have like Ride the Wind or something, being able to then move over to the other battlefield. Looks like instead just going to be opting to bring in the Aurelia there. But this is also going to be probably the difficult part here is who is going to be able to get the responses needed. And that's going to be the big deciding factor here, because if you don't have your defies, your not so fasts, and things like that, then you might be in a bit more of a trouble. So we'll see what ends up happening. So let's see then. The sneaky deckhand is a good step in the right direction. Double sneaky. And so going to immediately be able to get some points there now. Of course, we are going to be going with an Unguard going up to 4. Is that going to get defied at this point? Nope. Instead, going to be added on to a Discipline in response. That's going to be another card draw, and immediately allowing that to be discarded into the trash. A big win right there for Caleb. Now also didn't activate the Stellacorn at this point, and so now being able to have the Aurelia going in, Caleb going up to, 3 or 4 points at this point. That's going to be I mean, you got to start trying to prepare for what's ahead here. So we'll see what Aurelia or Cody's going to be able to do in this situation, but at the same time, I don't know what else there really will be able to do here. Got to spend the time to rebuild the board state, but even if you are able to try to go in and get some responses here, you might be finding yourself in a very difficult situation. Just mainly due to the fact that with 4 runes up, there's a lot of different responses that you might have to deal with. And so, yeah, also the charm just being such a pivotal moment there to be able to get things taken care of. So the Boots of Swiftness at least is going to be able to get some help going against this. But again, you're having to play against the responses here that Caleb could be dishing out. So even though Stellacorn Herder might be getting a couple of card draw here, you got to be worried about what might be happening if there is a signature spell in hand from Caleb, or really anything else for that matter, because that alone can be a big difference maker as the signature spell now has come in. And so there goes the discipline again to help try to help the curve there. And another discipline on top of that. And again, it's coming back to who manages to have the answers here. And right now, Caleb is getting all the answers, all the card draw, and being able to get so much work done with his cards in hand. But not only that, he's replacing everything. So in this case, going first against an Aurelia, as playing an Aurelia, just seems like a very difficult situation for you to go against. That going second just really puts you on the back foot here, especially when it is something like a double obelisk here. So we'll see what is able to be done. But right now, I mean, Aurelia is in just Caleb is in such a good place right now, 5-2. Even if there is a couple of things that Cody is going to be able to do at this point, I don't think there necessarily is. He might be able to go in, but he's going to have to expend a lot of his resources to be able to get 2 points, and then at the same time, that still would be leaving Caleb wide open to be able to answer, only having to deal with a rune or two at this point. And so it's like, gosh, how are you going to be able to deal with these kinds of board states when you have nothing, and Caleb is given a turn now to be able to answer things as he sees fit. So it looks like it is just going to be ending up with going with the second Stellacorn. Again, a lot of answers there, and we'll see what is able to be done here. So, yeah, we'll see what is able to happen. But the Vex coming in, again, is going to be a solid choice. But it feels like that, Caleb is going to be given an entire turn, not only to take both battlefields here, but also being able to use both Stellacorns to be able to take both battlefields. And so that's going to be another 2 cards drawn to get the answers that you need to be able to respond. But it looks like you are going all in, trying to get in and get some card play here. And it looks like finally Cody is going to be able to score another point. Might be able to do maybe a fight or flight at this point. That might be probably the best option here. But instead, it's going to be the Siren. That'll allow you to pay 1 and back it up. So you're at least not giving up as many points. Cody, of course, I think at 3 now, if I saw correctly. But still setting up for allowing Cody to get another answer and a charm at this point with only 1 in hand. That's tough because now you can go into an obelisk at this point, draw a couple of cards, move the Aurelia into the battlefield at this point, and, you know, even try to take out the Vex. Because with only 1 card in hand, or 1 rune at the ready, there might not be a lot of options here. So we'll see what is decided here, but the charm, I think, is just such a good add-on. But again, it really depends on if Caleb has some kind of counter in case there is a not so fast or a defy. You got to have those kinds of answers, otherwise it will just be a wasted card at that point. And at the same time, it might not necessarily even be needed for that matter. Because Caleb could go up to 7 with both Stellacorns and then just say pass. So it looks like is going to be going full in on the reinforcements, also using the Guardian Angel. Will you equip it, though? That's going to be the big question here. And I feel like, yeah, you just got it to be able to give the Aurelia that little bit extra there. So it is going to be at 5 permanently now, which is going to be helpful. So again, we'll see what ends up happening here, but I'm not necessarily sure exactly how Cody's going to be able to get out of this situation. I don't know if there's necessarily anything that will allow him to here. And so, yeah, that's going to just be an automatic scoop, and it looks like Caleb is going to be taking that. Again, it's kind of funny how much of an issue they've been having with the cameras. I mean, I've definitely been there myself with technical difficulties, especially at live events. It's not easy to be able to manage that at all. And so we'll see what ends up happening. But the hard part is, too, an Aurelia mirror match felt a little bit like a bit of a cakewalk there. Again, just being able to start out with the Stellacorn right off the bat, starting to get some card draw and things like that, just was able to put, the competitor just at such an advantage that there wasn't necessarily much that anyone else could really do. I mean, you saw Cody just was really struggling the entire time. And it's like, oh, gosh, answer after answer after answer. And sometimes that's what it looks like it comes down to at this point. And so that's the risk that ends up being made there. But still, with all of that, I just don't know. It seems like that. Yeah, it just seems like Aurelia might just come down to who can actually get the answers going. So we'll see what ends up happening at the next... What's going to be happening next here. But again, this is going to be something very unique to be able to see on what maybe you need to do in an Aurelia matchup. We don't actually have a whole ton of gameplay of seeing Aurelia matchups here. And, this might be a reason why. It's not necessarily anything that is, like, insane to be able to watch here. And so we'll see what else is able to be done. And we'll see if there's going to be anything else that might be able to be brought to the table. But the biggest thing is, does it actually end up that whoever goes first ends up taking the gameplay? So we'll see, but I'm going to be curious, especially as we get into game number 2. So again, Caleb has won game number 1. Cody is on a little bit of a back burner. And this, of course, isn't a situation that you ever want to be in. You don't want to be at a point where it's like, well, I just felt like my opponent just walked slightly and that was it. He was fine. No, not in this case. Oh, thank you, man. Any tips for the Darius for the Metal Cards side quest? No, So you're trying to get Darius as a metal card, or you're trying to play Darius to get a metal card? Let me know, because that's a big difference right there. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But yeah, right now, it's all going to come down to what the competitors are going to be able to do to get ahead. The nice part about playing an Aurelia is that maybe if you get your Aurelia out first, then you're able to go into the Sunken Temple. You can pay 1 to draw a card. And again, I really do think that it is going to come down to that card advantage that you're going to be able to get. And whoever happens to get the better card advantage is just going to be in a much better situation. So we'll see what ends up happening with all of this. But we'll see what ends up happening here, especially as, again, the Stellacorn's going to be coming out. And we're already starting to see what Charm is able to do in these kinds of matchups. That's going to be the biggest thing here. It's like, all right, cool. Well, with Caleb here, I mean, he's able to get the answers going early on. And so we'll see what else is able to have happen here. But immediately being able to take out Adaptatron is going to be a big difference maker. And at the same time, you get to see that, you know, maybe Cody just isn't necessarily drawing the best at this point, unfortunately. You do not want to necessarily have to start with, you know, a 4-cost Adaptatron. Yes, that is very helpful, but at the same time, it's like, what are we necessarily able to do? Now, yeah, it would be really nice if you were able to go into the other side. But we'll see. So we'll see what else is able to be done right now, but it looks like after the judge call, everything is going to stand at the same place. Sometimes it's just nice to be able to get that clarification. But even with all of that, it's like the Stellacorn being able to take out the Adaptatron is already a good step in the right direction. But again, right now, Caleb's only down to 2 runes, soon to be 4. And so it very well might be that if the Aurelia is able to move in and potentially maybe get things going, it could be a big help. At the same time, you see the sneaky deckhand, so it might very well be something of just trying to get a point on the board for Cody here to try to get things going. So we'll see what else is able to be done, but it looks like, yeah, the Stellacorn is going to be able to move back and could very well start to make some impact here, but the Vex might be able to be that step in the right direction for Cody. We'll see what is able to be done here, but again, this could be maybe a little bit of a difficult situation, because if there is even like a rebuke or something, again, that could be something to really set back the Vex. So we'll see what is able to be done with the rest of this. But it looks like the Vex is also going to be having a Guardian Angel of their own. And then being able to move in and conquer here. So now with 4 runes at the ready, Cody is going to be sitting in a little bit better of a situation here. Might be able to get some things moving. But we'll see. Again, this is still going to be a rather difficult matchup, all things considered. But I want to see what else is able to be done here. That's going to be the big question. So we'll see what is able to be done here. But again, the Stellacorn advantage here, I think, is going to be just such a big advantage to get things going, that even if, for example, Vex might be able to get things going here, there's not going to necessarily be maybe a whole lot that they can do to be able to combat Caleb here. And the hard part is you don't necessarily have a whole ton of removal. And so if you do happen to take out the Stellacorn, well, it just goes right back to base. It'll conquer the other battlefield, automatically draw another card, and again, you just get a lot of difficult situations here. So again, we'll see what is able to be done here. But this is going to be maybe a little bit of a difficult situation. Now a Sneaky Deckhand is able to come in. And Cody is building up his board state, getting some answers going. But at the same time, we're still being able to see what the Stellacorn is making in a difference here on what is able to be done. So again, we'll see what is able to be done. Now the Aurelia has been able to go into both of these battlefields, but still, Cody is finding himself down a point still. And when you see that, like, here's the thing. That's the one thing that I really like about this, was that Caleb was able to just get that much more ahead. That he was able to go in and use the charm to be able to take out a unit right off the bat. That is going to be one of the biggest difference makers, because it allowed for Caleb to essentially take control and be essentially that going first type player now that he had a unit out onto the battlefield. Now, at the same time, Cody is going to be finding himself with a lot of runes. So it very well might be coming down to who's going to be able to outswing who. I feel like that we are going to be getting into the point where this is going to be a big showdown here, especially with both Vexes now out onto the board, and it looks like maybe even 4 runes at the ready for Cody as he passes this turn. That's going to be something to maybe watch out for. So if there's maybe a rebuke with a defy to the not so fast and things like that, that's the kind of stuff that Caleb is going to need to have to utilize here to be able to overcome this wall that Cody has built up. It's still possible, and it feels like that Caleb could have the answers to be able to do so, but we'll see. So again, we'll see what is able to be done here, but it looks like, yeah, the rebuke is going to be going through. That in and of itself is going to be already a very big difference maker there. Looks like the Aurelia is going to be moving in, not necessarily a Stellacorn, so maybe a little bit of a surprise there. But going to be tapping 1 to get the card draw, so I mean, I definitely can understand that there. And that's the hard part. Now, at least Caleb is a little bit ahead. Again, now the Stellacorn is going to be moving in. That's going to be another card draw there. And with 3 still up, or 6 still up, do we have the resources to be able to allow this to be taken care of? I mean, especially when you see that Cody has so many cards in hand. Or, because you're already up in so many points, do you then stay and say, all right, now you got to respond to me. You know, I have 5 or 6 runes up, and now you got to respond on what I'm able to do. So again, this is going to be very difficult to try to get things moving. And we'll see what is able to be done. But now even with hidden card on top of that, I am never a fan of black sleeves. But now that you actually have the ability to get things moving this way. Well, and here's the, yeah, that's going to be the big thing, is I do think that right now just regular aggro Darius is really powerful. Was able to get a lot done. But it depends. Depends on your play style, what you actually like. And so with all of this, though, I still think that this is going to be a very difficult situation. Now the Vex is at least able to be readied up. And again, here we go with the spell slinging. We're going to be having a lot of answers going on here. But Cody is going to be almost pushed to make this because you got to make up the deficit of not getting a lot of a lot of cards going. So immediately going to be starting with, of course, the 1-cost Discipline. So that alone is going to be a huge help there. Going to be going up to 8. And at this point, you just keep pinging now the Aurelia because you're going to be able to get things going. Now, of course, here goes another Discipline for 1. Everything is, of course, going to also be costing 1 additional for Caleb here. And that's going to be a pretty big difference maker here, too. That's something we got to be watching out for and making sure that we're not going to get in over our heads. Now, of course, even if they do happen to get over this, I mean, we're still not. I think we're even currently. So we are going to try to fight or flight, paying the power to be able to push it back. The hard part is if there is any Defier things like that. So it looks like there's the not so fast. Now, if we have a Defy, that is going to be 2 and 2 power to be able to defy that. That's where it gets painful. And not only that, having everything have a power cost at this point, it almost just feels like it'll be a little bit better to just allow everything to die. But then even at that point, Cody just has all those runes still up and every single answer that you could imagine to have to try to get in. But it looks like the Unguard is going to be going on the Aurelia, adding +3. And there are still answers after answers. And this is going to be Caleb's big stand. I feel like if he is still going to be able to win this exchange, he's going to be down to quite literally 0 runes when it returns to him. That's tough. That's very tough to try to come back from. And so it looks like the Stellacorn is going to be going down 2, while the Vex is going to be going up more. And again, that's only going to cost 1. Do not have to recycle a rune here. So right now, very good move there by Cody. Again, just playing some very well-timed and again, just very powerful cards here with Vex. And this is costing Caleb dearly at this point. Incredibly so. All of these rooms. Because of Vex. And I feel like this might be a little bit of a mistake where Caleb might be overextending here. And at that point, might have only wanted to give the Vex the ability to get the battlefield. Yes, you lose double Guardian Angel. That really sucks. But then you're able to go into potentially like the Aurelia and face off there, with both of you having to extend your power costs here with your Aurelias. And so just like that, the Stellacorn is going to be going down by 2, so it is only going to be at 3. And this is a very easy combat at this point for the Vex to be able to win. Again, though, and if it ends up that the Vex is going to be losing the combat with a spell, then you have the Defy. This is just not a good situation whatsoever for Caleb here. And again, this is going to be costing him dearly. And I think what's going to give Cody the momentum to be able to win this game. So there's the Unguard on the Aurelia. That is only going to actually be for 1, though, because there is another unit with them. Such a difficult. Very, very difficult situation. And so, yeah, it looks like everything is going to be moving back. That is going to be taking off both of the Guardian Angels. That is a risk, but I do think that that is going to be for the best, especially not having to give up any more runes. I feel like that was already an overextension of runes at this point, especially when you saw how many runes Cody had up. So again, we're already seeing the power of the Defies trying to get the Vex off of the battlefield. That would be a great extension of getting rid of the hidden card there too. I mean, odds are that being a fight or flight. So again, very helpful on getting these things moving here. But that Defy is going to be so powerful. So it's like, all right, well, now what? How are you going to be able to get rid or get over either the Aurelia or the Vex? And the hard part on top of that, too, is we are finding ourselves with only 21 minutes left in this round. Now, what that's also going to mean is that you might be finding yourself in a very difficult predicament here where you need to be watching out, because if you go to time, you might be in even bigger trouble. And so we'll see. But again, this is going to come down to another big exchange. Looks like both Stellacorn and the Aurelia are going to be moving over. Can pass priority. Everything is reactionary anyway, so the Young Guard is going to be adding +3, allowing the Aurelia to go up to 8 on Cody's side. And so we'll see what else is able to be done here, but I still think that this is going to be too much of an uphill battle for Caleb to be able to combat this. Now, of course, luckily with only 2 runes left up at the ready, that you might be finding yourself in a really good space. You got to be so worried, though, about the Rebuke. So again, here we go with the big exchange. That is going to be a big cost with the Aurelia Deflect, though. But we'll see, because there still is the chance of a Defy coming in. And the final green is spent as the Defy is going to be coming in. Is there going to be a Defy for the Defy? That's going to be the big question here. But if not, hopefully that's not going to be the overextend. Not anticipating that. That's the hard part. But it looks like, yeah, that isn't going to go through at that point. Still going to have to pay the deflect cost. Now, because of the targeting of the spell, you're still able to draw from Dreaming Tree, even though it didn't go through successfully. But again, we just got to be so careful here. And the rune count is now pretty even here, and there's a good chance that 2 green are going to be revealed here for Cody on his follow-up turn. So he'll have a little bit of breathing space, but he only has 1 left here. And we still have another 2 rounds after this, too. So definitely going to be a long day, but we're here for a long time. And it should be a lot of fun. We still have a couple hours until our Nexus night tonight, so we'll be going for as long as we can. But this Aurelia mirror match is just feeling like such a grind here. Now, we're going to be seeing a +4 there. And then, of course, now everything is going to be resolving, it looks like. And that might even very well mean that the Stellacorn is going to be left behind. Oh, and an extra little insurance there with the Zhonya's Hourglass, able to protect the Aurelia, so doesn't need to lose the Guardian Angel, and instead the Zhonya's Hourglass is going to be going the way instead, and allowing it to still be back. Now, that's going to be huge too. It still will, of course, have the buffs on top of it too. But there still is more that needs to be done here, because you got to be so worried about what Aurelia could be bringing if they chose to attack him. But Caleb's at 7. If there is a chance... I don't know. Nope, there isn't. There isn't. He needs 1 more. I was going to be saying, like, a Rebuke would be huge, and then Ride the Wind. Or he needed a way to get ganking with like the Swiftfoot boots or something, but unfortunately just is not able to get there with that. And so that's a huge ask right there. And I'm not sure that there's very much that they can do. Cody might very well be taking this game, and we could be going into game 3 with less than probably 14 minutes left when all is said and done. And that could be tough. This could end in a tie at that point, because I'm not quite sure how you'd be able to work around all of that. How you'd be able to try to get above 2 points after turns, because this is just such a back and forth. So we'll see what's able to be done here. But again, I just think we're in a lot of trouble right now as the Stellacorn player. But it looks like he very well might be going for it. That's going to be readying it up with recycling and floating another rune. I don't know if I like this, though. It feels like you just have no way, though, to get it over. Yeah, I don't know how you're going to be able to get around this with only 1 rune left up. Because, yes, while you're selecting it, it's going to be able to move back, but then you go up 7-8 for Cody. And there's no chance for Ride the Wind or anything like that to be able to take care of the Vex. This game, I think, is as good as over. And it looks like, yep, that is going to be it as we go into game number 3. Now, both the Aurelias have, of course, had a very difficult matchup here, trying to get things going. But, you know, that's what ends up happening sometimes. And something that you just got to continue to work through. So very well done on Cody for not giving up on that, but that is about as much of a grind as you can get in. And it came down to it where it's just such a back and forth with all of that. And that's the hardest part about a lot of this, is that who's going to be able to win out. And in this case, I just really think that Caleb was supposed to just let the battle resolve and both units just be brought back to base because they both had the Guardian Angels. Instead, he was still trying to get ahead and try to outpace an Aurelia that had so many cards in hand. And it's like, all right, cool. Well, what do we end up doing about all of that? That's the hard part. That's the risk and reward that you end up having there. And so, again, I think that was the moment that cost the game. Whereas if he just allowed the Vex to win the battlefield, both cards or both units to be able to pull back and be ready for another turn, he probably would have had 3 extra runes at that point to be able to utilize. And that can be a really big difference to be able to make in the follow-up games. So we'll see what else is able to be done. But at the same time, it looks like we are going into match 3. And yep, exactly like that. Unfortunately, we are going to be at 12 minutes left until turns. So there's a good chance that we're going to be maybe ending this in a tie. And we'll see what else is able to be done. So here we go again with the Siren. Usually, of course, only 1 run in the deck. And again, going to be starting with a Boots of Swiftness. This is when maybe you're playing a little bit faster here, trying to get things moving and going. But again, that can be maybe a little bit difficult here. Now, the hard part here is, again, we're able to see, oh, that's starting off so early is amazing there. Being able to destroy the Boots of Swiftness and stopping the ganking. Again, this is why Adaptatron can be so good in the beginning. Now, if you have anything to be able to target it, ready it, again, you're maybe going to have to, I don't think it's actually worth doing here, but could still get the Aurelia going for Caleb and starting to get some very strong answers in response here. But that Adaptatron has played a role, and pretty well so. And we'll see what else is able to be done here to continue to respond to these types of situations here. But the Adaptatron, that could be a deciding factor of this game 3. So we'll see what Cody's going to be able to do, but right now, with Aurelia, there's not necessarily a whole lot going on here that you could be counting on here. Yeah, and the Adaptatron game 2 wasn't able to actually really get going. That's the interesting part. It was only really able to... it was taken care of with a charm at the beginning. But already it looks like that it is going to be a +4 at that point. 1 for being readied, and then 2 for the unguard and being selected. So that's going to be a lot of might right there. And there we go with the signature spell. Of course, having to pay the deflect cost right there. That is going to be putting Cody down to next to nothing. But with a tapped out Caleb, that could be a very big deciding factor there too. And that's going to be killing out the Aurelia. That is just a devastating blow for Caleb right there. Now on the follow-up turn, yes, only going to be having 3 runes for Cody, but being able to gank over and now being able to destroy another gear. And, you know, yeah, you don't necessarily have a whole lot of answers, so let's go and play something out. Let's hope for, I mean, heck, even if you wanted to play a Rebuke or stuff like that, that'd be pretty solid too. Now, there are some Aurelia decks that do end up running the multiple of Aurelia herself, but it looks like Vex is going to be the play here. Now, the difficult part is how do you get her, or yeah, how do you get Vex ready? Looks like is going to be recycling too. Is that potentially a rebuke? That's going to be, nope. Instead, going to be, of course, recycling. Still will have a chance to potentially defy this, and if you do, the Vex then would not be able to ready up, and I think that would be just another big deciding factor here. So instead, we're going to be going to a discipline before the battle starts here. I think then he just drew the top deck of the Defy. So if he does want to use it here, that could be... Oh, nope, that was a Stellacorn. Looked like a Defy. But still, the Vex is now going to be readied up. We'll have the ability to attack in. And keep in mind, though, that the Forgotten Monument cannot be scored on until turn 3. So kind of a big deciding factor there, and maybe something that might be screwing Cody over a tiny bit. And yeah, Vex still readies, even with the targeting there, even if it did get defied. But there has to be another response here in order. And yeah, it looks like having the discipline and everything and all the answers there just wasn't able to actually get the Vex to be able to take the battlefield. And so now, with only one up here for Caleb, you're giving the Adaptatron the ability to put in even more work at this point. Now, the Adaptatron's currently at 6. And very easily could get a lot more added before you even attack in on. And so going up to 4 now is going to be a big difference. This is just running away from Caleb here. So if there is maybe anything to be able to start things moving, start things going here, could make a difference, but I don't necessarily know. Looks like 3 is going to be played at this point. So again, though, here we go. That's going to be, oh gosh, that is just absolutely devastating right there. That was a very much needed combat win there for Caleb. That was something that he absolutely needed right now, and just being able to have multiple of those answers to be able to get things moving. Very lucky there, very lucky. And so Vex still has to put in the work that the Adaptatron was able to do. And also without the ganking, too. That's going to be very costly if you're not careful. And so the speed that Cody was able to utilize early on is going to be very powerful. And the Vex might very well just be forced to, back out. And then now you might be able to play the Aurelia, attach something, and get another 2 points going up to 6. Now, is that maybe a little bit risky? That might be a little bit risky, but it looks like, yeah, all the same. Going to be going for a Vex of their own, going to be equipping a Boots of Swiftness. You got to be so careful, though, with this. You do not want to recycle too many runes at this point and give your opponent the opportunity here. It looks like nothing is going to be attached, though. And this is giving Caleb a great chance to really set up his board state, refill his hand some, and then potentially be like, all right, Cody, what do you got? And that's going to be tough. That's going to be very tough here. But still, I'm gonna be saying the double Boots of Swiftness could be a big difference maker here. And so with all of this coming into play, this is going to be a very big turn for Caleb. Again, another Boots of Swiftness. That's going to be a step in the right direction. Again, not necessarily needing to overextend the Stellacorn, which I do really like. But at the same time, I still feel like we might need to maintain the card draw more than anything too. But that's going to be the hardest part here. But the charm is going to be a big one, and with only one up, it looks like that we are going to be going for the Unguard to add 2. That's going to be going up to 7, so that's 7 to 7. But you're expecting, yeah, that there is going to be a response even with multiple ups. So that charm again is going to be just such a huge aid to Caleb, and something that he's been able to utilize each and every single game. But whereas on the other side with Cody, I don't think we've really seen any charms be able to be used by him. And so we're coming to the tail end of this round. There's only 2 minutes left. But right now, Cody has got to put in work. He started out so strong, but then even just like a Vex coming in like that and being able to deal with the answers, that is such a difference maker there. And so again, though, we're coming down to the wire of this matchup here. 2 runes at the ready. We at least have a readied Aurelia here. We're not even going to bother at this point to add anything, or, you know, to target with the Boots of Swiftness to ready up again, but instead we're going to be going right into the Stellacorn. Is there going to be potentially even a Rebuke might be, I mean, that's a bit too risky at this point, but if he doesn't have a Defy, so we'll see what's able to be done here, but looks like the Stellacorn is taken care of. Now there still is 2 additional runes up for Caleb. So we'll see what is able to be done with the rest of this, but that Rebuke is now going to be coming in. Now, that's going to be regular Rebuke for that. I mean, gosh, that is going to be one of the deciding factors here. I think, yeah, gosh, I think that's going to be the big moment here for Caleb to get ahead here. Going to be going up to 5 and then 6, and Cody doesn't have enough runes to be able to play out like even a Stellacorn herder and trying to move in and stuff. And so right now, just, I mean, even through all of this, Caleb has still been able to get ahead and really put in the work on going up to 6. Now, of course, the timer is out. And being able to, oh gosh, being able to then get that going and keeping the Vex alive and leaving 3 runes up is going to be such a difference maker here. And I think, yep, it is over for Cody at this point. I am not sure what can be done. Maybe you can stall a little bit with like a Rebuke, but you're not able to play out really any units at this point. And so I'm going to be saying that, yeah, this is probably a GG right there, and that Caleb is going to be taking it after all this matchup. Just well done from both competitors here. This has been an absolute grind of a match. Very careful and calculated the entire time. Now, immediately going to be attaching to, going up to, I mean, gosh, +4, +5, +6, and again, another rebuke. That is going to be it? Are you kidding me? How many rebukes can the man run at this point in getting these answers? Again, just very well done there from the competitors, and rebuke is a game changer of a play there. And you're able to see just what was side decked in at that point. Looks like both rebukes were added in for this particular matchup, and a very well done gameplay from Caleb. So great job there. Guys, that was round number 7. We still got 2 left. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I think there is a lot of versatility that we've been able to see that Aurelia is able to perform. But again, it comes down to that balance and calculation that you need to have to be able to get the answers that you need. And if you're not able to necessarily do that, you might be finding yourself in a very difficult predicament. And so even with the Adaptatron coming in right off the bat, being able to take out both very vital gears for Aurelia, taking out the Boots of Swiftness, taking out the Siren. All right, cool. Thanks for that. I'll just rebuild the board state, and then was able to bring it back from that. So great job, Caleb, on being able to win that game. Very well done. That is not an easy matchup to try to run, and was able to do so masterfully. And so with that being said, guys, we are going to be having a brief break. Again, this game did go to time, so hopefully we don't have too much longer in which we are going to have to wait for the next round, but we will see. And so I am going to take a very quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back to talk to you guys about some Riftbound. So stay tuned. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Welcome back. Now, of course, we're going to be waiting for the round to finish up. So we'll see what ends up happening. But again, guys, we are getting ready for reveal season. For those of you who don't know, Unleashed is coming. Yeah, that's right. And it's going to be also really nice once we get to past set 4. Because then we're all releasing on the same schedule and we won't have reveal season until... what? Until a month before release. So that's going to be really fun. One thing I also really like, though, that Riot has done very well is their pre-release. I mean, I gotta say, probably one of my favorite pre-releases of TCGs. The fact that you do show up and you get a random pack or like a random legend, and you know, it comes with a pre-con constructed deck. Awesome, that's great to see. And then you're able to go in and be like, all right, let's do it, you know, and see what you're able to do with your 5 packs. That alone is already a lot of fun to be able to bring to the game, and I think it adds so much to the gameplay and just really helps get things moving. I also really like that we do have the pre-release events where you are able to go and then play and get your packs and things like that. I think that's also something that really helped keep the prices down when it came to playing in for Riftbound in general. That I think that's what really brought the prices down there. And so really interesting to see there. Can't wait to see what else is able to happen here. A lot of fun stuff to come our way, guys. We are getting started here with round number 8. It looks like we're going to be starting here anytime now. Do you think they'll do the same thing with the pre-riff for next set? Like, we'll get the pre-con decks? Yep, they're going to be doing the exact same thing. I haven't seen anything differently announced, so I think that is going to be the pre-cons and things like that. You think that it's basically a dud pack? Or what do you mean by that? Like the 15 card pre-cons are just kind of duds, or what do you mean in particular? But yeah, that always is kind of it's nice to have those sealed events. I still prefer drafts, but I do really like the sealed event in particular for all of that. So, and the pre-con deck, that was the hard part. It was actually surprisingly very difficult sometimes to be able to put together even like a 25 card deck. It's cool that you can go over that. So if you do want to run closer to 30 cards, there was a couple of times where I did run a 30 card deck. That was really fun to be able to do. And so again, though, that's going to be the hardest part, though, is what are we going to be able to do with all of that? So I'm really curious. What are you guys hoping are going to be the other legends? I'm going to be very curious. I also think that we are going to be getting all of the different dragons and maybe even some jungle creatures that are going to be coming in as units. I think the jungle creatures are going to be having death knell abilities, kind of like what you see in League of Legends, where when they die, you get a specific buff or something like that. I could see them doing that. Yeah, the 15 card pre-cons were kind of meh because it's mostly commons with some uncommons. Yeah, no, I can definitely agree with you on that it is commons and uncommons. Well, and some were definitely way better than others. I mean, way better. You take a look at Rek'Sai and you're like, well, I'm basically going to lose unless I pull other legends. And then if you got like Jax and Lucian, those two were the best pre-cons for you to be able to get. And especially in Lucian, he got a guaranteed punch first, which is just crazy, especially in a sealed format. Whereas Ezreal even was a little bit of a struggle. Like, I think I pulled an Ezreal pre-con, and I had a hard time with my matchups. I think that was the only one that I went 1-2. Everything else I was 3-0 with. But I got double Jax, Ezreal, and Lucian, but I changed Lucian into Lucian Sivir as a combo because, I mean, come on, what getting a Sivir legend ability is just so powerful there. Sivir was one of the best legend abilities that you could get for a precon too. So here we go. It looks like, yes, we got a Lucian going in and going against Cody, which is going to be Aurelia. So both these competitors are both 6-1. They have been playing for a long time though, but they are 6-1 and both looking really good to make it into that top cut. We'll see if that's going to be able to happen here. And again, Blevins, I know, is going to be one that's very happy to see that Caleb has been able to go 6-1. He's one in particular that has said that Lucian's a deck to watch, and I got to agree with him on that. I've been very impressed with what it's able to bring to the table. I think that there is a lot to be added here. That Lucian might very well be one of the most slept on decks. I think that is something that is quite possible here. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been very impressed with what Lucian's able to do. Now, I do believe that the biggest place where it falls short is the card draw, but there's one of the pieces right there. Being able to get the Skyfall with the Trinity Force combo is a game changer. It's able to bring an aggression that you just cannot really get around. Not only that, this is going to be a great matchup here going against Aurelia because it is going to be with Aksham being able to steal stuff like a Guardian Angel. And it's like, all right, well, you think your Aurelia is safe? Oh, by the way, no, it's not. And I'm going to do a Guardian... Watch, you're going to be doing Akshan into taking Guardian Angel and then doing a challenge. Just saying. And that could be a very big deciding factor there. Now, of course, you do have to be a little bit careful about the Defy there. And so now being able to attach the Skyfall is going to be a little bit easier done there. Then, of course, the Akshan's going to be coming in, going to be paying 4 and recycling 2 to take over the Guardian Angel. Now it's like, yep, Akshan's got it. And so then on top of that, let's see... Will he... Nope, he's not going to risk the challenge at that point. I almost would want to. Let me know if you guys would too. But I really love... I mean, yes, you got to be so worried about the... I mean, any response. I mean, you could... There's so many reactions that Aurelia could have, even with 1-up. Even not having a... even not necessarily having a Defy in that case. So a little bit of a risk reward there, but still. Now Aurelia being able to go up to a point. Looks like the Stellacorn's going to be moving in. That's going to be a recycle of 2 runes to be able to attach and equip the Boots of Swiftness. Move over to the other battlefield. Yeah, Aurelia with 1-up is still super scary. That's the hard part. But man, if you take out that Aurelia... Oh, there's the combo piece. He drew the Trinity. There we go. Anything would be super bad at that point. No, you're exactly right. Take the risk, man. Take the risk. But no, this is going to be awesome. So if he now is able to move in with the Akshan, could very well be scoring multiple points every turn now. And so you got to be careful here about maybe a rebuke at this point. And then surprisingly enough, yeah, it looks like gonna be just going for the 1 point. And now that I absolutely love. The fact that now you're able to get the Akshan to... Now if the Akshan ends up dying here, the gear will still stay on the Lucian until the Lucian dies, even though it is back under control of Oliver. So, again, that's already just a really great advantage to be able to have. Like, hey, by the way, even if you are able to charm in the Akshan, you will not get this back. And so, again, right now, this is still looking really good here. I think we're in a wrong rune count at this point. But again, even if a charm does come in and drag the Lucian in, there's going to have to be a lot utilized here. Not only that, let me take a look at Piltover and take a look at the Lucian signature spell here. Because I'm trying to remember if it is a action or reaction speed, or if it is just a regular spell at this point. And so, yeah, looks like Relentless Pursuit is at action speed, so something to definitely keep in mind there. And so, still, though, Oliver is now up to 4. He has some versatility that he's getting on. Vex is coming in. Now, the big thing is there's still 2 runes up, so you might be a little bit worried about, you know, potentially a Rebuke here. But even still, I think this would be... Man, is this when you go for a challenge at this point? If he had a Punch First in hand right now, that would be... I mean, Punch First going into challenge would pretty much just add a ton of momentum here. Now, right now, this Lucian is so incredibly powerful. But we got to be very careful about how we go about this, because at action speed, we're not going to necessarily get to the point where if there is a Rebuke here, what do we do about the counter? So instead, nope, it's going to be a swing case. So no Rebuke, at least at this point. That's going to be a big win. So that'll be able to get everything resolved at this point. Now, the Akshan, of course, is going to be getting +3 Assault. Not only that, but with also everything else. So even with the Aurelia getting +3, I still think it is a long shot. You're going to need an Unguard to come in to add another 3 at that point. That's exactly the situation that you're going to be finding yourself in. So Aurelia is getting essentially +5 right now, with also the Boots of Swiftness, which is going to be +7. Now that everything is tapped out, the Relentless Pursuit is going to allow everything to resolve, and the Akshan is going to be moving in. Very interesting play right there. Gotta say, I'm impressed there. So now the Lucian's gonna allow for the his opponent's Guardian Angel to go to the grave, which is pretty funny there. But that is gonna be a major victory right there. And also, with Oliver being tapped out, now it is going to be time for Bo to move in and hopefully try to get something going. But I don't know if that's gonna be necessarily possible here. Now, the hard part is, gosh, right now, I mean, ooh, I mean, we do have the potential of taking out the Stellacorn and leaving 1 up, but a challenge is at least going to be coming in. That's going to be taking out the Vex, or the Stellacorn in this case. Okay, yeah, that's perfectly fine. And then another Relentless Pursuit. Boom! This is what Lucian needs to do to be able to take the game to the opponent. This is what you love to see right here. And then again, that is going to be a major conquer, going up to 6 points, playing out another Lucian, and then saying pass. Now, of course, Oliver is still going to be going up to 7 runes. That is some workspace to be able to get things done. But again, with both Lucians being here, this could be a very difficult matchup to try to come back. Again, there are not a lot of units here for Oliver. That's one of the biggest downfalls of Aurelia. If you can take care of the units that are out on the board, then you are going to be finding yourself in a very good spot here. And so that's exactly what's been happening here. And Lucian is looking like just able to take this game to Aurelia. So a Stellacorn Herder is going to be moving in. Of course, Boots of Swiftness is going to be attached. Again, though, that's going to be another 2 runes equipped at this point, taking out an Akshan. And so we'll see what is able to be done. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not quite sure why Combo Lucian is played more than Aggro Lucian. And I think it's because, though, Combo Lucian, when it combos, it just is devastating. And so the risk and reward of it, I think, just gives it a different level of consistency. That is very helpful there. So we'll see. But again, this has also just been a very intense matchup here. And with 3 up, there is a chance But now there's a charm coming in that's going to immediately take out a Lucian. So, and 2 Relentless Pursuits have already been utilized in this game 1, and so there might not be necessarily a whole lot left here. Oh, and then of course showing off his Vegas, Bone Shiver here. And so Combo Lucian can move into a battlefield. Again, we're still very worried about a Rebuke. But at the same time, we have the ability to score 2 points right here. But that's the hardest part. If there's a Rebuke, then what do you do? And Skyfall is a very cheap card right now. It's selling for about $10 on TCG Arena. And so again, though, we already have... I feel like... do you want to risk the challenge or do you want to risk the Rebuke? Nope, it's going to be a Fight or Flight that's going to be pushing him back. Now we have a tapped out Aurelia, so the challenge is going to be able to come in. That's going to be just an absolutely powerhouse of a play right there. Yes, you weren't able to necessarily win the game, but now you know what you had to deal with. You were able to take out the Stellacorn, and that is a difference maker right there. And so I'm wondering if he went that route just so that he could make sure that even if it was a Rebuke, that in this case, the opponent would be tapped out, and there was nothing to worry about on adding anything more to Oliver's field, you know, being able to add any boosts to might or things like that. And so very well done with Bo here, and I'm not sure what there is going to be able to be done here, but looks like they're having just an absolute blast, especially with their conversation here. You gotta love that aspect of the game, and you know, it just adds a whole lot. And it looks like, yeah, that is going to be a scoop, so just very well done by the Lucian to be able to take that game. There still is a lot of gameplay left, definitely to be seen, but don't sleep on Lucian. He was able to just take an absolutely powerful game here against Aurelia, and rightfully so. We'll see what else is able to be done here, especially as we start side decking in and going into game number 2. And also got to say, guys, thank you so much for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here with all you guys, to bring you this gameplay and to talk to you guys about this game that we just all love. Now, luckily, at the same time, we haven't necessarily seen a whole lot of Draven today. In fact, it's been really interesting that we've had a lot of casts be the same competitors time and time again. We saw an Ezreal player be on stream twice. We saw an Aurelia player be on stream twice. We've already watched Oliver once earlier today. And we had 3 rounds in a row that was an Ezreal match. And so it was Ezreal versus something in this case. And it was Ezreal versus Aurelia and a couple others in that case. Ezreal versus Teemo too, and things like that. You get the idea. Anyway, with all of that, now we're even going into we had an Aurelia mirror match. Now we have an Aurelia versus Lucian. And I'm wondering if it very well might be that they're just maybe worried about people turning down the ability to be on cast. So it's like, all right, well, if we already know that one is guaranteed to be on, let's just bring them back, you know, kind of thing. Because I know in Vegas, they had a lot of people turning down being on casts to the point where they said, hey, if you're in day 2 and you get chosen to be on stream, you have to be. And so very interesting aspect to be able to add to all of that. And something to keep an eye out on. But again, still a lot to be seen, and we'll see what else is going to be added here. But this is going to be a lot of fun to be able to see what is able to be said and done. It looks like they actually are taking maybe a little bit longer on getting into game number 2, but it looks like they are just now finishing the side decking. So we'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, I feel like already everyone in the whatchamacallit, in the meta is already so tired of Draven. They did do Draven versus Ezreal, where Ezreal was able to actually take the win. Very well done from Andrew on that. And we were able to actually watch 2 games of Ezreal too. So really fun to be able to see that. So let's go ahead and F5 this. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. Very well actually might be on their end. I know they've had some stuttering issues. They've already dropped the stream once. Yeah, if your deck can be blown up just because someone saw it, then you're going to hold that, not going to lie. Yeah, good point. And so thank you guys so much for being here. It looks like, yeah, the Turn 'em Sideways cast has come to an end. And so it looks like a lot of you guys trickling in might be coming in from that stream. Good to have you here. And hopefully you guys are having an amazing Saturday as we watch this game play together. And so we'll see what is able to be done. One thing that I do like is, yes, even though I did get sick at Vegas, I now am able to do a little bit deeper of a voice. A little bit easier. That's the sad part, though. It's like, man, if I get a cough, why? I really wish that my voice could just go a little bit deeper. You know, that would be nice, but that's okay. Anyway, with all of that, guys, it looks like going into Game 2, Bo is immediately going to be starting in with a Kai'Sa. Again, one of the biggest problems with Lucian is going to be his card draw. So the fact that you're able to get a Kai'Sa to potentially move in and start getting things going here could very well be a step in the right direction. And even so, we see a second Kai'Sa in hand. So we might see a Kai'Sa v Kai'Sa into both battlefields to get 2 points and 2 cards drawn. But it also wouldn't surprise me if at this point we would maybe want to develop the Ruin Runner here. And so, yeah, there was a great plague of of sickness going around in Vegas. A lot of people really got sick. And so, unfortunately, Runes and Rift had like 3 Dravamirs back to back to back, and people... yeah, no, I totally get it. You can't be doing that. And so, yeah, looks like that we are going to be protecting... I gotta say, I really love what versatility First Mate is able to bring into this game here. Allowing the longevity of something like a Kai'Sa, because especially when going against Aurelia, you know they're going to be able to get over your might. It's not a matter of if, but how. You know, they have 50 different options on being able to deal with the might there. And so, again, guys, I got to say, dude, I really hope, if I ever get to play against someone, I would love to be able to play against Bo or Oliver. You can just see that while this is a very competitive match, they are just having so much fun right now through their conversation and just really enjoying the game. This is how the community should definitely be. And gotta say, just really love to see this. And so again, the Stellacorn's going to be moving over. Again, Lucian is completely tapped out. But this is the hard part now. We got to figure out what we can then do to be able to deal with this board state. And we see a Charm potentially in hand. And this is going to be the things that can really start devastating Lucian's board state and what we got to be watching out for. And so immediately the Charm's going to be coming in. It looks like double Charm to take out the Kai'Sa and the Lucian. And so already that is going to be a huge answer there. But at the same time, now Aurelia has sacrificed a lot of runes and is completely tapped out. So maybe if there is something to be able to move in, I mean, heck, if there is a... I mean, what? Yeah, if there is a Piercing Light send in First Mate to be able to clear the board of the Stellacorns. Wouldn't be a horrible play, at least, but would still be costing a lot of runes at this point. But the hard part is, now what do you do with this kind of board state? Now you still at least have the Kai'Sa that can move into the other battlefield and draw a card off the Conquer. That could still very well be a very viable option. Because again, if you're able to find that right card that is able to get you just that much more ahead, then more power to you here. Now we also have a longsword. And that's going to be something to consider here too. Especially when going against a tapped out Aurelia. I didn't play a single one in Vegas either, actually. I played against only Aurora. It was so stupid. I saw 4 Auroras in all my matches. That's counting both days of competition. But even still, holy crap, I am done with Aurora at this point. So yeah, it looks like the Kaisa is going to be moving in with the longsword, being able to draw 2 cards off of that, one for the battlefield and one for the Kaisa ability. So again, that is going to be a lot of help there. Still, unfortunately, though, don't have really any other answers, and it doesn't feel like you want to necessarily send in the first mate for an extra point. Just doesn't necessarily feel great, because you know essentially that both of these units are going to be gone at that point. Still, at the same time, that's going to be even more runes extended here. So it looks like the Stellacorn is going to be moving into the adjacent battlefield, and maybe that would have been the play to have the first mate there, because it would have forced either the attachment or the adding on of spells or equipment at this point. And so it looks like, oh, being able to destroy a gear, something that Lucian sometimes can struggle with. And yeah, getting the longsword destroyed at this point and then moving in, that is going to be an absolute powerhouse of a play right there for Oliver, as he not only draws another card, is able to get another point and going up to 4. Now, of course, still, Bo does have a lot of answers in hand, but you got to be able to deal with a lot of the board state here. Did draw another couple of gear that might be able to get over things, but even still, there's 2 runes at the ready here, and that in of itself is already very intimidating. If there is a rebuke, do you use it and go down to 0? That is tough. And this is going to be a very calculated turn here for Bo. He's gonna have to find the right line. And so we'll see what ends up going on with... I mean, right now it's looking pretty good for Oliver. And again, that Stellacorn is just such a difference maker here. And so we'll see what else is able to be done, but I'm not sure what else is... So we'll see what else is able to be done. And so, again, though, getting some good attachments. Going up to, what is that, going to be 5? Yeah, that's going to be 5 to 5. And still 1 left up. Now, of course, we do have a Relentless Pursuit in hand. We see that. Oh, gosh. But at the same time, no Fury in hand. Now, of course, the Assault here is going to be so helpful, because that's, again, going to be adding another +1 here. And then going in with a Discipline to go up to... from 5 to 7. And so now if Kaisa decides to actually attack in, that's going to be... going in for a trade, essentially. And so, yeah, it looks like not going to be opting into the trade at that point. Rightfully so. And we'll see what else is able to be done here. But again, the Kaisa needs to be able to maintain a hold. Try to get something going here. But right now, Oliver is playing very risky games here. But it is paying off. So much power is being spent here. and we'll see what else is able to be done. But I'm not quite sure what Oliver or what Bo could potentially do to try to get back into this game. It just seems like that the Stellacorn is just adding so much versatility here that unless you're able to find a challenge or things like that, you're just going to be out of luck. So we'll see what is going to be done here. Now, again, Bo did take game number 1, so keep that in mind. We are in game 2 currently. And we'll see what else is able to be done here. But, again, at the same time, it's not looking good for Bo in this game 2. And so it looks like that is just going to be potentially, what, a scoop? And then going into game number 3, rightfully so, definitely understand that. But yeah, that's going to be it right there. So very well done from Aurelia, being able to take the game back to Bo there with Lucian. But it's all going to be coming down to this. Are we going to be able to see if Lucian is going to be able to take it back to his opponent? That's going to be one of the biggest things. So, yeah, it ended up Lucian taking game number 1 here. I don't know why they didn't get the update there on that, but unfortunately, that's how it is. So, with all of that, of course, we are still going to be going into game number 3. So, 1-1 right now, and the big deciding factor. Now, luckily, Lucian's going to be going first. Is that going to be a big enough difference maker here as we finish off this match? We'll see. But it is going to be a very difficult game number 3 here for these competitors. And I can't wait to see what is going to be done here. So let me know, guys. I really, I'm going to be biased a little bit. I want to see Lucian take this out because, again, I feel like people still think that Lucian is too much of an underdog deck, and it kind of is, but I don't think nearly as much as what people think. I got to message Blevins. Or, yeah. Just because I'm going to give him a hard time that he doesn't get the Lucian gameplay. Because he's one of the biggest proponents of Lucian. And he's definitely one of the biggest proponents there. And so we'll see, but here we go. We're going into game number 3. We're still waiting again. Looks like they are going to be sighting out a little bit more. And it's going to come down to this. Now, of course, the biggest thing that I think is going to be a big difference maker, especially with what we saw in game number 1, is going to be the challenge there. Now, you got to be able to calculate out correctly, but if you're able to get Aurelia to tap out all of their runes, then you're able to get in and get things done and really clear out the board state without Aurelia getting too far ahead. That, I think, is going to be the biggest difference maker there. We'll see. Is it going to be something that ends up happening? Well, here we go with game number 3 as they finally have given Bo his game 1 win. And so immediately, pretty standard turn 1 start there. We have an obelisk that is coming in, and so Lucian's going to immediately be allowed to be played on turn number 3. Now, normally we will probably be seeing a, yeah, exactly, a Stellacorn Herder coming out on turn number 1. But again, that's going to be a big tap out there, so if there is going to be anything that can get that little boosted of might, and then potentially a Okay, there we go. Immediately a point, move right back. And is that a Kaisa in hand? Challenge would be so powerful here, but it looks like, unfortunately, does not have that in hand. A Relentless Pursuit, that can still be something to maybe catch off guard here. But on the move, the Stellacorn is going to immediately move in, and yeah, without any issue whatsoever, the Stellacorn, of course, is going to be taking out the Kaisa. And again, that's going to be one of the biggest deciding factors. How are you going to be able to take care of just the might that Oliver is going to be able to dish out? He charmed the Lucian, then he took out the Kaisa, and it's like, all right, cool, well, here we go. But the biggest thing is that if Oliver ends up getting in a little bit of trouble here, then he might be finding himself at a point where he's sacrificing too much runes and then not able to catch up, especially now that Ruin Runner is in the game. This is something that was in hand in Game 2, but was not necessarily utilized here. So now, we'll see if this is something that is able to be done here. But still, again, this is going to be a very difficult matchup. You want to be able to take out the Stellacorn sooner rather than later. But how do you get over the might that can be added? Now, of course, I think there's, what, 4 or 5 cards in hand for Oliver right now. 3 runes at the ready. And we'll see what else is able to be done here. But the Lucian is going, or the Akshan's going to be taking the Boots of Swiftness. That's going to be a step in the right direction. Now, of course, the Ruin Runner still has a chance. I don't think it's necessarily moved in just yet. Yep, going to be attaching the Doran's Blade to be able to go up to 7. 7 to 3 at this point. That's still, or it's 8 to 3. And being able to take the Boots of Swiftness is going to be a step in the right direction. But even still being able to get a Fight or Flight, another card draw right there for the Aurelia. And this is why you just got to be so careful. Yes, you gave a point. Yay, good job. But now Aurelia still has 1 unit. And that's all you need with Aurelia to be able to win a game, is to maintain 1 unit up. Now, of course, the Akshan now having the ganking, that's going to be maybe a little bit of a difference maker there. You got to love that kind of gameplay. And then the Relentless Pursuit, that could be very helpful at this point. But still, at the same time, Aurelia needs to be able to get back into this game. It's 3 to 3 right now. Yes, you do have the card draw, but can you capitalize on trying to get over a lot of this? Now, the nice part is, too, you can also sneak in a Relentless Pursuit, and pretty much it's a fight or flight for Lucian, so you can move immediately over to the other battlefield. So we'll see what ends up happening here, but it looks like the Stellacorn is going to be moving in. 3 runes have already been tapped. And we'll see what kind of abilities are going to be utilized. Again, going to be taking out, oh, the Doran's Blade. I gotta say, it's that unit has been putting in work. So yeah, and that double Thunder Song could be a big difference maker in this. Now, of course, everything that Lucian has in hand, unfortunately, is going to be able to be reacted to. I mean, everything is pretty much at reaction speed for Aurelia. So we'll see what actually ends up coming in here. But yeah, right now he's got the combo set up. This can be the big difference maker here. Aurelia is going to need to be able to find the answers needed. Otherwise, this game could be over quick. Especially with, like, a Relentless Pursuit. Ooh. Yeah, actually. If Akshan's able to move in, take a battlefield, Relentless Pursuit over, or you attach everything to the Ruin Runner, then you can't actually target the Ruin Runner at that point. So with everything over at that... Oh, now here's the hard part, though. The Adaptatron is going to just be... that's going to be big. Now, of course, you're going to be selecting that to get it readied up so that you can take out the combo piece here. And so still, now it's going to be taken out. We're going to see if it's going to be Skyfall or... Yep, okay, so Skyfall is taken out. That hurts right there. But still... We have the potential on trying to get some things going here. The Adaptatron, of course, is going to get buffed because of destroying a gear. And there's only 2 runes left at the ready. Now, do we want Stellacorn to move back? Yep, to be able to get the card draw. And again, I really wish we knew how many cards in hand. Now, we do see the signature spell. We see another discipline. I think I caught that right off the top there, but still... Bo is going to need a lot to be able to get into this game. He did get another Lucian. He got also got another Lucian. He has a couple of answers in hand. But this is still anyone's game, and next turn could be absolutely huge against this. Now, of course, luckily we do have the Ruin Runner, so you can go in at least to the battlefield and be able to take out the Adaptatron. And you don't have to necessarily worry about the Rebuke. You don't have to worry about the signature spell. The signature spell still can, of course, target the Akshan. That's something to definitely keep in mind, but you're at least not hindering the -2 on the Ruin Runner. So again, you got to be very careful about how you want to calculate this out. But it looks like we are going to be committing and immediately allowing the flash to come in response to the Thunder Song. Gosh, now the hard part is, how do you stop Aurelia from taking both battlefields? And that's going to be the big deciding factor here, I think. Can you, with only 3 runes? Now, it is possible with the signature spell being at reaction speed. Whatever battlefield they happen to go into first, then you play the Relentless Pursuit and reinforce the other battlefield. So it very well might have been, yeah, that's the hard part. Move into Obelisk, then play out the Thunder Song to the battlefield, and then take the other one. Maybe. There's a lot of very difficult sequencing that you need to have here. Yeah, and you might be able to hold, but still. Bo going up to 5. And then soon going to be able to go up to 6. Still only 2 left. Also paid 1 to draw another card. I'm not sure what... A challenge? Yeah, challenge actually. If you're able to top deck the challenge here, that might be the difference maker. But the Relentless Pursuit on the Ruin Runner to go over to Akshan or something along those lines, you just gotta hope your opponent does not have a Defy. It looks like they do have a Rebuke in hand. There's a Rebuke in hand. There's a signature spell. I'm not sure what Lucian is going to be able to do to win this game. I mean, being able to use the Adaptatron to be able to take out Skyfall saved Oliver. 100% saved Oliver. So, with that being said, though, we'll see what else is able to be done. We'll see if there's going to be anything that is, I don't think there is, though. You wouldn't want to go with the longsword at this point. While that does add 2 runes, you already know that they have more than enough runes. So immediately going to be going in with the rebuke there. You wouldn't want to relentless pursuit because it would still be in a battlefield, unfortunately. And now the Boots of Swiftness is going to be coming back. So you can even go in with the Adaptatron, take out the gear. Oh my gosh, yep, it's over. Gonna take out the gear. Then attach the Boots of Swiftness. Ready it up, send everything else over. And that's gonna be a GG right there. With all the other answers that they have, that's going to be it. And yep, looks like the Lucian is going to skip and just or scoop, and that is just going to be a GG right there, as we were able to see that, yeah, Oliver was able to take it with Aurelia. Man, though, that was maybe a little bit closer than what Oliver would have liked, in that case. But Oliver going up 7-1 now, as we are getting into round number 8, or no, 7-1. So now going into round number 9, we only have one more, guys, and then we'll see who ends up making the top cut. So this is going to be a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see what might be had here, and if we're going to see what kind of matchups. I mean, we've seen a ton of Ezreal, we've seen a little bit of Draven, we've seen one Teemo, and we've seen a ton of Aurelia. That's been the main theme of today, is a lot of Aurelia and a lot of Ezreal. So what is this final round going to be? But yeah, with Seals being so popular, it makes Lucian so rough. Yep, it really does. And there is a lot of good gear destruction, but at the same time, I still don't feel like we have quite enough. I was a little bit worried when we saw Spirit Forge announcing all this gear and all this gear destruction, and I'm like, there's no way that gears are going to be able to survive. But it looks like that it's actually been able to, and rather well. And even something like Akshan, while it was able to have a really big moment here to be able to take the game to the opponent, it still wasn't quite able to get there. So really sad to be able to see. I totally get it, though. But we'll see what else is able to be done as we go into this next round. Lucian still might have a chance if it wins this next round. Going 7-2 might be enough to make day 2. If they do top 64, it should very well be enough. So I really hope that we are able to watch more of Bo, that he is able to get a great run. Because, yeah, bringing a Lucian to a 25k, very bold move, but you're able to see, hey, this is why it's able to do a lot and get a lot of work done. So with that being said, guys, I am going to take a very quick 5-minute break. Then we'll come back and talk to you guys about the rest of these matches, what this meta is looking like, maybe a little bit of Unleashed talk as well. So with that being said, I am going to be taking a quick break, and I will be right back. Yeah, and this has a top cut. I'm pretty sure it's top 64. So definitely something to keep in mind. But yeah, so we are going to be going into round number 9 here momentarily. Have a good one, guys. I'll be right back. All right, here we go again. Now, unfortunately, with a lot of this, it really sucks because they just have the same round every round that they show. They show this game from Orlando, then they show another game from Orlando, and that's it. So, but yeah, that was a little bit of a rough end for Lucian. I'm wondering, did he maybe no? Because if it wasn't if he didn't play Skyfall, that was one of my big worries. If he didn't play Skyfall and held it until the following turn, then would he have maybe been able to win? And it's like, no, because in that case, unfortunately, Trinity Force would have been destroyed at that point. So, hey, Damon, good to see you. But yeah, that's the hardest part, though. Just wasn't able to get there at that point. Let's see what excuses Tara May. So yeah, with that being said, guys, we've had a lot of really fun gameplay to watch today. I'm hoping we don't watch an Aurelia, and I'm hoping we don't watch an Ezreal for the final round, but we'll see what ends up happening. He shouldn't have played Akshan, you think. Oh, that's kind of a bold take right there. Okay. Yeah, that might have made a big difference right there, especially on rune count alone. But let's actually take a look at the standings. I think I still have the link. Let me see. Do I still have it as the Control V? Yeah, I do. Okay, here's the... There we go. Let's take a look at this. Now, they still have 2 minutes for turns, so we'll probably be about another 20 minutes, unfortunately. Yeah, those 2 runes recycled mattered for sure. I also didn't necessarily see... I don't think he ran any punch firsts or anything like that, too. Oh, wow. So Andrew, he is still at 21 points, so he's definitely day 2. I believe that was the Ezreal player that we watched earlier today. And that's the hard part, too. I think sometimes we want to use Akshan almost reactionary. Like, oh, they have a gear. Okay, let's take it. And sometimes that just isn't necessarily the play in this case. And so, unfortunately, yeah, that's sometimes the hard calls. Whoops, wrong one. That's sometimes the hard call to make there. But, yeah, so with that being said, guys, here we are at the standings right now. We still have a minute 10. Looks like in round 8, we have a couple of people still waiting to be finishing up. A lot of people still waiting. Now, of course, Brandon Nevin got a bye. Good job, man. Good win. But we'll see what the rest of this is able to bring. Jim Davis, of course, is also one of the bounties there, so something really fun to be able to see. And then, yeah, there was Bo right there going against Oliver, so on table 40. So that was the casted match right there. Really good to be able to see that. And can't wait to see what else is going to be able to be done. Oh, Dizzy, dang, losing again with mid-range Draven. We watched him in round 4, was it? I think it was. And that was... What's he playing with? Jim Davies? I'm not sure. Let me see if he says on X. Let me double check. He might have said on X. Jim Davis. Yeah, Jim Davis. No, looks like it does say he's a bounty player. But it just says off to play pro play games in Pittsburgh. Has a picture of pizza. Very jealous there. Jinx again, probably, you think? Miracle Jinx, or... Yeah, I think that's the only one. No. Yeah, he doesn't say. Dang, man, why don't you say? All right, well, that's perfectly fine. That's how it is sometimes. So, unfortunately, he did not say, but he has done pretty well, it looks like. Still is, of course, competing in this. And then let's see the standings. And 15 points. So, yeah, he has lost to Daniel Nelson and Brady Schofield. Interesting. So, otherwise has been doing relatively well. Don't necessarily recognize any names. I don't know why I would, but you never know. But yeah, still very well done there. Now let's see what Andrew has been able to do. Now, oh, he actually just lost to John Rossum, so that's actually really surprising there. Let me just... that's really surprising. He was doing so incredibly good. I wonder what he ended up going against there. Really well done there with the with Ezreal. He's definitely one that I really enjoyed watching. We got to watch him in round 4 versus Dizzy and round 6 versus Jaizen. Very well done there on that, and he is maybe not in first anymore, but still has 21 points secured. So on the following round, I think we will be looking good. So even with all that, though, we still have a lot of gameplay left. A lot of people that we are still waiting on. We'll keep things on the eyes. We'll keep watching these get reported, and hopefully we will have some answers here as to when the next round is going to be momentarily. So we'll see, though. We'll see. So, oh, there's a good pop. Man, that's the one thing, man. I wish I stole a desk from my high school, because, man, did that crack a back different, man. I mean, you guys know, if you're probably around in your 30s and stuff, I don't know if they still have the same desks, but those connected desks, that had the just had the small chair, and the way that you were able to just grab and twist, all those pops were so satisfying in the best ways. So we'll see what ends up happening with a lot of that, but absolutely love what all that brings. So with that being said, again, we still got a couple. I don't know why. Oh, that's a tie. Okay, so they did already tie. Good. But we still got a lot of gameplay left here, and we'll see what ends up happening. But again, guys, silent spitting facts. That's right. So, you know, I probably unlocked a few memories for you guys right there on that. Now, one thing that I am going to be very curious about with Unleashed, again, we're going to be starting to get set 3 revealed on Monday. That's going to be really fun to do. We're probably going to be doing a live reveal here, as well as uploading a video explaining our thoughts and reactions to the first set of announcements. I know we have a lot of people who, if you do want to see a lot of really good stuff here, if you go to the Discord and go down to the Riftbound server, one thing that's really helpful here is they have all the spoilers here. And so, like, if you want to see the Baron be revealed and things like that, then you get to see people's reactions and things like that. We also have the regular... a lot of them are being released in English, too, with a lot of the content creators. But the Riftbound community server is just really good. And so those decks were fire. Same with the crash bars. When the bell ring. Oh, yeah. Yep, those desks were fire, man. No, seriously, those are good times. I'm glad I am done with high school. 100% glad that we are over and done. Never have to go back. I still have nightmares every now and again about being in high school. Even though I'm 33 years old. Still have those nightmares. But... you know, that's how it is sometimes. And with my team that I managed, I would always just joke with them, because they'd be doing homework at their desk kind of thing, and getting things done in that regard. And I was just like, yeah, you know, I haven't done homework since 2010. And, oh, man, the glares they would give me just was perfect. So, yeah, it looks like only a couple more games that we might be waiting on. I don't think... Yeah, the stream is not going yet. So, anyway, yeah, we'll just shoot the breeze and stuff like that, guys. Are there any Jinx in top 64? We don't know yet. We don't know any demographics or stuff. We do have Jim Davis. There is some theories that he is playing Jinx potentially. He is a bounty player. And so we'll see what else is maybe able to be done here. Ooh, a wife call. Hello, wife. How are you? Oh, good. Are you here? Oh. Oh, okay. Not yet. Oh, does it not think that you're buckled in? So much weight. Well, it looks like you're going to have to buckle in. No, it should just be the airbag seat. It's just the airbag. They won't care if the back seat's buckled in. So, yeah, I guess that is a lot of weight. So... But yeah, I do have to go at 6:30 to a card game night because you're leaving at 8. I know. Top 10 anime betrayals of 2026. I know. Oh, good. But yeah, if you want to bring home some dinner, yeah, that works. I might have to grab and go, but that's okay. And I'll help you get stuff in when you get here, okay? I can imagine. Eight boxes? Dang. Uh-huh. Oh, gosh. Uh-huh. Yeah, that does. Oh. Yep. So just one thing after another, isn't it? They better be coming back. That is a madhouse. Okay, well, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Well, the driver's fine. Uh-huh. How is it not getting clean? We put it in a washer. Why does it smell weird? I don't know either. Oh, well, we'll figure it out when you get home. What are you thinking for dinner? Yeah, that makes sense. You don't normally eat. You're good at that. You avoid meals. In and out? That's going to take forever. If you do, I would recommend you turning around and getting it in Spanish Fork. Well, yeah, I didn't know if you passed it yet. I heard a turn signal, so I didn't know. I would get it in Spanish Fork. It is going to be 1,000,000 times faster than by the house. Because when I went to the In-N-Out by the house 2 nights ago. I even went inside, and it was a 35-minute wait for 12 orders. I was 12 orders ahead. So, go get food. You know what I like. Yep, double. Both onions. Regular and grilled. At least. No, I want burgers. Get me the burgers. I need a burger. So, and that'll work. And then I'll see you soon, okay? Yeah, I'll be leaving at 6:30. Yeah, that's mainly why I decided to leave at 6:30, because you had your thing tonight, too. We'll get all Sunday together, okay? No, I said we'll get all Sunday together. Not that we're going to knit together. I will never knit. Ever. Nope. Nah. No problem. Okay. Well, I got to get going, okay? Yeah, that is. Yeah, I got to get going, though, okay? I love you. Drive safe. Okay. Goodbye. All right, guys. Yeah, so gosh, kind of awkward, huh, chat? No, maybe a little, but that's okay. No, anyway, our house has been an absolute disaster, more than anything. We had a leak in our washing machine while I was in Vegas for the regionals. Ended up actually leaking down to the first floor, destroying a couch and stuff like that. We're still waiting for Jim Davis. Come on, man. Anyway, with all of that, our dryer and washer have been MIA, and so she went to family's house to be able to do some laundry. So anyway, guys, yeah, we're waiting on a couple of more. I think we should just about be done with all of this. Hopefully we're going to be able, again, we're always waiting for Jim. Has to go to turns. Watch it go in a tie. But this is going to be really interesting to see. We've had a lot of really fun gameplay so far in the match. And we'll see what is able to be done in round 9. I'm going to be curious to see what they pick at the top table. Honestly, it's probably going to be within the top 6 tables. They'll pick one of those to be casted. We'll see what they end up deciding. But we only got one more round for the rest of the match, and then again, we don't know if they're doing top 64, top 32, something along those lines, and we'll see what ends up happening. But good to have you guys here. It's been a long day. We've been streaming right now for almost 7 hours. And so with that, oh, did it just actually? Yes, it did. Heck yeah. So round 9 should be coming. There we go. Awesome. So it looks like we still actually have some really good matchups going on here. Brandon McArthur, cool. Caleb Mears, Daniel Yang. They seem to like to pick table like the 4th table right here. So is there a way to see what decks people are playing along with the bracket? I wish. I really do. But even with everything, it looks like Andrew Duvall is still in 5th place even after losing the game. He's only down by 1, so he's been able to win pretty much all his rounds except for 1. He just lost 1 last round. At the same time, we got John Rossum. We don't know what he's been playing. Now, he's only had 1 draw at this point, which was in round number 6. And he was the one that actually took down... Andrew last round. So this is going to be interesting. I think this will be a lot of fun to see what these matches are going to bring. Oops. And we should be starting the final round here anytime now. So going to be really excited to see what they bring in here. And, people are, of course, finding their seats right now. So it wouldn't surprise me if we start casting and commentating on screen here pretty soon, and then going into the next round. So Good to have you guys all here. It's been a long day, 9 rounds in total, and we will see what ends up happening here, if there is going to be any type of response when it comes down to what we are going to see. Again, are we going to maybe see another Ezreal? Probably. Or are we going to be seeing another Aurelia? Probably. That's been kind of the theme here, that we've seen a lot of Aurelia and a lot of Ezreal. We had 3 rounds in a row of Ezreal, 3 rounds in a row of Aurelia. So, but no Auroras. Holy crap. Is Aurora, I mean, I don't know what I would rather not watch. Aurora or Draven. Let me know, guys. What do you think? Would you rather not watch? What would you rather not see more? Aurora or Draven? I know there is a lot of people who are over and done with Draven already. They don't want to watch any gameplay, which is also crazy because it's like, gosh, we've only been, well, we did have China. I know a lot of people in English don't usually watch a lot of the China tournaments. F Draven, if Miracle, yeah. There's another Draven. Yep. Nope. Definitely. But yeah, gosh, no kidding there. We'll see what ends up happening, though. Watch, we're going to be doing a Draven mirror match for round 9. If we do a Draven mirror match, the cast is over. Good to have you guys here. We're going. So we'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, Draven 20-minute turn. Well, that's also the hard part, too, is sometimes with Ezreal, that was also the hard part, because it was check it. Okay, cool. Let's do a called shot repeated, you know, and then let's go a stack deck. Let's do this, you know. Oh, and look, we have the same board state, just 10 more cards in hand. You know, that's the hard part. So I think right now I am more tired of Aurora, but that's because I've had to go against that more as a competitor. I'd watch Aurora all day if it meant not watching Draven. At least Aurora will be a fast match, or, to the bare minimum, interesting depending on the variant. Yeah? Aurora is always welcome. Okay, so we still have some Aurora fans, so that's good. Nah, it's like, in the last tournament I entered, I saw 2 Auroras. In the tournament before that, which was Vegas, I went against 4 Auroras and things like that. And I really wish I had a little bit more gear removal. Unfortunately, my deck in Vegas was not ready for that matchup. So that really sucked. But, you know, that's how it is. And also, in my playtest group, I was the only one who went against Aurora. All right, guys, they're cutting to the casters. So Blevins is back with Max. And so, yeah, we'll see what ends up going on here, but good to have you guys. We'll see what round number 9 is going to bring and what we end up having for this round, this final round, round 9. Are they actually cutting here? Nope, they fake cut us. They cut right back to Blevins and Max. Come on. But no, it's been really good to see this level of competition. I'm going to be curious to see. We are going to be watching to see if they make any demographic or any graphics, not demographics, any graphics of the demographics that ended up showing up to this 25K. I think that's going to be a big difference maker here, because that's one thing that we're going to be watching for. What actually is the conversion percentage? Because we have seen that Draven has generally around a 60 to 70% win rate depending on the tournament and matchups. And that's outside of the Draven mirror match. That's insane. Then at the same time, you still have going on a lot with, we've seen a lot of Aurelia, a lot of Ezreal, but I really want to see what these percentages are on what is showing up. And unfortunately, we haven't necessarily seen much of that. So where to watch live? Yep, so that's going to be on Twitch if you want to watch live. Here is the actual live stream if you want to watch Blevins and Max commentate the final round. They're about to start going into the final, so we'll see. But it should be a lot of fun. And so one of these days I'll co-cast one of these. That'd be really fun. Or not co-stream. Yeah, I will cast one of these. That'll be really fun. Your liver is in your body. Hard to watch. Okay. Anyway, but with that being said, we'll see what Blevins and them are able to get done here as we go into this final round. So, again, it's been a lot of fun to be able to watch these gameplays. They did drop the stream once already. Luckily, it was in between rounds, and they've had some camera issues throughout the day, unfortunately. That's something that you never want to see, but, you know, technical difficulty sometimes happens. But no, still really good that we get to see, like, Pro Play Summit going so into Riftbound on these big tournaments and being able to commentate at a high level. I mean, love that they have Blevins and Max, two of the best in the industry right there, to be able to bring in. We haven't seen very much of Max in the gameplay necessarily, just because he has recently had a kid, so he hasn't been able to make nearly as much content as he would have liked. But, you know, that's just what happens. Still buys a lot of cards, which is really funny because he still ended up bragging on X about him buying 3 Altart Kaises, and I'm like, dude. But, you know, that's how it is sometimes. But we'll see what ends up happening here, especially as we, again, are waiting to go into the final round. Hopefully they're able to get things signed up. Again, if it's a Draven mirror match, just go and watch it live. I'm going to be ending the stream at that point. But here we go. It looks like we're going to be finding out what matchup this is. And looks like Draven versus Draven. Did they really? Oh my gosh. That's not a Lucian right there, my friends. Nope, that is a Draven v. Draven matchup. Now, which one is Miracle? Nope, it looks like Brandon's running Miracle. My guess is, nope, Brandon's Detonate Draven. Veiled Temple is the Draven there. Yep, he's doing Detonate. There's the treasure. Treasure Trove. And so we'll see what ends up happening, but it looks like, yeah, we're able to get a stack deck going, then with a Traveling Merchant. And both of these competitors are 6-1-1 and 6-2, so I'm actually really surprised that they went so far down the brackets here. I didn't think that they necessarily would, but it looks like, yeah, we have the Traveling Merchant, so we are going mid-range versus Detonate Draven, so definitely something to keep in mind there. So, again, guys, this is probably going to be a fairly quick cast. I think I am just going to do game number 1, and then we'll call it quits there. I mean, I can already imagine, yeah, we've seen a little spike there, but oh, this is not what you want to see. But still... Trying to get the masking correct. Yeah, well, and it looks like Riot is going to be doing something here in the coming months. Or not in the coming months, in the coming weeks. They did say that they aren't going to be doing any bans until after the China Open, which is going to be at the end of this month. So we'll see what ends up happening. But still, in this Draven Mirror match, there's a lot to be seen here. There's a lot to maybe be in these matchups. We'll see what they might be able to do to try to get things taken care of. It looks like actually starting with a Piercing Light repeat. It is going to be clearing out the field. I don't know if... I can't remember the ruling on Piercing Light, because if it fizzes on, or like if you blow up the Traveling Merchant, it's already had its damage, it's done. It's not like the spell fully resolves, if I'm remembering correctly. And so I'm not quite sure if it works that way. But, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that if the Traveling Merchant was gone, then unfortunately you aren't able to do the second hit on Draven. Let me know. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening right now. Going up to 3 for Laborio. Brandon, it can be a little bit of a slow burn at the beginning. You are more so building up your board state. You're wanting to get Ezreal out. You're wanting to then get going on the card draw and things like that. And, you know, you're usually a little bit more comfortable with running things like... Interesting. Okay, so we are going in with a bushwhack. You are more comfortable with being at a point differential because you are going to be coming back in and getting things moving. So already going to be then going in and getting an Ezreal ready. So maybe a little bit of a risky play here, trying to maybe sacrifice an Ezreal. Going to be able to then at least be able to take a battlefield. That's going to be another card draw. And then going to be discarding and drawing 2 with the Traveling Merchant being discarded here and then being able to take out the Tide Turner. So a good response here, especially with no hidden cards from Laborio. And it looks like another seal, so sacrificing a lot of runes here. And then being able to do a Called Shot repeated, so again, going to be able to dig a little deeper. Not going to have any of the Zon Warrens going on. Looks like that's going to be saved until Game 2 or Game 3. And it looks like, yep, another Called Shot is going to be grabbed off the top. I don't know if he's going to necessarily go in and risk another rune for an additional Called Shot. I don't think it's necessarily needed, especially with all the runes that have already been spent for this turn. But it looks like he is going to be going in for another Called Shot. And then the easy choice there, and then being able to do it again. And a Rebuke or a Spinning Axe. That can be a hard choice right there. And that's the hard part too, because if all they ban is Called Shot, all the Miracle decks get worse. Ezreal gets worse, Sivir gets worse, all the other Miracle-style decks just get worse. And what worries me is that then Draven will just be going over and running the Detonate build. So unfortunately, I do think something needs to be done here with also the Detonate build. While, yes, Called Shot is still a very powerful card, but even just being able to then supplement, instead of running Called Shot, running the Treasure and Detonate, then you're still sitting with a lot of cards in hand. And so still, after all this, he is drawing even more cards. And mid-range Draven still has a good matchup into these types of scenarios. And so the hard part is, though, is that Miracle Draven, even with Detonate, while there is a little bit more consistency, can still absolutely struggle sometimes with bricking. And I know what you're saying. That's probably a little bit difficult to do. And it is, but if you're not able to find out the Rosses like you need to... Oh... And then we are going to be moving in, so it could be a potential to back out here, but that's going to be another card draw in hand. But at least Draven would fight for another day. Or do you just trade with the Rasa? It just does not feel good either way. I feel like, yeah, you do need to back out at that point. So here we go. A lot of utility was just given to Brandon with all those responses. Oops. And we'll see what else is able to be done. But luckily, at least, the Miracle Draven is completely tapped out, so we're going to be going in immediately. There is a good chance that he very well might be having a Ride the Wind in hand. And so being able to create the gold off the Draven ability and then being able to draw a card is a lot of help right there. But also, the Rasa could very well just be moving back into base. And so something that you definitely have to keep in mind with a lot of that on how do you then deal with the Rossas. Now, luckily, we have already seen, though, a piercing light. Now, a lot of people either run the piercing lights or the falling stars, and usually not both. And both are very situational sometimes, but in this case, I think the piercing light would be so much better. So now there's a big chance here with Reaver's Row. Does Rasa stay or move back? And if Rasa stays, there's a chance maybe that there's a fight or flight, or potentially enough might to be able to get over the 6. I'm not quite sure. That would need to be probably a double spinning axe, which might be the answer, might be the play there. But we will see. Yep, double spinning axe, of course. Oh, that's funny. That's how it is sometimes. Welcome to the League of Draven, guys. Now at that point, that is a 7 Might Treasure Hunter. It is a Buffy boy. And that was a very much needed combat win right there, too. Now, of course, can still go for some bushwhack and things of that nature, but even still, this could be a very dangerous turn for Brandon, and I'm going to be worried about what might be going on here with a lot of this. And so instead, though, going to be an overzealous fan, a good answer there, meaning that you are going to need to have to send in potentially 2 answers. So one gets pushed out and you're still able to take on the Draven. Now, the hard part is with Brandon's Miracle build is that it is not very unit heavy. We haven't seen any of the battering rams coming in. That's difficult. If you don't get battering rams going early into the game, and the only thing that you have left to really rely on is the Rasas, well, sorry, that's just not going to get you the game. And I think at this point, Brandon might be in a little bit of trouble here. And rightfully so. This is not how you want game 1 to go as a Miracle. Especially now going up to 6, giving Laborio a chance to be able to reinforce the battlefields, be able to develop his board state. He has the runes at the ready. I mean, heck, and you could even go in and play out your Forerunner potentially. He has 7. At this point, the Mind Splitter is essentially dead. It's like, oh, let's pick 1 card. But it looks like, yeah, we're going all in on this, being able to add a total of 7. And so, just like that, that's an additional 9 might, with also an overzealous fan right there. And so it's like, all right, cool. Well, we got 7 on one side. We got a lot more on the other. And right now, Laborio is at 6 points. And so just has to be able to hold. And I'm not sure what Draven can do. I mean, even if you are able to potentially get out a Rebuke, you need to get a Rebuke, a Bushwhack, and like 2 Rasas in order to be able to potentially deal with at least one of the boards. But then even after that, Laborio probably has all the answers in hand needed to be able to clap back at Reaver's Row and just win. And so there we go. Oh, not what you want to see in the beginning here. Going to be recycling 1 with the Detonate there to be able to draw 3 and channel 1. Though, again, if you're digging for these types of answers, I just don't think that you're going to be finding it. I think it's too little too late here. Again, you need the Bushwhack and the Rossas, and I think that's going to be really the only chance that you potentially have. So there goes the called shot repeated. Again, a fight or flight and something else. And we'll see what's gonna be happening here, but this game is looking incredibly well for Laborio. And that's the thing, though. I think even with Miracle Draven, I think I still like mid-range more. It just has a bit more of consistency. Yeah, so you're going to have to watch. I started at round 4. And unfortunately, I think the stream as a whole started in round 2. So if you want to watch from all the way in the beginning, then after this, they should have it up. I know also Turn 'em Sideways also has their gameplay up. And so if you want to watch their stream, it's available right now. They left a little bit early, Casanova left a little bit early, unfortunately, but you should be able to watch the early rounds. So we'll see what is able to be done here. But again, you're just between a rock and a hard place here. And the hard part is this has only been a 15-minute game 1, so there's the bushwhack. And yeah, we'll see what's able to be done here. But again, it's just not necessarily looking good. And so immediately backing out, was able to at least get a point. If there is a chance to hide a card, of course, now you would be taking that opportunity to be able to do so. But this is not a difficult situation for Laborio to have to deal with here. If anything, he could very well just continue to stack up the adjacent battlefield and be able to hold it and say, do you have the 50,000 responses that you need? And of course he doesn't. And so it looks like that is going to be a scoop as Laborio takes game number 1. So well done there on being able to get that done. Laborio, a very strong win there. Was just able to hit the ground running a little bit faster. And not only that, again, the hard part about Miracle Draven, yes, you're able to draw a lot of cards. That's awesome. But at the same time, if you're not able to get the battering rams out early game, you're going to be falling behind, plain and simple. Sorry, but that's just how it is. You cannot just rely on the Rosses there or the Rebukes and things like that. That you need to be able to make sure that your opponent is just drilled into the ground with might. And if you're not able to do that, then you're going to be finding yourself in a very difficult situation there. And so that's unfortunately what ended, or fortunately, depending on what side you're on, unfortunately what it was able to happen for the Miracle Draven build. And the last digging that was done was just a complete desperation move. And so at least they did scoop. Good on them for doing that. But again, we're going to be seeing the final 2 rounds, and we'll see what ends up happening. But guys, that's going to be it for me right now. We'll keep the gameplay up. But if you do want to go watch it on stream, would not blame you at that point. I just don't necessarily want to continue to cast a Draven v Draven personally. But that's okay. Anyway, with that being said, guys, thank you so much for being here. Really has meant a lot. But yeah, that is going to be it for now.
It is kind of understood that one of these decks does have a higher win percentage into this matchup. So I'm assuming if you are on the lower end of that matchup that you would be prepared for it, since of course it is Draven, and I think you would be silly not to expect to see a ton of it in a tournament, especially one for as good a prize as we have here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a tough call to make to decide which version you would tech more into. I would lean, without thinking too much about it, I would lean towards teching into mid-range, just because I think a random field at an event like this would have more mid-range players than would have more players that are able to play the mid-range deck to a decent level than the Miracle decks. Now, of course, we've seen throughout the day there are some very high-level players. There's some players that have traveled in to play in this event. Of course, we've got a very large prize pool here at the 25K. So, you know, you're going to need to be able to beat both. But if I had to pick just randomly against the field, I would probably pick mid-range. And I don't know if it's correct, but that's what my gut would have said going into this event.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad call. I mean, especially if you keep it in a vacuum, just that first game, mid-range was clearly just in control the entire time.
Yeah.
So definitely some evidence to back your claim for sure. All right, we do see the stack deck coming down as Brandon starts off on the two battlefields of Zon Warrens and Obelisk of Power. This looks like a lot like a Jinx start, playing the Traveling Merchant before passing back to his opponent.
You know, I actually played against the best of Jinx at Bologna.
Oh, nice.
That was one of their losses in day one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But you know, they won the best of Jinx, and I did not win the best of Lucian. So who was the real winner?
Who's the real winner? That's fair. That is fair.
Spoiler alert, it was not me. But yeah, very, very cool deck. Very interesting little wrinkle to the purple red, and I'll be interested to see if Jinx ends up seeing some more play as we progress through the meta. But right now, I mean, it's interesting to consider different lines of play. I think in 90% of the time, you probably just want to play your chosen champion. Right?
Yeah, I was a little surprised that he was thinking about it so long, because I kind of thought, again, as a non-Draven player looking in, my understanding was as soon as that Obelisk is your battlefield and you're going second, that chosen champ Draven's coming out.
Yeah, it is worth thinking about though. Again, I don't know this particular matchup or even the deck super well, but I do play Obelisk and Lucian for my go first, and it's the same sort of concept. If I'm going first, I now get to play Lucian on my first turn. 90+% of the time, that's what I'm going to be doing, but it's not every time. And the time that you choose not to do that are actually really important, because you can get blown out by cards like Charm or Falling Star or other cards like that, where most of the time it's just a no think play. But it is worth taking the time to think about it, and Livorio obviously decided, yeah, no, it's the best card for a reason.
Absolutely, especially in a round 9 of a tournament like this. You definitely want to make sure you're making as little mistakes as possible if you have any shot of trying to make that day 2 top cut. So definitely understandable to not really rush into things and take your time thinking these plays out.
Absolutely. And speaking of Falling Star,
yep.
No kidding there.
Wow, this
That's
is
why, gosh.
Deja vu from that piercing.
Yeah,
light.
that's why I'm not
Oh,
necessarily
well,
commentating on this.
Piercing Light's better than Falling Star. Well, you would have had to kill your own Draven there. So why would you ever think that Piercing Light was better than Falling Star in this scenario?
Very good start. Brandon, once again, in a situation that I definitely think he would like to avoid, giving his opponent total control. This is almost identical to last game, having his opponent have 3 units on board in control of one of the battlefields, while he is currently without a unit at all.
Yep, absolutely. I wonder if we wanted the overzealous fan at a battlefield. Maybe not. It's just one of the cards that's it's one of the it's just a card that it feels like you want that at a battlefield always, and you don't necessarily want to just play it out in the back line. But as we see here, not really going to make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, I wish Brandon luck. Hopefully he sees a little bit better luck than last game and can do more than just one of the things, because he's doing the exact same plays going through the line, almost identical. He saw the detonate treasure trove, we saw the seal into Ezreal, we saw all that, but it seems like, again, it's only one card that he can really capitalize off it, and that is the battering ram. The only thing I can think of just why he would want to save the overzealous fan is maybe he's just trying to save it for the when he does his push with Draven, obviously leaving it in, Draven can go and take the obelisk and protect it a little bit there. And I guess he
Yeah.
might not have wanted to risk it dying if his opponent moved in and took out that anti-turner. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Yeah, in this case, you get to set up the same thing on the other battlefield. Gets to stack deck, and in the mid range deck, you gotta really think about your stack deck because you don't have access to your entire deck like the other
Yeah,
version.
for sure.
It's quite important what cards you take. So you might actually not see those other cards at the bottom.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Oh, I only saw it for a second, but I think I saw an against the odds in the hand of Agora. This is a card that I've seen played in a number of red decks that allows you to get it's +2 might for each unit or each enemy unit at the battlefield. So against these miracle decks where they're stacking 2, 3, 4 units on a battlefield, well, it's still a lot of might, but you're going to be able to get +2, 4, 6, 8, maybe even 10 might off a single card,
Yeah.
and that can allow you to really overtake the battlefield.
Yeah, very, very interesting tech card. It's very weird for me to hear you call it a red deck and not an Angie deck. As a longtime fan of the winning point, it's like kind of weird. So strange.
I can wear many hats. Sometimes it's
Yes, sir.
semi-professional.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
It's not a hat I wear often, but when I do. Open it up with the called shot into, you guessed it, another called shot picked up. I think that was a seal and other card.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I've gotten quite good at knowing what a card is after seeing it for like half a second in just the corner.
Yes,
Because
sir.
that's
Yeah.
all you get on some of these games.
Yeah.
Uh,
Absolutely.
there's a seal.
I know we are doing the thing. We are doing the
Okay.
thing.
Ooh, don't do that.
What did you say before it?
That was
See
the
how.
Most awkward way to put your rune on the bottom I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But it gets the job done. There's another called shot.
I think that's another bushwhack, but
I think there's a
that's the
bushwhack
bottom.
that is going to the bottom, and I
Yeah.
think that might have been a third called shot.
Gross. And if he doesn't pop off here, he never will.
That
Never
is
say never.
likely true.
Yeah.
But
I'm assuming we saw at least a Rasa, because like you said, when your opponent starts counting your trash in the Draven deck, normally it only means one thing.
yeah, it likely means Rosic. Could also mean they're just trying to think what are they likely to see off of the stack deck or called shot. What are my chances that I'm hitting a Rasa or a battering ram, which certainly is what they're looking for here. I think that was double detonate and something else.
We got to make sure this is really important that he pays the energy cost for the stack deck. Because
I
especially
think
if it's
he
gonna-
had one
Oh,
floated.
you want floating for the
earlier.
gear.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot that weird flip card thing is
Yeah.
to represent the floating now.
Tapping 3 makes like an Ezreal potentially. Again, we're in the spot where you can have a battering ram, you can have Rosses. We currently have not played a bushwhack, so not entering ready here. So if we're doing that, it'll just be development, but there's the namesake combo, Treasure Trove and Detonate.
That combo is already gross enough as it is. Getting the extra rune back too is just like so unnecessary.
So good.
So good.
I think that there might be another wrinkle of Draven that is the miracle version that's using the detonates on your opponent's cards to make them draw out their deck.
Oh, that's
the mill version.
funny. Yeah, that's really funny.
So just as its controller draws too, so you can
You can choose whatever you want. That's
yeah,
so
you can
funny.
pop you can pop their seals, you can do all that. It's probably not good, but maybe.
I think we did see off the stack deck, we saw a scrap heap, and I'm assuming he's moving into zones. Yep, to do
Yep.
that nice little 2-card draw. Not bad, not bad.
I feel like I saw a last rites potentially. This looks like, is this the bushwhack? Oh,
Because I'm assuming, because as we said, we saw a bushwhack go to the bottom, and I'm assuming you do that in a situation where you already have one in hand.
Yep.
And you might not need another one. Yep.
yeah, the lists usually run 2.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the second one with the other on the bottom for ready for your second cycle. Looks like this is going to be a seal for a rune for a seal. There's a Rasa. They've got.
That definitely seems like 10.
It's at least 10.
Yeah. We're just card game players. Counting's hard sometimes.
I think that if you have more than 10 cards in your trash, Rasa should actually generate you energy.
Could you imagine? Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
You use that with Beast Below and just generate infinite
Gross. Holy.
Yeah, I know. I just caused some
Break them
nightmares for
Yes,
for
sir.
people tonight. Yep, there you go. Sorry about that, folks. It's not good enough at 0. It needs to generate
Needs
you
to
energy.
gain you something.
Yeah.
Jeez. Makes you wonder. I wonder if they messed around with that, where it actually said
shit.
generate 1 energy at first, and they're like,
Oh,
nah, well, let's just reduce it.
There's no shot.
Oh yeah, that actually just. Poof. Scary stuff. Scary stuff.
I mean, Rasa's scary. I mean, look at it. It's a giant, like, demon monster that's destroying an entire army.
Yeah, he needs it right now for sure.
Yep, and the Rasa comes in first. A couple of triggers go on. We've got the Overzealous Fan and the Draven trigger here. Both are important because you can do the Draven trigger, and if they attack again, you get to do the Draven trigger a second time, which would make the Draven bigger than theoretically anything that's coming in.
Yep.
We're just going to
absolutely.
fan. Makes sense. We're going to create a gold. We're going to draw a card. Okay, it looks like we are actually going to pump the Draven as well.
by popping the gold and then just getting it right back with the Draven. So good.
Yep. This is nice because if there's another Rasa, the attack looks way less good.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it would be trading Rasa for the Hopeful and the Anki rune.
Yep, there we go. Thank you for that.
You get one. You get one.
Let's go. Let's go.
So that looks less good. And yes, Brandon choosing not to take that trade. Laborio going up to 5 here. Gonna be pretty a lot of ways to go up to 6 and also kill the Ezreal. You can back out and then have a decent back line. And basically say, hey, are you going to be able to crack through the giant battlefield that the Miracle deck is likely to put forth here? As I said, we do see the against the odds, we see a fight or flight, which can work actually quite great because you can use the against the odds first, get the +2 for each unit there, and then after that's resolved, use the fight or flight.
Gross.
Yeah, you get the double dip. Double dip.
Guarantee.
Dip.
I guarantee that's not something that Brandon would be used to seeing in a mirror match like this. So that could definitely catch you off guard if you're not expecting that to come down.
Yeah, and we even looks like we've got a spinning axe. Yep, move those out. It's a nice. It's always a nice little. It's not relevant a lot in this matchup, but it's definitely relevant in Ezreal, where if you're going to attack in, move your units away from the battlefield first, because especially if you don't want them to get targeted, because a lot of Ezreal spells target only at battlefield,
Yeah,
And if they
absolutely.
don't have a target, you can't cast them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we do see the Cocker come in with a spinning axe on the Tide Turner, triggering Zon Warrens, drawing him another card, putting him to 5.
Okay, hard bargain in the bin for the Zon. I think that this is putting Laborio at 6. They were at 4. They held, and
They
then
held, yeah. So this
I
would be
think
it.
that this is at 6, which is a big distinction because now we've got 12, effectively 14 in the back line just for just there without anything else. And that is a decent amount of might to go against even the Miracle decks.
Something I'm noticing a lot in at least this matchup is it seems like Laborio is able to be a lot more energy efficient than Brandon is. It feels like almost every turn Brandon's left with like 1, if not 0 runes active, and of course like he's going really wide with some big bodies, but I'm interested to see if that's going to hurt him in the end, because obviously if you allow your opponent to maintain more resources than you, especially when he has as big a lead on you as he already has, I feel like that could definitely be something you want to avoid. Especially, it'll make it that much more difficult for you to stop your opponent from taking this battlefield.
Absolutely. I want to point out this play because I think it's actually genius here. The fight or flight used on the Tide Turner with the spinning axe. Normally, say, well, can't I just fight or flight this Rasa and I'm moving 6 out of a battlefield rather than saving 5? While yes, that's true, the fact is that you can cascade the equipment, so you can go in, trade with a unit that has the spinning axe on it. The spinning axe does not die immediately. I know a lot of people shortcut it and throw the spinning axe into the trash immediately when the unit dies. It stays on the battlefield until the end of your turn, or until the beginning of your next turn. So you can actually go in, trade, kill a battering ram, equip the axe to another unit. So you're effectively at minimum saving 5 that's on the board plus an additional 3 from the spinning axe. So actually getting even more value out of the fight or flight there. It's just one of those like heads up plays that, unless you really think about it, does not necessarily make sense at the onset. Love it.
Yeah, but it could be definitely a decision that wins him the game and takes this round 9 match for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, playing at this high level, definitely super, super important and very impressive after obviously 9 rounds of high level tournament play to still be able to have the stamina to still think of plays like that in situations like this. Very, very impressive.
And it's really, I mean, the game plan here, if Laborio is actually at 6, if they're at 5, it's a completely different game. But if they're at 6, then the game plan here is, I believe I saw a Bryn here. You play Bryn here, and then it's a math problem. When you have a piece of equipment, the math problem becomes a lot easier to figure out. Because you can cascade it. I mean, that's Lucian 101 right there. Cascading the equipment to be able to get additional value off of it, and your effective might on your board gets way higher when you have even just one equipment.
Yeah, makes sense. So